Happy birthday to Omoyele Sowore. Happy birthday to a legendary, iconic individual, one of the most influential revolutionary in modern day history. All right. So yeah, this is a special service, a special live stream for Omoyele Sowore. And of course, I welcome every one of us into the studio here. This shekere will be jittering for a long time today. All right, yeah. You're welcome. You're welcome. You're welcome. You're welcome into the live stream. Thank you so much for joining us in the live stream. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much indeed. Shekere for you. For as many as those that have joined us on YouTube, shekere for you. Shekere for you. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. All right, we just about to start the live stream. We're a little bit late. I slept very late. I was so busy sending invites to as many people as possible to join in this great celebration. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, everybody, for joining. Big shout out to you. Big shout out to everybody for joining in. And of course, we'll also be doing some, we'll be reading a lot, quite a great deal. All right. From Be written quite a great deal. All right, yeah. So thank you so much for joining. It's such a great time to be alive. Mm, such a great time to be alive. And of course, you can see, all right, Omoyele Sowore. Omoyele Sowore, happy birthday to you. It's a special birthday show for Omoyele Sowore. Special birthday show for him, really. Today is all about this great iconic individual called Omoyele Sowore. Big shout out to as many as those that have joined us. So sorry we started very late. Omo, person no fit shit nature, really. I've been having sleepless nights all this while, but well, when nature decides to rest the body, there's little or nothing you could do about. You are basically helpless at that time. All right, so let me quickly do some reading. All right, by this great revolutionary. A note to self. A note to self. A note to self at 55. Today I turn 55. At 55, I don't just count years. I count lessons, battles survived, victories earned, and purpose renewed. And to everyone else born on this day, happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to Omoyele Sowore. Today is all about Omoyele Sowore. And big shout out to as many as those that have joined the live stream. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for joining the live stream. And yeah, today is for the great revolutionary Omoyele Sowore. It's such a great day to be alive to celebrate this great revolutionary. Thank you so much, everybody. We have to just do some homework. We have to just do some homework. Yeah. So please, thank you so much. Link is there. This is the link. This is the link. Uh-huh. If you take a look at liberation charts, you would see the link. And of course, let me also quickly put the link in the comments for as many as those that will also be willing. This is a very open-ended birthday celebration, all right? Very open birthday celebration. All right. So let's feel free to jump in. All right. That is the link that you're looking at. You're looking at the link on your screen. If you want to join us in the live stream to celebrate this great revolutionary and wish him happy birthday, and you just drop. You don't have to be there forever. You don't have to be here till the end of the yeah. Yeah, so you don't need to be here to the end. Don't need to be here to the end. Just wish Baba happy birthday, and yeah, there you have it. So, oh wow, I was asked to drop you, and now YouTube now we can't get people like this. Ah man. Mhm. I've already started. So sorry, I saw the message. Well, we are here to celebrate Omoyele Sowore. Do you know who this person is, Omoyele Sowore? You'll be hearing more about him towards the course of this program. You'll be learning so much about Omoyele Sowore towards the course of this program. We are live. 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 We are live and direct. Live and direct. Live and direct. Live and direct. We are live and direct. So, of course, let me just do this homework and get it out of the way. Out of the way. Out of the way. Out of the way. All right. Let me just do this homework out of the way. All right. It's important we do this homework. So, yeah. So, how are we doing today? Hope we are doing well. What do you have to say about this man? What nice words is in your mouth to say about him to celebrate the iconic Omoyele story? Today, we are going to go into so much detail. And of course, please feel free to use the link on your screen to come into the studio. All right. Come into the studio. Come into the studio. And of course, we would be so much glad to have as many as those that are willing to pick up the microphone and say a thing or two. It's a 10-hour show. So no rushing, no gree, no gra gra. Everywhere, everywhere soft. All right. Everywhere do it in. Everywhere soft. No wahala at all. While some people are very much doing their usual propaganda, all right, we do here. All right, we do it in, we do here. Gidigba, we do focus. We do very, very focused, right? They very, very focused on the important things. And one of the important things is celebrating our iconic figures, our iconic individuals who have done well. They are doing well and they have done well. And that is why this is the special edition. The special edition. I don't yeah, I never said this is the link now. Right. Yeah. So that's the link. If you want to, I have already sent links to people, and people are still asking for link. But and of course, you can also use the link on your screen to get into the studio to get to say a thing or two about this man called Omoyele Sowore. And we'll be reading so much about him towards the course of this show, birthday show, maybe could call it. So throughout today, we suspend all protocols. All protocols suspend. Suspend all the protocols today to really attend to a very important matter, celebrating, because usually these iconic individuals, now whenever they don't die or they are no more with us, that is when we now begin to cherish them. That is the saddest part of Africa that I don't really like. Hmm? That will celebrate our heroes when they are no longer with us. It's one of the most unfortunate historical patterns that we have in Africa, not only in Nigeria, in Africa. We have a culture of celebrating. We have a culture of celebrating our heroes when they are no longer with us. We don't have that culture of celebrating them while they are alive. Omoyele Sowore is 55 today. 55. What a great time to be alive to celebrate this great revolutionary. All right. So thank you so much, everybody. All right. Thank you so much, everybody. It's nice to have all of us gathered here today to celebrate the great revolutionary himself, Omoyele Sowore, a great iconic individual, all right, that has rocked this nation to the roots, all right, someone who has rocked this country to the very roots of it, all right. Even oppressors self know say, ha, this man use our eyes see something. He use our eyes see something. Mm. Mm. Even Nigerian politicians, all right, they know say he use their eyes see something. He use their eyes see something. And the thing where they happen be that. Mm. He use their eyes see shege people where they misrepresent or misgovern the people or misrule the people. Omoyele Sowore use their eyes see something. All right. And these are the people that we should really celebrate in Africa. These are the people that we should celebrate when they are alive. We have to give them their flowers and their accolades. They should see that we appreciate what they do. This is someone that would not even doesn't matter whether you agree with him politically or not. When you are in trouble and there's every indication that your human right has been infringed upon, Shure will take up the case and will make all the noise, use his platform. You can see his platform. His platform is over 1.6 million people, 1.6 million followers. On X is the same thing, over 1 million followers on X. He would use this platform to really make sure that any human rights infringement is called out, and he does this on a daily basis. So he needs all the flowers that he can get today, and we are going to make sure we really do that. We are going to make sure we really do that. We make sure we give him his flowers. All right. All right. We really want to give Baba Show his flowers. All right. All right. We really want to give Shora his flowers when he is still very much alive. And of course, we have in the studio Godwin Saints. Godwin Saints, I believe you are here. And of course, you are connected with us. It's nice to have everybody here. Of course, all of us, this place of us don't full by now, but I admit that they had been so we started a little bit late. Started a little bit late. So I take that as one of the, I admit that I caught some part of it. So you're welcome. Godwin Saint, how are you doing? You're very much welcome. And our body, our body, our body. Hope you are doing well. You never unmute your mic, Ogami.
Oh. I hope I'm audible now.
Yeah, you are not audible now. Loud and clear.
That's good. It's great to be here
You are
once
welcome.
again. It's great to be here. You have really been doing a great job. It's not easy to remain consistent. And today is our eighth.
Your voice still never come out to Maoga.
Okay, you are not hearing me now.
Eh, small, small. They come out small, small. They come out small, small. But yeah, you are audible. You are audible. Please proceed, proceed.
Okay,
Don't
so how
worry.
is it now?
Yeah. You don't do okay now. Maybe you use your hand, take block the microphone before.
Oh,
You did okay now.
I'm coming.
You did okay now. You're already sounding well. And of course, Adekunle has joined us. Adekunle, you welcome, welcome. What do you have to say about Comrade Showore? How did you get to know him? How did you get to know about this great iconic individual, Showore,
Okay,
Omoyele
I'll come
Sowore?
back. Let me
Is
prepare
is
myself.
55. No problem. That is not a problem. All right. We are talking about Showore today. All through today is a 10-hour show for this great iconic individual today. And of course, the question is, how did you get to know about Showore? How did you get to know about him? How did you know him? Where you not take meet? How did you get to know about his personality and his person? Right? We are going to get into everything. We are going to get into all the nitty-gritty today. All the nitty-gritty. Today. We are going to get into it. So yeah, let's get it started. I think you're back. You're back, Godwin Saints. Are you there? Oh, Godwin Saints is no longer with us. All right. And we'll be more than willing to have him back join us. And of course, we are willing to have everybody join us. This is a open platform. It's an open show today for of course, our platform has always been open. And of course, if there's iconic citizens like this, like Omoyele Sowore, our platform would be more than willing to celebrate them. We celebrate as many as those that have made sacrifices for the Nigerian people. And Omoyele Sowore is one of those individuals who have made sacrifices, all right, for the Nigerian people. Sowore has made sacrifices for the Nigerian people. And it's very important that we are able to highlight it. We are able to do it in to highlight. All right. We are able to highlight the activity and the work of this great iconic individual. Let me see if I can share another stuff on the in the studio here. All right. And you'll be reading alongside with me. We go on the read them together, together. All right. We're gonna read it together. All right. All right. So yeah, let's read it together. Let me try to let me see if that would do. Yeah, let me see. And of course, yes, you can see on your screen Omoyele Sowore, a brief historical reference of this great icon. Omoyele Sowore is a prominent Nigeria human rights and political activist, journalist, pro-democracy campaigner, and politician. On February 16th, 1971, making him 55 years old today. He hails from Eseodo, Ondo State, Nigeria. Is best known for as the founder of Sahara Reporters, a New York-based online news platform focused on investigative journalism, exposing corruption and citizens reporting in Nigeria and Africa. Shore has been a vocal critic of Nigeria government across administrations, advocating for systemic change, transparency, and accountability. He founded the AAC, African Action Congress Party, and ran as its presidential candidate in 2019 and 2023 Nigerian election, pushing a radical agenda for reform. He is also the convener of the Revolution Now movement, launched in 2019, and associated initiatives like Take It Back, aimed at challenging the political status quo through protests and activism. His activism has led to multiple arrests, detention, and legal battles, including high-profile incidents under previous administrations. In 2025 alone, he reported being arrested and detained 5 times. Yet he has stated publicly that these experiences have not broken his resolve. Let me return back to the studio. And of course, yeah, let me know if I have any request. Please use the studio line. Of course, this is the link that you can use. The link is below. And I just want to believe if I can enlarge and I cannot enlarge it past like that. So yeah, so thank you. Celebrating the iconic individual today, Omoyele Sowore. And thank you so much for joining the live stream. And of course, this live stream is dedicated to Omoyele Sowore. Today, it turns 55. It turns 55 today. And yeah, Shure holds a degree in geography and planning from the University of Lagos and a master's in public administration from Columbia University. He has lectured on African history and related topic. He remains active on social media, notably X as Shure, and over 1 million followers, where he shares reflections, critiques government, and engage on issues like electoral transparency and economic hardship. Recent article, Recent activities includes marking his 55th birthday with a reflective post on lessons, battles, and renewed purpose, alongside tributes from supporters calling him a relentless defender of the oppressed. He continues to comment on national issues such as criticizing proposed change to Nigeria's electoral laws, retaining manual collation of results, and predicting that truly transparent elections would see most current lawmakers lose their seats. He has also been involved in discussions around opposition politics and public anger over governance. Sowore is married to Omoyele Sowore, and they had they have two children. His work has earned him both strong support from activists and criticism from political opponents. Yeah. So today we are celebrating this great iconic individual as he turns 55. And welcome everybody into the studio. All right. So welcome everybody into the studio. For everybody who have very much, very much keen to, knowing more about this iconic individual. Perhaps you've known about this great iconic voice before, but today you are learning more about him. All right. And today we want to make sure we do a great job. All right. We want to make sure we do a good job to highlight this great iconic individual. All right. Um, so thank you so much for joining the live stream, and I'm happy to be your host today, Civic Space. And if you are yet to subscribe to us, please subscribe now on the YouTube. Thank you so much to our YouTube audience. And today we are talking about the person of Omoyele Sowore. He turns 55 today. He's an iconic individual and, of course, a great citizen and compatriot in Nigeria. He turns 55 today, and we are dedicating today to really highlight his influence and his impact in the Nigerian political space. And let's take a look at what people are saying about him, really. Right? It's important we take a look at what people are saying about Omoyele Sowore. So that you know, go be like say, now only all they talk about this thing. Let's take a look at this last post. This is his last post. All right. A note to self at 55. Today I turn 55. At 55, I don't just count years. I count lessons, battles survived, victories earned, and purpose renewed. And to everyone else born on this day, happy birthday to you too. Great post. I think this is quite very humble post. And that post has over 10,000 likes, 5,000 comments. Wow. And of course, it is that 5,000 comments that me I am up for today. As on I no one pick up as on I no agree pick up the mic to come into the studio. I go they check everywhere for internet. Make I know whether or not Nigerians no really they grateful to have this great iconic individual. I don't think so. For a comment to have 5,000 for a post to have 5,000 comments, no. Forget. Nigerians really do appreciate this man called Sowore. All right. The fact that this post has over, and of course 5,000 likes, 10,000 likes and 5,000 comments is no joke, really. It's far from being a joke. Okay, let me do it that way. So everybody could read alongside with me. All right. Alongside with me. All right. And we are going to read together. All right. Prince Adewumi A3. I met with this man during our last Fall in Love with Freedom broadcast in Ikeja, GRA, I think few days ago. So it's such a joy to have. It's such a joy. It's such a joy to really meet this Such a joy to really meet this great man called Prince Adeoye. Let me quickly take a look at. You see, that's him. I met him at the um fall in love with freedom protest. That is where I met him. All right, fall in love with freedom, and yeah, fall in love with freedom broadcast. I hope the thing is still much on. Yeah, Prince Adeoye, very powerful, you know, individual. So powerfully we are about to read from the comments we are seeing online. All right. And of course, we are glad to welcome Shunwa Ilara into the studio. We are basically having Shekere for you for joining us in the studio. Great Shekere for you because we are celebrating all our iconic individuals in Africa today, including Omoyele Sowore. And of course, Shunwa Ilara is one of these great iconic individual that Africa is more than blessed to produce, right? And we are taking the comments of people across social media. And today is all about this great revolutionary. All right, we don't celebrate revolutionaries when they are no longer with us. We celebrate them when they are still alive. All right, when they are still with us, celebrate them when they are still with us. We are not hypocrites. All right. We not turn them to, we celebrate them while they are here and when they're no longer here. Now the two we they do. All right. We know they do eye service. And we know they do say because person no longer day with us. We know we will highlight all of the works that they have done for humanity. And that is how it should be. All right. Happy birthday to a great comrade, Sowore, to the great comrade Sowore. Thank you so very much. Thank you so much. The African Wahala. Thank you so much. And of course, big shout out to you. Big shout out to you. Big shout out to you. The African Wahala. All right. Yesterday we held it down to the very end. All right. And yeah, today again we are together to join in celebrating this great iconic individual. Let me quickly read what Prince Adeoye have to say. I met with Prince Adeoye 3 days ago. Very wonderful man. And of course, Shore has so much respect for this man, so much respect. He was one of the few ones that were together with Shore as far as 30 years plus ago in the struggle, really. And he's still very much standing with Shore. What a man. All right. Happy 50th birthday to the mentor of Omoyele Sowore, who turned study into praxis, all right, and tenderness into tactics. You showed us how to, despite the given and rehearse the better world, then grade us on whether we loved people while doing it. The world is freer because you graded on liberation. Revolutionary Mentor 55. Thank you so much. That is so much kind words you have to say about this man. And of course, you have to look at if you look at what he said very carefully, turning study into praxis and tenderness into tactics. What a very interesting poetic, write up that really carries weight. You showed us how to, despite the giving and rehearse the better word, then grade us on whether we love people while doing it. Do you love people? That is the message to you. To the new person that joined us on YouTube, Dekere for you for joining us on YouTube. If you are yet to subscribe to our channel on YouTube, please do that now. We need subscribers on YouTube, and we need to popularize, platforms like this. All right. We have so much nonsense going on the internet. All right. Today, one of the things that we do is to celebrate our iconic individuals in Africa who have paid the ultimate price, who have made sacrifice to make Africa a better place. All right. Before I go to the next, what is it called? Comments from the internet. We are taking comment from, and of course, you can also join us. You can see the link below the screen. That is the link. If you type that link correctly on your mobile browser, you will be inside the studio joining us to celebrate Omoyele Sowore. So yeah, let's pass the mic to Seun Ayilara. You're welcome very much indeed into the studio to join us in celebrating Omoyele Sowore. Thank you so much for joining us. Big shout out to you,
Yeah,
dear
morning,
comrade.
morning, liberation
Yeah,
shots,
morning, sir.
morning, civic space,
Thank you so much.
morning,
Yes,
Mr.
Ogami.
Fresh, morning, comrade,
Not so,
fresh. Yeah,
not so,
anyhow, you got that day, you got that day.
not so, not so,
Great
not
job,
so.
great job.
Thank you so
Second,
much.
for
Okay, okay.
acknowledging such individuals who are paying, you know, paid and still paying, their price. The emancipation of African states. What a way to live a life. That is the kind of life that really should entice any conscious, well-meaning African, personality. A life seeking validation from this system. What a wasted life! But a life seeking true freedom, true emancipation, seeking not integration but liberation for the lives within our space. What a way to, shatter your course, and then live consciously. Omoyele Sowore can be proven to have lived consciously for over 3 decades of his life. What a way to live a life. I'm still living consciously. So it's no longer in the past, it's still present. And then it's important to, be reminded of the song of not a conscious soul, but the song and came and did today. Celebrate me while I dey alive. Appreciate me while I dey alive.
Now they
No be say
alive.
this
Don't
world
be saying
you dey hype
your
me from my
church.
back.
You can't be Hey, battle ranking. Celebrate me. Ah, they alive. Now so now.
Yeah, so of course, people will for celebration in an oppressive system if they have ignored what they
Hmm.
should for. Mhm. But Omoyele Sowore is not someone that is begging today for us to wish him happy birthday. You can't even beg me. I don't wish most people birthday openly. I hardly wish people birthday. I don't even celebrate my own birthday. So so you can imagine that I don't give an F about birthday. So but when a man has lived life and still living life, you know, um, we have to pause to celebrate for such
Many
man.
Nigerians, many Nigerians will call you out for not celebrating yourself. That you are being too hard on yourself. What do you
No,
think about that?
Omoyele Sowore is not the one celebrating himself, and that's the way to live life.
No, I'm
See,
talking about you. You not celebrating your own birthday. Aren't you
no,
being hard on yourself
no, no, no.
despite all your sacrifices for the African people?
So that's the
because
point.
you are a giver to the African people. You give your resources, you give your time, you give your presence, you give your influence on a daily basis. You deserve to be celebrated. So many people would believe that, yeah, you are too hard on yourself. You should take time out to really celebrate yourself, or even be celebrated too. Yeah. What do you think about
So
that?
yeah, you have a point. When I say I do not celebrate birthday, we need to distinguish romance from love. I appreciate myself every day. There is a proverb in Yoruba that says that when a lizard jumps from heights and it looks around and no one there to, commend his efforts, for the sustainability of such work, that the lizard have to do something, have to praise itself, have to hype itself, right? So, so that is different from celebrating birthday. You know, the concept of hype that Nigerians have for themselves is not quality living; it is romance. It
Hmm.
is arguing for love in spite of their reality. That's not what Omoyele Sowore is doing. Omoyele Sowore is not arguing for love. He's living a reality. And based on that reality, for some of us that are conscious, we know that we just have to appreciate such a soul, such a mind. It is not coming to argue for. That's the least we can do. The least we can do for such a life, for such a price, for such a conscious living is the reward, is the responsibility. Respect is not what elders go around seeking for. It is the agbayas that is constantly looking for respect. Oh, Chikimileni, you are not greeted. When you do the job of elders, which is to organize, to create order, respect naturally come. This Agba called Omoyele Sowore has lived in a respectable manner. You see, if I mention some idiots now, well, let's not even give those guys attention. Like the idiot, but I want to mention name. Idiot like Obasanjo, for instance. Idiot like Tinubu. If I mention this idiot, I have to put idiot at the back of their name. But today is not for those idiots. Let's concentrate back to Omoyele Sowore, an important personality, Pataki, right? So when I mention Omoyele Sowore, he doesn't beg for the respect he gets for some of us. He doesn't lobby. He's not he's not holding a gun to our head. Mm, mm. It is the life that he has lived. And the life that he has lived is one that showed responsibility and still taking responsibility. So it is a lot easier for us to respect you, to take care of the responsibility than demand that we should disrespect you. And for the person taking responsibility and still taking responsibility, he has been taking responsibility since he was a teenager, early childhood. Can you imagine? And he's 55 years old and he's still not tired of the responsibility. And then you say we should not come out. Only unconscious souls and beings does not acknowledge this kind of person. Only unconscious. Only those who are the lowest level of life, that are in terms of consciousness now, in terms of developing
Comrade, dear
everything
comrade,
about it. Yeah.
comrade, I beg, no verse. May we allow Netufo to quickly go, then we'll return back to you. No, you are a lecturer. You can really give us punchlines for the next 2 hours. I know you are so loaded and you have some, and we want to draw so much from your depth. But let's allow Netufo to quickly go, then we'll return back to you. Netufo, are you there? Netufo, comrade Netufo, comrade, comrade, no see us. Comrade Netufo. Wow. Comrade Netufo, yeah, you have the mic. Please proceed. Unmute your mic. Yeah. How are you doing today? Sekere for you, sekere for you.
I'm good.
Yeah. What is your comment about Sowore? How did you get to know about Sowore? And what's your wishes today for him as he turns 55?
One simple thing
We want
about
to
Sowore is
we
that
want to hear one story about him that you know that really fascinates you. Yeah.
Sowore doesn't like celebrating birthday, and it is simple. It's just he doesn't celebrate it. In short, I can tell you that Sowore can be hiding for everybody right now. He doesn't want anybody to celebrate him.
Mm.
Like he doesn't want it. That word happy birthday is always hard. Doesn't want to. You understand? He doesn't believe there's reason to celebrate in this country. So, but with that being said, whether Sowore likes it or not, it is someone we should be celebrating. It is someone by now the whole country should be celebrating. You understand? If the likes of all these criminals can put themselves together and be going to the birthday of these same people who has destroyed this country, why don't we try and find a way to celebrate ours, one of our own, one of the best we've ever had in this country, who by chance has not stolen from us, has not taken anything from us, by chance even when it doesn't ask us to stand for us, it will still be there for everybody. So someone who is not tribalistic in nature, who don't want to know your tribe, Sowore don't want to know where you come from. All he wants is one Nigeria. All he wants is for us to be together and live a better life. That alone was celebrating. That alone called for celebration. That we can have somebody who is willing to sacrifice his life, to sacrifice everything, the pains, the agony, sacrifice everything he has just for us to live a better life, just for someone like us, someone like me to stand against oppression. So I don't normally growing up you may have the feelings, but the sense of belonging, the belief may not be there. But with Sowore, with the level of consciousness he has been raising, believe me, hardly can you see a take it back movement comrade and said he doesn't know what to do at the right time. When it comes to fighting against police brutality, child abuse, many things like that. So Sowore has given thousands of us strength. Sowore has teach us more than nobody can teach you or can give to you in schools, in the university. Sowore has been the only lady that I've seen that you can be proud of anytime any day that you. So Sowore was celebrating from January till December. Even if he doesn't care about it, even if he doesn't love you, but the truth still remains that he has put most of us, someone like me, in the limelight of saying we can resist police brutality. No, no, we can resist police brutality, we can fight against oppressors, we can fight against Nigerian criminals. Same people looting us, destroying our careers, and we can fight against them. If not for him, and great men, great evolution country, which also came, he joined and did his own part too, and he's still doing it right now. So, like, I can tell you for a fact that I am celebrating him. I don't care. I don't even care what Sowore is saying, what she's thinking right now. I am celebrating him, and I will continue to celebrate him. Lovers of freedom all over the world are celebrating. There's no doubt about it that Today is Showere's birthday. We love him and we're ready to show him love, even when he don't need it from us. So thank you so much. I'm here with you, my comrade. Alright.
Thank you so very much. Thank you so very much for your dropping by to really celebrate with us as we really celebrate the iconic Omoyele Sowore. Thank you so very much, and of course, big shekere for Shion. I hope it's not the Shion that I know of. I hope it's not the Shion that my mind is telling me about, because I think I have just two Shions in my life. I think one of them is already here, Shion Ilara, and of course, I also know about Shion Motumori, very great revolutionary that I've learned so much from. Just like as I've learned so much from Shion Ilara, I want to believe it's not the one. It's just a different Shion that I'm yet to meet. Please, can we meet you, Shion? Are you there? And of course, what would you like to say about Omoyele Sowore as it turns 55 today? Are you there? Shion, are you there? Okay. Well, I would check on Shion again and we'll pass the mic to Shion Agitara. Are you there? Comrade, are you there, sir? Wow. I hope this is not from my hand. I believe I am very much coming out clear. Shion Aguilar, are you there, comrade? Hmm. Maybe perhaps comrade is busy doing some other things. And of course, Shion, are you there? I'm calling on you. Can you hear me loud and clear? Wow. Okay. It's interesting. It's very, very interesting that none of my speakers can hear me. But let's just, yeah, are you there, Shion? Wow. Okay. I'll call on
Yeah,
Shion later, of
yeah.
course. Yeah. Are you the same person? Well, I can hear you loud and clear. Can you hear me too?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Oh, wow. Yes, yes, yes. I can hear you, Shion Ilara. You're welcome, sir. Thank you so much for that feedback,
I have
African
been
Wahala.
responding to you.
It seems as though okay, you've been responding to me. Wow. I've not been hearing you. But you are still muted though. Wow. And of course, Comrade Shion Motumori said he's having trouble unmuting. Wow. This must be a technical error somewhere, or somehow. Let me bring you up and bring you on again. Let's see if that will work out. Wow. Please, please kindly drop Commission Motomori, please drop and come back. I think that would be my recommendation. And let's see how that will work out. Let's see how that will work out. If you can drop and come up again, or perhaps use a different device to communicate with us. Please, if you can do that, I would appreciate. All right. Okay. Okay. So please feel free to fix it from the setting or perhaps use a different device or any other means, of course, to join us as we celebrate this great revolutionary today, Comrade Omoyele Sowore. Today is the day that the ancestors have made, and we will be rejoicing and be glad. Today is the day that the ancestors have made, and we will rejoice and be glad in it. We are so sensitive. We're supposed to play music in the background, but all these platforms, they are very, very allergic to you playing music, because some of the music that you'll be playing um, might be copyrighted. And you know how it is with capitalist world that we find ourselves today. So we don't want to infringe on any of their copyright rules and regulations. So that's why we are not playing music on the background. Thank you so much for joining us. To the new individual that joined us from YouTube, thank you so much. Yeah, have you subscribed to our channel? Please do that now. Thank you so much. Let's pass the mic back to Sheung Ailara. Are you there? Can you hear me loud and clear now?
If you are talking, I can't hear you. I'm not sure if any. I'm not sure if it's not just me or if it's me. All right, but I can't hear you.
I think I can figure out what happened. I think it's my microphone. Can you hear me now?
Yes, yes, you are now audible.
Oh wow. How technology can be somehow very, very tricky, really. This microphone, you can I will show you what I mean. It don't enter red. I don't know, say it don't enter red. Can you see? So that's what happened. All right, really. So thank you so much for that feedback. I thought it was from, well, so sorry about that. And of course, is show now audible?
Is
Commercial
the
Motomori, can you?
is the show that you know?
Yeah, yeah, he has revealed that he's the one, really. And yeah, I'm happy to have in the studio also Adekunle. Adekunle, you're welcome to the studio. Comrade Adekunle, can you hear me? Oh, I believe Comrade Shion Ailara is also
Oh,
very much,
well done.
will be audible now.
Yes,
Yeah,
I can hear you.
loud and
Am I
clear. Yeah.
audible?
Yes, you are audible. You are very audible. Yeah. Yeah. And I believe Comrade
Am I
Shion
audible now?
Murray. Yes, you are audible. Can you hear me? It seems as though
Okay.
audio is a big issue. Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Comrade Fresh.
Wow. Okay. Thank you so
I can hear
much.
you.
Comrade Shion Motomori, you're welcome.
Thank you. I don't think and it was my own browser setting.
Wow, okay. And at the point, it was
Yeah.
my own audio too, so I had to just fix things up too from my own end. So yeah,
Yes. I noticed that you had a mic issue, but
yeah,
goodness me, we're back on live now. That's great.
right, yeah. So yeah,
Thank you for all you do. We're definitely going to celebrate your own birthday too. When is your birthday? So let
take
us
care
know
for
when your
you.
birthday is.
My birthday is
We must.
December now. I had my birthday December last year, December 23. Yeah, so yeah.
23rd. All right. So definitely we are counting down to next December
Yeah, we
23rd.
have is a long wait to my next birthday.
Comrade Shewa Ilara, I know you say you don't celebrate your birthday, but family must celebrate family birthday. You know, birthday is a family thing.
Naso.
Ordinarily, I also I don't believe in celebrating birthday. I used to think, and I
Mm,
still think, largely that birthdays are meant for
mm,
young ones so that you can create
mm,
memorable events for them. But
mm,
you know, life happens, and whenever we have the opportunity to celebrate one another, we should just simply do it. It could just be a word of encouragement. It could be remembering what they've done to enhance humanity, and that's where
mm,
somebody like Omoyele Sowore stands out, and that's the reason we're
mm,
doing this. Ordinarily, if there's no connection, you know, that's why I said celebration is for family. If there's no
mm,
connection, if you ask me to celebrate somebody like Ken Reeves, even though I like watching his movies, I don't see any connection. These are people that they are wonderful in their own right, but
mm,
maybe you ask me to celebrate somebody like Cristiano Ronaldo, I'm like, okay, not really. You know, I enjoy watching his football. He gets paid handsomely for it, and I don't know what else he does for humanity. I think I heard that he donates blood, which is very good, you know. So, you know, we just have to pick our heroes, and our heroes must be from our own class, essentially. People who stand with our class, because I understand many people don't believe that everything should be class saturated, but what else is not class saturated? We have to celebrate our own heroes from our own class, people have who have a choice to go the other way or decide to stay with us. You know, Omoyele Sowore is one of them. I believe you, Comrade Fresh, if you have the opportunity to go to the other side, you will remain consistent and you will not jump ship. I believe Shonwa Ilara is also not going to jump ship. So these are the people we must celebrate, and we must remind ourselves that what we are doing is, you know, it, what we are doing for ourselves, because this is not sacrifice for humanity alone. This is sacrifice for ourselves and our future. We might be swimming against the tide, but it is essential we turn the tide. And there's no way we're going to turn the tide if we don't swim against it in the first place. That's why Shore is an icon. He is a legend, a living legend for someone who came from nothing and had opportunities to be coerced or collapsed into the structure that is the so-called status quo. For people who claim they are realists, people who are realists just want to exist within the structure, find a niche for themselves to survive and thrive. He said no. And these are the people we should emulate. People like him, people like Dr. Shiva Yudurai, people who, like Malcolm X, people who said no, no, just being okay with genocide, no to being okay with massacre, no to being okay with human rights abuse, no to being okay to poverty and impoverishment, no to being okay with criminality and injustice. These are the people we should. These are the real people we call human beings. So Shora is a human being. Come refresh. You are a human being because you understand. If you don't stand up for me, nobody will stand up for me. If you don't stand up for the person who doesn't have a voice, nobody will stand up for them. This is why we are here. Get our lot. We're not here to just call say Shora is the best thing after sliced bread, but actually he is. He has proven that he can be better than what he is doing right now. All we need to do is support it. And I don't think there's any better birthday gift we can give to Shore than for those of us who believe in what he believes in to start and continue to build the platform. Not only just antagonize the present government, which is the necessity, meaning they must do that. But we also help him organize the structure so that we don't need to necessarily disturb him every now and then. Let him continue to think what he thinks. And every now and then, we can peek into his mind, ask him questions, let him enlighten us more with whatever it while we keep doing the groundwork, while we keep building the structure, so that every common Nigerian, every ordinary Nigerian can join with us and do extraordinary things. And what are the extraordinary things we're talking about? Governance, a blueprint, so that the average Nigerian person believes that we can have a beautiful life, that we can orchestrate ourselves, without waiting for anybody else to do it for us. So that's what Shore represent. You can look at his life trajectory from nothing to activism in the university and all the way to starting up Sahara Reporters, journalism, and then taking it from there to protecting human rights through the Take It Back movement, and knowing fully well that that's not enough. Going beyond that to say, okay, we can agitate for policies to change. How about we take ownership of policy making ourselves? And that's why we're in politics today, because that's the only way we can actually shape policy. So shaping policies is where we begin to actually impact humanity and ensure that an average, a common Nigerian person, a common Nigerian child will look to governance as an opportunity to serve, not an opportunity to come and embezzle. Because when you embezzle, you're destroying other people. But when you serve, you are creating an equilibrium. You're balancing nature. You're creating opportunity for the ecosystem to be balanced. And that's why we celebrate people like Yore. I wish him the best. And I pray that the best gift that I suggested, we all keep doing it because we're doing it right now. Comrade Rare is definitely proud of Comrade Fresh, Comrade Shewa Ilara, uh, all the other comments that are here. I see African Walla. African Walla, I saw your YouTube channel. Believe me, I'm subscribed already. I saw your takes, which is wonderful. Thank you. We all have to take ownership of this media and make sure that our voices are heard because there are a lot of people who will be definitely positively influenced by what we think and how we think. Thank you, Comrade Fresh, for having me. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Comrade Shion Motomori. A huge, huge inspiration you've always been to young ones like us. Thank you so much. We are so inspired by your words of knowledge and your words of inspiration. It drives us to do whatever it is that we are doing. Thank you so very much. Big checkere for you. All right. And of course, today we are gathered today to really appreciate the service of Omoyele Sowore to humanity, basically, and to the African people. And of course, yeah, such a what a day to be alive. And of course, Comrade Motomori, please, the African Wala is asking for your help in resolving what you experienced earlier on. It's on. You can, if you look at the comment, it says, "I am also having that connection issue that you had at Shion Motomori. How did you
Yes,
resolve it?" Yeah.
thank you. If I could quickly speak, I wanted to type, but I can't see how to type in the chat for the studio.restream.io thing. But what I did simply was because the first time I loaded it, I asked it to block camera and audio, so that
Okay.
stayed in its cache. So what I did was to reload it and go to my browser. Uh, the mic icon, I unmuted it from the browser where you have the address bar. If you're using a laptop, that's how to fix it.
Okay. I think he has heard what you said, and he says, "Thank you, Comrade Shion. Thank you so much. Blessings, Comrade Shion." So yeah, thank you so much. As we move the mic to back to Shion Ilara briefly, then we'll move it to Adekunle. Thank you so much, Comrade Adekunle. You're welcome to the studio. Or perhaps let's give you the mic to before we pass it back to Comrade Shion Ilara. Please let's give it to Adekunle. Comrade Adekunle, please proceed. You're welcome to this great event where we are celebrating Omoyele Sowore at 55. How are you doing, sir?
Uh, yeah, I'm doing great. I'm doing great, and I trust
Uh,
every other comrade are doing fine as well over there.
yeah, we are holding it together. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you, Mr. You know you have much name in our midst, so we can choose to call
So
you any
much
name
name.
at any time. So,
Anyone
but
we anyone
you
we
have been
come
doing
your
a good
mind.
job, honestly.
Thank you so much.
Apart
Now
from
all of us to do 'em.
Yeah, apart from celebrating Showore today, I missed your birthday. I didn't know. I was just hearing it, actually. No, wala. So
Thank you
it's
so
a
much.
pleasure to celebrate our leader today, in person of Omoyele Sowore, because he has lead several examples. So even before I met him personally, I have done some background check during 2023 or so. So, but when I met him personally, I had the final conviction that okay, I'm not on the wrong side. So, and even before then, even before you start admiring someone before you meet them, you will have been doing part of what they are doing, which involves standing for the oppressed and then speaking towards justice and humanity, things like that. So it's a good day to celebrate Omoyele Sowore today, and we just want to say a very big thank you on behalf of Nigerians, on behalf of Take It Back movement, on behalf of AAC party, and myself and every other comrade. We say a big thank you to our comrade president, Mr. Omoyele Sowore. So it's been an impactful life in several ways that we can't mention. And is being a voice for the voiceless. So if we start mentioning all the things we have seen and encountered him do, we won't live here today, but we will do the little that we can do. And we wish more days like this will come, and our freedom will come as soon as possible. So happy birthday. I don't know if he's with us, but I know he can always get the message at any time, and he knows probably we are celebrating him as well. So
Mm.
I I greet everyone also that has spoken before me, and then everyone that is going to speak after me.
Thank you so much. But I'd like to ask,
Yeah.
how did you get to know about this iconic individual? How did you get to know about him? And of course, just tell us one thing you have learned from him and that has really inspired you greatly. And I think our viewers would be more than willing to learn from your perception or perhaps what inspires you about Omoyele Sowore. How did you get to
So
know about him and what inspires you? Yeah.
I would like to go with it in two ways: how I met him personally and how I knew him before I met him. So, we are in the era of technology. We can always know things that are going on in live stream or in live updates. So, during some oppressed situations that were happening, and um, we are having Nigeria. So there was across, and I saw some of his posts. So I started interest by reading. Though I've been an activist as well during 2020 protests and before then as well. So, but this internet is like an ocean. So you might find yourself any place. So, but when I find him, I realized I was on the wrong side of the internet until I find him. So after going through his page, I look at the way he handle activism. I look at the way he tackle injustice. I look at the way he speak of these are the things these are the things this got me attracted to him. One day I didn't even doing my own activity that day. But that day was the day this copper that we all know, Copper Rita, that she was asked to report herself in Etiosa local government, which is on the highland at Igboefon. So, when we saw the kind of oppression and intimidation that is coming upon her because she called the president a terrible president, which everybody are groaning towards as well. So she was summoned by her director, NYSC, from the NYS, to that axis, and I was less busy that day, the following day rather. So I look at the time, I look at the event, I say, okay, it is something I can meet up. So I just got myself prepared very early the following day, and I said, let me go and see what is going to happen there. If truly they want to silence Coparita, or there might be some sort of oppression. So luckily for me, I didn't know Omoyele was present there and his legal team. So that was how I met him that day. So when we had one or two conversations, in fact, it was the one that initiated conversation between us. So I introduced him, and so after then, I've met him as well, and I've had conversation with him. In fact, uh, he puts so these are the things from him, and these are the iconic movements. He's a selfless person, so he doesn't care wherever you are coming from. He's ready to stand for you when it comes to justice, when it comes to fighting for the oppressed, and when it comes to being the voice of the voiceless. So these are the attributes I liked about Omoyele Sowore. So, and I would like everyone as well to follow this step, and let's go um, further in this freedom journey. So that is the things I would like to say for now. Thank you very much. Um, I can't hear you anymore, host.
Thank you so much. I forget to unmute my mic. No bad for me, Albert. Thank you very much indeed. And
All
of
right, all
course,
right.
yeah, we are so much we have learned quite a great deal from your experience with Comrade Omoyele Sowore. And of course, many people can resonate, or perhaps many people, can relate to what you have said, right? And of course, they have been edified by your experience of how you got to know about Shure, and of course what you have learned from him that has inspired you to do what you do. All right. And based on the comments that we have, of course, to the members of the public, please feel free to comment on any. We are all streaming on YouTube, Civic Space. Wow. So sorry about that. Network, network. So sorry. The network has kicked everybody out and added everybody back. So yeah, I think I'm audible now. I think I'm audible now. So yeah, the network has been somehow really quite recently. And the African Wala, you're welcome back into the studio. I believe you have been able to fix your audio issues now. And yeah, so happy to have
Yeah.
you back. Yeah, please proceed with your submission. And of course, let's get to know, how did you get to know Omoyele Sowore? When was the
Oh,
last time you met him? How did you meet? On what platform, really? And what event actually introduced you to this great guy? And of course, what had been your lesson? What have you learned from him that inspired you, or perhaps challenged you, really, that made his person fascinating to you? Yeah, let's hear it. You're welcome.
yeah. Thank you. Thank you so much. So, first time I came across, I've never met Mr. Shore in real life. I've never met him, but we've spoken a few times. And first time I came across him was around 2013 when he came to New York and he disrupted a very useless meeting by the Nigerian House. The Nigerian House had a meeting, and in their useless, time wasting, resource wasting, gallivanting around, just doing rubbish because they get paid extra code. The Nigerian Foreign Ministry will send out 15 individuals to foreign countries to go and represent Nigeria in something. But when those individuals get to those countries, they simply go for vacation. They go to party, and then they would call the Nigerians in the country for a town hall meeting. Oh, everybody come to the town hall meeting, and then in the town hall meeting they'll be saying nonsense. They'll be saying stuff that is completely irrelevant. You can tell that they are just there to make money and to party. So Shore went there in New York and he told them to their faces. One of them was a minister. I can't remember what ministerial position it was. And he told them that you guys are wasting time. You are wasting our resources. We don't want you here. Just go back because you're just wasting time and you're just doing rubbish. And that was the first time that such an interaction was captured between the Nigerian government officials and an angry Nigerian. That was the first time. And the video went viral back then. That was around maybe 2012, 2013. And I'm like, this is my man. Where has this man been? I was so inspired because we've all known that this is the way Nigeria works. People get into political office simply to enrich themselves because politics is the biggest source of revenue in Nigeria. It's the highest paying career path. That's why we have political, or rather, we have career political politicians that have done nothing else in their lives but be politicians. And while they are politicians, they become billionaires because you can easily steal money and make money if you're a politician through your connection with other politicians. You simply open up companies and they give you contracts. You don't have to complete the contract. You don't have to deliver. Just deliver one shabby result, but you've already made your money and there is no consequences. You're not going to jail for delivering a shabby result because that's how Nigeria works. And Showore said, no, we don't want that. You guys that are coming abroad to just be saying nonsense. You're having a town hall meeting with Nigerians. What are you discussing in your town hall meeting? Nothing. You're not saying anything. So Shore told them to their face, and because they were embarrassed, they were trying to argue, and they got in their Nigerian emotional, arrogant, and violent ways. They almost wanted to start punching on Shore and the people that came there. And they told them that, listen, this is America. If you touch me, that is assault. This is not Nigeria where when people speak up against you, You use your police and your soldiers to arrest them, to violate them. This is not Nigeria. It's not going to work. Meanwhile, if we are being honest with ourselves, America is now like Nigeria. Fast forward in 2026, America is now like Nigeria, where your rights will be violated and there is nothing that would happen. So I'm just so proud of Sowore for inspiring me to stand up and resist oppression, resist cheating. The way the government officials have always cheated Nigerians, and Nigerians just took it the way that was. Sowore encouraged me to resist it. And if you notice, these days, more people are emboldened to go on national TV and call out these wicked politicians for what they have done. People are more emboldened to call them what they are. They are criminals. You see, people who go on national TV. I saw Peter Akka the other day. He was on national TV. He was saying, we need to take power from these criminals that are in power. You see, just 5 years ago, you couldn't make those kind of statements on national TV. The reason why people are able to make those statements today is because of Sowore. Sowore has inspired people all across the board. People now have the guts to challenge the system. And it's because Sowore himself, he has sacrificed a lot. He has been violated multiple times by the system because he dared to challenge the system, to stand up against the system, and to resist the oppression that the system delivers. So Sowore is nothing but a legend to people like me. I place Sowore at a very high pedestal. He's still a human being, and there is no human being that is above criticism. But today, I choose to celebrate Sowore because he has inspired me in many, many ways. And he continues to do so. And I'm just so happy that even at that age, 55 years old, my man is still active, he's kicking. You see him, he's in shape. The man is in tip top shape. He's running around, running marathons, doing push ups, pull ups, squats. Shout out to Mr. Sowore. Thank you so much, Liberation Chat, for bringing us together to celebrate this great comrade. Thank you so much. And thank you, Comrade Shion. What you described was exactly what the problem was. I had to turn, change the settings in the audio and the camera for me to get into the studio. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you so very much indeed. And of course, we are so much inspired by your experience, the experience where you get, in terms of your perception and how you get to meet Shure, your first, impression, and of course how that has really inspired you to say, wow, so there can be a Nigerian that can really call and look in the face of a minister of foreign affairs, doing his rounds across Europe, and of course touring America, and there can be a Nigerian that will be bold enough to say, Minister, your excesses is becoming intolerable for the Nigerian people. Go and tell your paymasters that we, the Nigerian diaspora, we do not approve. We are not doing well. And he spoke it to his face, right? He spoke it to his face. He no go do am for him back. He do am for maybe say that one come the panic. Say, who is in charge here? Who is in charge here?
Comrade,
Ordinarily,
and then
yeah. Please
see,
proceed. Yeah.
then 12 years later, that was like last year, that same minister, now old man, the man is now like maybe in his 70s,
Mm,
80s. That's why the
mm,
guy come up from one interview, can say, I remember that encounter with Sowore.
mm,
The man
mm,
started giving Sowore credits. You see
mm,
how life works, bro? He
mm,
was giving Sowore credit. Say,
mm,
those guys are tough.
mm,
So at
mm,
the end of the day, it's people that stand up against, or rather people that stand for something are the
mm,
ones that are respected. Even though what they stand up for might be against the interest of some other people, those people whose interest is being challenged, they would still respect you. Listen, it's like the United States and Russia and China. Technically, they are enemies, but they respect each other. You have to respect someone that challenges you. But if someone willfully submits himself to be subdued, then you wouldn't have respect for that person. And that's exactly what Shore has been teaching many of us. Don't stand there and willfully subdue yourself to be subjugated by this system. Stand up for yourself and stand up for what you believe in. So, shout out to Mr. Shore. Thank you so much, Liberation.
Shekere for you, the African Wahala, and of course, stand up for what you believe. Stand up for what is actually for the betterment of humanity, and that is this is not even something that is actually, of course, we revere and of course we respect the bold ones among us who are willing to really go all the way, putting themselves in harm's way. All right, putting themselves in harm's way while the predators are there. All right, no, there have to be someone that would motivate the herd to challenge a predator, or perhaps to challenge what seems to be preying on our collective interest, or what seems to be exploiting from our collective interest. And it is that ginger factor. In science, I'm a science student, and of course we learned something called catalyst. Catalyst can be very small, but when you add it to a chemical reaction, it stimulates the reaction. It fastens, and you can immediately see the reaction. And that is what people like Shore is. They catalyze the people to really do something about their situation. All right, you can imagine in Nigeria without Shore, the ginger that it brings to the table, and that it is that ginger that will motivate others to say, well, we can also do this. We can challenge the system. All right. And of course, every activist, especially the young ones in Nigeria, I have sent all of them the IV. Let me show you the kind of IV where I sent to them. A very packaged, very premium invitation card. Now, yeah, I sent to all of them. And I'll be so much disappointed if none of them show up today on this live stream to give Shore his flowers. Because I'm not a fan of basically genuflecting or trying to respect people or try to dobale or no. But if I give people their flowers, if you are a huge inspiration to me, I tell you to your face that you have been a huge inspiration. I told Shore now when I met him for the first time, since I've been following him closely since 2018. I came across one of his videos, and since then I've never looked back. And I just met him 2 days ago, really. And I told him, you have been a very huge inspiration to me. All right. And of course, all of this lever where everybody can get now to challenge the system, as you have said, the African Wala. Shore was the one that really did the heavy lifting to clear the pathway, to demystify the fear. It demystify all of the fears around all of these so-called, principalities and powers. He called them the names. And of course, big shout out to Baba Fela. Shore also gave Baba Fela his flowers. That Baba Fela has also been a huge inspiration to him. So Shore is not one of those guys that you would, and of course, at the event at Fall in Love with Freedom, when Barrister Femi Falana, SAN, one of our great revolutionary fathers, walked in. He paused what he was. He was the one giving his keynote, speech at that point. He paused waiting they do. He began to shower the man so much accolades that this is the man that has stayed closely with him and of course with the Nigerian people since the time that they have been fighting the struggle for the Nigerian liberation. All right. And of course, he paused everything and gave the mic to Baba Femi Falana. Right. So I think it will be very disappointing today if and now, of course, they don't have to really pick up the mic and come into the live stream. This is not a bait to relay them into our platform. No, but I will be taking a look at all their timelines. All of them. I've sent an IV to them, a very well packaged well presentable IV. I sent them the link. They don't even have to come to the link, but I will be checking all their timelines to really see, because they will not say they are blind to actually know that today is, because Shore has over a million followers on any platform that he is. All right. So nobody would pretend that they don't know that today is his birthday and today is a good day to celebrate him. What he has done to clear the pathway, to further clear the way, all right, for activism in there. If that is the only thing safe, you have to say that Shore has been a huge inspiration to the world of activism in Nigeria. We all know Shore is way, way beyond activism. Shore has done the next step, that is to submit yourself, throwing your heart in the ring to serve your people. All right, not just to make noise by the side. Making noise by the side is part of the work. All right, some of these the authorities, they don't like bad publicity, so making that noise would make them do some things that would be in the best interest or will favor the Nigerian people. But it's not just enough to just be making the noise on the side. Why not be in the game and, of course, disrupt the game? All right. And of course, it's the same thing he did in media space, really. He saw that the media is just like a propaganda machine for the authorities, and he jumped into the ring. He disrupted it. He disrupted the media space. He demystified, and he also did not give his platform for any form of political adverts. He did what real journalism is all about, really. What neutrality is all about. It demystified the whole thing. All right. And of course, yeah, let me pass the mic back to African Wala. It seems as though you want to chip in something. Please go ahead.
When you speak about demystifying, that's exactly what Shore did. You
Yeah.
see, Shore is the reason why we can look at Egbetokun today and we can confidently go and protest in front of the police headquarters
Yes.
and say Egbetokun must
Yes.
go. We couldn't do that
Yes.
10 years ago because we were scared
Yes.
shitless.
Yes.
Nigeria
Yes.
destroyed every ounce of confidence that we had, and we just all submitted. But Shomore is the reason why we can go out there today and we can call these guys exactly what they are, and we don't have the fears any longer. And if you notice, people are becoming bolder and bolder and bolder. In fact, even the word
Mm.
revolution, man, back in those days, like in 2017, 2016, if you said revolution to them, it's like you just said, I'm Boko Haram.
Mm-hmm.
But now, you can confidently, in fact, even them, the politicians, are now saying, we need a revolution. Even them, the corrupt politicians. So, yes, Shomore absolutely demystified so many things in the Nigerian system, from media, bringing in citizens journalism, rather citizens reporting platform, where you as a citizen, if you're going through anything in your locality, you can record it, you can document it, share it with Sahara reporters, and they will publish it. And it's a threat because it gets to the national level. Gone are those days when all the information that we had was from NTA and AIT. No, no, no. Sahara reporters became the third arm of the media. And then these days, we now have many other guys, many, many, many other guys. So at the end of the day, Sahara reporters, Omoyele Sowore, they paved the way for many other people that came down the line. Many of those people that were even lying, what's the word now? These people were blatantly defaming Sowore. That's it. They were defaming Sowore, calling Sowore a CIA agent. Today, they've all gone back to eat their words. And these same people that were calling him all kinds of names, Sowore was the one that paved the way for them to even exist in the first place. So they don't have a choice but to also give him his flowers. Whether you hate Sowore or you love Sowore, but as far as you are part of the oppressed class in Nigeria, you have to give Sowore his flowers. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. In the world of online reporting and giving the people the privilege, as you have rightly said, that anybody who's got the news and the evidence and the facts right, they can actually approach the Sarah Reporters team and they will publish the news. He gave the people, he basically made journalism a people's responsibility. They don't have nobody have to cook any propaganda and shove it down your throat as we used to have in NTA, as you have said. All right. It demystified, he invaded the space, it disrupted it, he made it open for the people. He's one of the first channels online that running, you know, video footage on recent issues on YouTube. All right. How about all of these bloggers that are now reporting now? Sure, the Sarah Reporters started it first. I got to know about Sarah Reporters before I got to know about Facebook. I got to know about Sarah Reporters before I signed up for my Facebook. I signed for Facebook 2011. I have been reading from Sarah Reporters from my Nokia, that my one Nokia that has an Opera Mini. In that Opera Mini, there's a Sarah Reporters section there. So I have been reading news from Sarah Reporters before I now say, okay, I now saw people are now subscribing to or perhaps signing up for Facebook. I've been reading from 2009 Sarah Reporters. I signed up for my Facebook 2011. So I had known Sarah Reporters before I got to know about Facebook, and then after Facebook, I signed up for Twitter at the time. Then to go. Anybody know to go? I'm talking about the old school people, sir. Anyway, to
Mm.
go was the before WhatsApp. We don't know to go. Anybody will know to go no. And to go was like the chat box at the time. So before I got to know every of these social media platform, I have known Sarah Reporters, and of course they have remained consistent over the years. So big shout out to Omoyele Sowore, and of course a host of other solid comrades who stood solidly behind, of course, and worked through the fight with him during the transition from military era to civilian rule, and of course, even till now. And of course, at the event of Fall in Love with Freedom, had the pleasure of meeting some of these people that were with Shore as far back as student union days. So it's such a great time to be alive to really celebrate this iconic individual. Let's pass the mic back to Sheun Ayelara. Sheun Ayelara, you have the mic back, and of course, let's get to know your perspective, and of course, expose us to some of the lessons that we can learn from the activities, and not just the activism, the activities, the personalities of Shore that you think Nigerian people needs to learn from, and of course imitate as we go further in ensuring the emancipation of Nigerian people, and of course the liberation of the Nigerian people. Commissioner Oiler, you have the mic. Big checker for you. Are you there?
Comrades. Can I hear?
Yes, 100%. You are being heard.
Can you hear me, comrade?
Yes, 100%. You are being heard. Can you hear me too?
All right. Big could do coverage. All right. Yes, I can hear you. Big kudos to Corporation Motomori. Good to see you, and good to hear from your side. Comrade African La. What a name. Yeah,
Please,
so
Omologo, please take a look at the link on the screen. Please, Omologo, that is the link on the screen. Which I'm able to. Well, I will try to send you the link, via the DM, please. But for the meantime, just look at the link. If you type it correctly on your browser, you'll be able to find yourself in the studio. Yeah, Commission, please. Sorry about that. Please proceed.
Greetings, my comrade Sheun Ayelara. Greetings, brother.
I greet you, comrade African Wala. I greet you. I greet every other person in the studio. The event you were sharing earlier was the event in 2012 and it was prior to incident of fuel subsidy removal and how Nigerians campaigned against the removal of fuel subsidy. Of course, the state knowing and doing what they know how to do best, which is to you know clamp down on voices and wishes to use violence. Murdered about over 20 souls from um, between before and in between the protests. So in order to clear themselves off the books, they went to do a town hall meeting in America. And not just that, the event itself was already faulty, because how do you murder people in Nigeria and then go to um, rebrand your image in a different city from where you have murdered the citizens of Nigeria from, for doing what is constitutionally backing to do as a citizen, which is to show and react to government policies that are not favorable to them. Just that the event itself was wrong. Held people 6 hours as a town hall. We wasted Nigerian money. Even if you are paying per day, that is waste of people's resources and after 6 hours of event. And of course, Omoyele Sowore being who he is, even though there will be some other idiot there who are willing to clap for the minister for coming late to an unjust event. But Omoyele Sowore and some persons, won't take it, won't take that rubbish for what it is. And that announced Omoyele Sowore to a lot of Nigerians. We need to understand that prior to this time, it was already a subdued country, nation, where you hardly could talk, you hardly could show discernment to, especially to people in power. It's almost like no going back once someone have a political power, in terms of their cruelty and then the madness they could display. It seems like they have the monopoly of violence, but Omoyele Sowore displayed on that day that you know the citizens, when they are ready, do have monopoly of violence. We have the monopoly of violence, that the power in itself belongs to the people. So if you are such a conscious person that have been waiting for a spark or something close to a spark to say, this is not normal, how can we be subdued this way and still be silenced? If you are such a person, that incident will just naturally speak to you, speak to your God, speak to your, you know, um to your marrow, your bone marrow. That incident will just naturally just awaken or wake something up within you. But if you are on the other side, just like we still have them, the followers of the Agbados and the city boys, if you are a descendant of people who gave birth to them, of course, the interpretation will now be that Omoyele Sowore is violent, is such a, arrogant, disrespectful person after murdering 20 people at least were recorded prior to, and I'm being modest here, prior to the um, subsidy removal protest in 2012. In fact, I could picture a guy that was shot in somewhere around Kudirat Abiola, somewhere around Ojota during that protest. Nigerians will forget too soon. We should not. We should not. We should not be forgetting too soon, especially of how this idiot murder us. And they see, it was normal for them. It was normal. You could see the response until Omoyele Sowore, the body language before he acted. He did what he's supposed to do. Initially, because you need to see the full clips of that video. Initially, they thought he was joking. They didn't know him. Obviously, they only heard of Omoyele Sowore, probably a few years ago, and talking about Sahara Reporter. But we'll soon get there. But let's even still. So they didn't know him. They thought he's just an average Nigerian, just showing emotion out of out of rebellious act. That's another thing. And the person that wish Omoyele Sowore the first time, the birthday wish that you read, is a lot easier to know that that is a comrade. That's a comrade, speaking the terminology of comrades. When you hear praxis, it's not your regular English. when, when you hear when you hear praxis, you know that this person wants us to know that he is a comrade. So it's not a regular English. So what praxis means is what Omoyele Sowore did here. Praxis means action. That is not just enough to know what is wrong and what can be done. That we are not theorizing our solutions. We are not here to sloganize our problem away. Omoyele Sowore has never been any in that category who will theorize solutions and will lead to paralysis. Analysis to paralysis. That's not Omoyele Sowore. Omoyele Sowore is what would happen after reflection. Praxis. Praxis must happen after reflection. After you have reflected on an action, after you have thought about Nigeria's problem, and you have thought about what could be done, you will all know what could be done. Ending corruption for some of you is the solution. But you are still going about following those who corrupt us to this point, those who looted us, carted away with our resources and commonwealth to this point. And your argument is that you have no option. We have to look for a better, lesser evil. You see, what has happened is that your analysis has led to your own paralysis. Omoyele Sowore, if you are following him, if you have been studying him like a book, like we do to all our inspiring ancestors living and both beyond, you must have learned something. And that's why the person that relation with everything is, even if I did not know him before, I know that he's a covering. So if you have been following Omoyele Sowore, you know that it is not analysis and that will lead to paralysis. Action must be birthed. The understanding of the system, if you claim you understand it, the proof of it is action. Omoyele Sowore had it enough. Had it enough in this motherfucker arrangement that they created. Can you imagine? You murder people in Nigeria, you came to town hall to come and do meeting. For what? Come and do meeting for the people that you murder. Go and meet them
Imagine.
and to them if you have to. But like I said, some idiots who are offsprings of idiots too will not just look critically into the action because the government want them to see that somebody is just acting out of anger, out of emotion. No, Omoyele Sowore wasn't just led by emotion, it was led by pure theory, pure reflection.
They'll say he's too rude. He doesn't have respect for his elders.
Yes, not this now. You are having respect for people who are killing you. Eh? Let's even say that the respect is going to stop them from killing you. They will have stopped by now. But the proof that they are not interested in stopping to killing you is still what we are experiencing as a nation to date. And you still want to respect the person that is killing you. That's motherfucker cowardice. Omoyele Sowore is not. We are in this group, in this caucus. We are not cowards. You can't be following Omoyele Sowore. You cannot even be a man of action and be cowards. You see, you can't. Yes, so for idiots who only saw the clip, they think he was just acting. There were incidences that transpired. You didn't know that Omoyele Sowore took Chevron and Shell to court. on behalf of Nigerians while he was in America. You didn't know.
Hmm. Hmm.
They didn't teach you that.
No.
The Omoyele
What,
Sowore
what was
that
the
you know is-
result? What was the
What did
result of that case? The Chevron and the Shell case?
he won? Definitely, he won. But of
Wow.
course, motherfucker government of Nigeria. And what was the case? The case was about the operation in Nigeria, how they pollute the system because they have a responsibility to ensure that they carry out the best practices. How can you come into a setting and because of your operation, you ended a long time trade of a certain race of people?
Hmm.
Yeah, it seems as though we are losing connection with Shinwailara, or is it just me?
Yeah.
I think we are
Yeah,
losing
it's true.
connection. Wow, 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 wow. Please, let's take a look at the event that transpired that is being referenced. Yeah. Wow, I'm trying to bring this um maximize it so that everybody can see, but I'm finding difficult to do. Let me do it like this. Okay. All right. This is the event. Please let's take a listen to it.
Scheduled for 6. Fellow Nigerians, we have been disrespected tonight and not given the chance and the respect we deserve by a minister who came late to an event scheduled for 6 p.m. She's coming out about an hour, 30 minutes later, trying to tell us some nonsense about there was delayed in flights. No, we are not going to take this anymore. We have been taking this lying down for a long time. It's been happening since 1960. We are not going to take this anymore. And we refuse. Wait. No. We are not. We are not going to wait. We are not going to wait. We are not going to wait. Don't advise me. No. We are not going to wait. We are not going to. We are no longer going to wait.
Ah man. Baba say no advise me.
Fellow Nigerians, we have been disrespected tonight and not given the
Abeg.
chance and the respect we deserve by a minister who came late to an event scheduled for 6 p.m. She's coming out about an hour, 30 minutes later, trying to tell us some nonsense about there was delayed in flights. No, we are not going to take this anymore. We have been taking this lying down for a long time. It's been happening since 1960. We are not going to take this anymore. And we refuse. Wait. No. We are not. We are not going to wait. We are not going to wait. We are not going to wait. Don't advise me. No. We are not going to wait. We are not going to wait. We are no longer going to wait.
And so that was one of the situations that took place in New York that really sent a shockwave throughout the world to tell people about, of course, to showcase the kind of bravery that we need to confront those that are just basically doing anyhow. The anyhowness of the Nigerian politicians is quite visible for everybody to see. It's not even a matter of anybody pushing any certain propaganda here. The disrespect is very, very clear, very clear. But we want to really, in Africa, we have a way of running away from our problems. But I think this particular occasion, Shure showed the world that, well, we cannot just sit back and watch our politicians do anyhow they want. So sorry, Gentle Cargo, you are very much welcome to this great occasion. Of course, Shekere, big Shekere for you for you know dropping by to have your own say about this phenomenon called Omoyele Sowore. Are you there, Gentle Cargo? You're welcome. You're there. Are you there? If you're there, please pick up the mic and let's hear you. What do you think about how did you get to know about Shore and what inspires you about him? And of course, what are the lessons you have learned from him that you want Nigerians to really emulate or perhaps take a cue from? Are you there? Gentle Cargo, are you there? Hmm. Gentle Cargo? Comrade, are you there? Seems as though we are losing connections. And of course, Shiwaidara is back. Comrade Shiwaidara, please proceed. Are you there?
Yeah, yeah, I'm back now. Can you still hear me?
Yes, comrade.
Comrades, can I?
Yeah.
All right, thank you. Yeah, so back to what we were saying, that Comrade Omoyele Sowore had moved rightly
Yeah.
so um,
Hmm.
to the level of reflecting and acting praxis, we call it. It was in parallel pedagogies of the oppressed. Paulus Ferrer would well, maybe I would say that I read that word from Paulus Ferrer's book, Pedagogy of the Oppressed, where he would say that what makes a revolutionary is one with reflection and action, theories and praxis, theories and praxis. That our actions are not just born out of shared rebellion. No, even though we have the right to be rebellious against a system that is against us, you know, that if anyone, you should not also be guilt tripped to say that you are acting in a rebellious manner. How can this system be frustrating us and we are still obedient to it? That's why it doesn't make sense to me anytime I think of it that people are asking obedience in this nation. It does not make any sense to me. It just they must be religious folks. They must be into Abrahamic religion. Because that religion will kill you. It's a must. For you to be to be obedient in the midst of suffering and pure act of oppression. No, you must be a religious folk. You must belong to either of these two Abrahamic religion, uh, a Christian or a Muslim.
Yeah,
And
obedience is better than sacrifice.
no, they must be. Oh.
It's better for you to obey than to
Mm.
sacrifice for to pay. So that is just it.
No, you must be. And they
While
must be.
others are sacrificing their time and their sweat and blood, you would instead of sacrificing, then you obey. And I think they say it is better to obey in that looking at it from that lens. Yeah.
Call and obey,
For
but
there's
there is
no
no
other way
other way.
to be happy in Jesus. So there's no other way except to obey. There's nothing like being rebellious. That one does not exist in the dictionary of the beloved. Yes.
They
Hallelujah.
say your own happiness in captivity is to formulate your obedience.
Hmm,
Ababela now sang about it. He said suffering and smiling.
hmm, hmm.
If they suffer, if they smile. No, now, wrong now. But yeah, but that's it. So you have the right to be disobedient, to but beyond disobedience, beyond just reactionary actions, because disobedience, what it births is reactions, and reactions, even though it could lead to the destruction of things, does not build. You see, doesn't build, and that is why with 6 point something million Nigerians at the back of acclaimed back of somebody, they are still unable to build. They cannot build. But with 14,000 followers, acclaimed voters in a party, they are able to build a party with lesser than that number. I don't know how many number they will give to us, MOP. We are trying to build. Because it is not a reflection of just numbers in building. It is a reflection of reflection. You see, the reflection of building is not just a reflection of numbers. You could be, you could outnumber, but not out-organize. You could have more numbers, but yet disorganized. And it's a porous situation. Um, it's a merciless situation to have numbers but yet disorganized. You could see how many people are here, how many Showorers are here that disrupted this idiot, you see. But the number, even though it's small compared to the number of those that will do the meeting, he has organized them. He took the mic. Motherfuckers, ẹ wá máa sọ̀rọ̀ tí wọ́n á rí yín. I don't even, I don't, this idiot though, they don't study. How did they give him mic? How did they even allow him enter?
And he said it so calmly. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, we're not going to take this anymore from the minister.
And the whole thing escalated so fast. The escalation was so rapid, so spontaneous. He went from just talking very slowly, and he escalated so fast. Don't touch me! Don't touch me! That escalation is crazy, man. All right. And of course, if you
So
can escalate stuff for the sake of the people, let's escalate it, because even the oppressors would not mind to escalate things if it's in their
did you
interest. They
see
don't mind.
Dangote came out to protest, joined the protest ground? Did you see I got an advice from a madman joining the protest ground? These people would not mind losing it.
Be careful
They
about
will not mind
our
losing it,
candidate.
provided it
The
is for their
ADC,
favor.
the ADC coalition is coming. Will come for you.
No, they cannot even come for themselves. They cannot even save themselves. My people will say the person wey wan give you cloth, you go check his own wares. Person wey no fit save himself, eh, they are busy begging, manipulating themselves up and down. Those ones are the ones that want to save. They cannot even save themselves. They call themselves opposition. They cannot even hold their own interest. Is that one an opposition? I would rather be alone than to join a meaningless group of people. But back to serious things, really. So Omoyele Sowore is one who have outgrown, and I do not think that majority of us even experience Omoyele Sowore just acting as rebellion. That his actions have always been one that is uh,
Are you there, Commissioner Ilara? Can you hear me? Am I just? Is it just me? I don't think so. Looking at it from my side here, I don't think it's
It's
just
not
me.
just you, my host.
Yeah, you're back. I've
Good
called you. I've
afternoon.
called you like 3 times.
I'm on
I
a
don't. I don't.
network. They throw me. Network
Oh
don't
yeah,
throw me
sorry.
tire.
So sorry. So sorry. How are you doing? So much Sekere for you.
Thank you,
You are
thank you,
welcome.
thank you,
You're
thank
welcome
you.
very powerfully to this great event where we want to celebrate a great iconic individual, Omoyele Sowore. How did you get to know about Omoyele Sowore, and what has
Wow, wow,
inspired you?
wow.
What has inspired you about him, and what have you
Um,
learned from him, and what do you want Nigerian people to take a cue from him? You're welcome.
Thank you very much, my host, my powerful host, Vibration Chat Civic Space. Well, I think I left ND, that's National Diploma, Ogun State Institute of Technology, Gbesa, in 2018 when I discovered Omoyele Sowore. It was towards the election season in 2019 that I discovered that we have somebody different, young, vibrant, and has been going from place to place to make himself known and is ready to take on this system heads on, like coming out to want to lead at the presidency at that age. Then I was looking at it like, wow, this is what we are talking about. That means it is not just all these people that we have that are only entitled to these positions and these corridors of power. So I looked at it, I looked at him very closely. I tried to get very closer to the party. It was a very, very young, new party at that time. It was still building structures and all of that as at that time. But I made up my mind in 2019 during the election that even if I will be the only one in my polling unit, that was in Okokomaiko, Alomole Street, that junction, Namal and Balade did there. Yes. And by and large, I was the only one that voted. And I stood there for them to count my one as AAC, and I was so very happy. And I was looking at every other people that were jubilating, following oppressors. As at that time, I have not known what class consciousness means. What I just knew was that I am tired of hearing all these names over and over again. I want a new person, somebody that is vibrant, somebody that is young as at that time. And I voted. After then, I went back for my HND. I got cut off by school activities, and of course when Omoyele Sowore had issues with the federal government, and we were still very, very young. I was still a very young comrade then, very young. I'm trying to still hide my head, listening to parents telling you that don't go there, don't protest. If they protest, they will kill you. They will make protest look like evil. When once you say you are going for protest, it seems like you are going for a death sentence. So gradually, I got into HND. I also used that spirit of yes, I can do it. Yes, it is not meant for some certain persons. I also held some positions in school from SUG to indigenous association and all of that. And gradually, I got closer to TIB. I got a little bit more conscious, getting to know. Am I still coming out?
Yes, brother. Yes,
Am
brother.
I audible?
Yes, you are coming out clear. You're audible. Thank you so much, the African Wala.
Am I audible? Am I still audible, my host?
Yes, you're very audible. You're very audible.
Sorry,
Can you hear
where?
me?
Yes, I can hear you. Where was I?
You stopped where
Yeah,
you said so sorry. So you stopped where you were talking about being a young comrade, listening to the elders. They'll tell you don't go and protest as if it's a death sentence.
Yeah, thank you very much, African Wala. So when I go back to HND, I started relearning and unlearning the nonsense that I felt like I have learned. uh, Not going to resist the government. They will say after government, after God in our government, all those bullshit that they make all these people that are going to serve us as God. They make them feel like they are demigods. So gradually, I became very conscious, listening to him, a lot of his content, taking the system heads on, making it very clear that He is not about an individual. He is about the system in totality because it is not working for the people. And here I am today. I met him for the first time in Kiribati on the first of no the 31st of December 2025. We did crossover 2026 together, and it was a it was a very great experience. Sowore is who he say he is. Sowore is what he says he is. Sowore is whatever he is doing. Anybody enters his room, anybody stays with him, he jokes with anybody, he has fun, he's so free and he's steadfast. He knows what he is doing at every particular time. He knows how to calculate his steps, 10 steps ahead before taking that steps. So I would urge Nigerians to look far from those bullshit propaganda that the system has thrown at us and see from personal perspective what who is this man to me. Ask yourself as a Nigerian, who is this man to me? What has this man do to wrong me? Has this man ever offended me before? What are the things that I see that he has done for my own interest? These are the questions that you ask yourself, and at the end of the day, you get to know that you have just been following shadows. You have just been following people that does not know you. They do not want to know you. They do not care about you. They only want to get what they want to get from you and run away. It always happens when they during now that is election period. You see them bringing their cars to the streets, trying to share number, buying granuts, trying to share face cap and tops, doing all sort of bolly and ekpa kind of thing, trying to help the women plait their hair, barb the guy's hair, sweep the streets, mop
Oh
the
God.
floor, and immediately after the election, their numbers will not go again. You will not see them forever until the next 4 years. Are we not tired of all these nonsense taxes that they bring to us every day? No. And to, to crown it all, guys, the older generations, even some of yeah, older generations served these people, these so-called Babangida or Basanjo, or these funny names, all these Peter Obi, El-Rufai, Malami, they served them. Now, these people are now bringing their children on board for us to still work for them and serve them. Like the country is their own birthright and we are just slaves. Think now, reason, open your head. Should they tell yourself not to be president? So fún ẹ pé wọn náà lè di president ni. Jẹ́ kó rí ẹ kó pé, jẹ́ kó rí ẹ kó ṣe kí ni, jẹ́ kó rí ẹ kó pé kó dẹ̀ máa mọ nǹkan tó ń ṣe. Anybody can be the president. Don't come with narrative like you need to be a gate man before you be a driver. All those things are bullshit. So I fell in love with Omoyele Sowore, with this kind of person, with the philosophy and the ideology that he believes. He's a pure socialist person, purely in the demonstrator. Baba they live in life. You know, like he's not bothered, he's not worried, he's so happy within himself. You know, the person who will travel, go one place, go up and down. He climbs mountains, he goes on hiking, he enjoys himself, he goes on marathon. All these other bastards that feel like they are alpha and omega, they cannot do one third of what Sowore is doing or what Sowore have ever done in his life. I think I just pause here. So much love, Sowore. Thank you to Omoyele Sowore for showing us the way, for showing us the path to liberation. I want to so much, I want to appreciate him for letting us understand that we can do it. He made us understand that you can do it. no matter where you are. You don't need to be son or daughter of nobody before you can practice what you know, what you feel like can work for the people. You are great on your own. Don't let anybody suppress your skill. Don't let anybody destroy your talent because they feel like it must be some persons and some people. No, it doesn't work that way. It's a word for all of us in Nigeria. So we will take this Nigeria, we will fix am. Whether they like am or not, their scapegoating don't start for the self-aimed opposition. When they explode that one, the Nigerian people's eyes will open that they have a party for themselves where they be opposition to the system. Let me just pause here and listen. Thank you very much, my host.
My host, is it okay if I just respond to the brother fighting for my freedom quickly?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Please do that. Yeah.
Yeah, fighting for my freedom, man. I just want to tell you that I just have a newfound level of respect for you. Is my audio coming out bad? Because I can hear a crackling sound on the background. But
Yes,
I just want to tell my brother.
I heard a bit of that too, but yeah, you're coming out clear. Yes, you're coming out clear.
Okay, okay. Thank you so much. Yeah, because that's highly respectable for someone to go to a polling center and especially when you're young. You're young, and while you're young, you go to a polling center, you believe in what you believe in, and you stood by your own choice and your decision. You put down your vote for what you believed in. And even though it wasn't popular, nobody else was aligning with your belief, you still did it. And you were the only one. That's highly, highly commendable. And I just want to say that salute to you fighting for my freedom, for being a proper, a real man that stands for something, a real man that knows what he's standing for and is going on that path. People like you don't fall for anything. Salute to you, my brother.
Absolutely. Salute, big salute, double twale for you. Fighting for my freedom, gentle cargo. Thank you so much, comrade. You've been a source of ginger to the community, and of course, now only person we know sabi you know go know your vibe. Your vibe is quite contagious, and of course, that vibe is what is needed. The kind of vibe that Nigeria people need at this critical point in time. We are at a critical junction. Nigerian people need to ginger and rise up to the occasion at this very moment to do the needful, to basically emancipate themselves. Nobody except ourselves can save ourselves. Now only us. And of course, now why we they celebrate people like Omoyele Sowore? Because in get the ginger, where the ginger all of us, all of this little, confrontation where would they confront the government today? Now he really, drop that ginger. And of course, we just took a cue from him. Big shout out to him. Big shout out to him. Big shout out to you too, Gentle Cargo. And of course, we have the pleasure of having another great revolutionary, an organizer, a leader in his own right, join the broadcast. Swaz, you're welcome. How you doing, comrade? How you doing? Big shout out to you. And of course, are you ready to address us? What have what do you want us to learn from this great man, Showore? And of course, what are the lessons that Nigerians can learn? And of course, what are the words you have to say on his birthday today, as it marks his 55th birthday on the land of the living? Are you there, Comrade Swaz? Welcome very much
Yes, yes,
indeed.
yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, absolutely. You're coming
I'm
out very
audible.
clear. Yeah, you're audible.
Okay, okay. All right. Please, if at any time you stop hearing me, please just note because from my end it's still showing muted. Um, well done, Civic. When I saw the planned 10 hours streaming, I was like, yes, yes, this is very happy. Typically, I don't celebrate birthdays. Even my birthdays, I don't post it anywhere. I don't even post on my site. Nowhere. But for sure, I will make an exception. I have made an exception. I've I've posted everywhere. So I, I thought you were going to ask how did I know about the show? Right. I think I'll start with that. So hope I'm still
Yeah, you are still very audible. I just the use style they found myself here. So continue. This base is hot, man. But please proceed. I can hear you loud and clear. Yeah. It seems as though we have lost connection with Dr. Swaz. Are you there, Doc? And of course we are having Shewa Ilara join us again. Doc, are you there? Swaz? Hmm. Big shakara for you once again, Shewa Ilara, for dropping by once again. And of course you were talking when you had a network timeout and you're back in the studio. Without further ado, we'll pass the mic to you. Are you there, Comrade Shewa Ilara?
Yeah, yeah. I'm back. Can
Yeah,
you hear
please,
me?
please proceed. Yeah, you're welcome. Yes, loud and clear.
Yeah, yeah. Gentle Cargo, good to see you. Dr.
Yeah,
Schwartz, hopefully Doctor will join us back. Yeah, so talking about Comrade Omoyele Sowore again, that he exudes more than just rebellion, something that majority of Nigerians and Africa at large needs to learn from, that he has shown over time. And I think that was what Comrade Gentle Cargo also was saying, that his action is one that is born out of reflection, pure act of reflection. So since about 1992, um, he has been, showing that pure act of reflection and action in combating and dealing with the system. And I was just mentioning about the student unionism, which majority of people have commonized now. And I know that it's just pure stupidity when people say that he is the president of students and this is not SUG. I know that it's just pure stupidity, that people don't know how sophisticated the student unionism was. That if you call a protest in this nation and the students are not behind it, that you are just taking a stroll. You are just taking a stroll. One of the ways I grew up at the time when for the system to infiltrate protest, they declare that students have resumed because they know that if students are at home, or that, and when they declare that they have resumed, not just that they have resumed, but that they are also resuming exam immediately, because they know that is a threat on them, that students are at home and there is a protest going on. No, that is how sophisticated, how conscious the student group entirely was at a point. What has become a shadow of, I heard that it is the grandfather in power child that is installed the current, is he ASU president? Uh, joke of a jokes. And this was that eh, without technology, organizations, these happen of what we could talk about social platforms, social media platforms. There's so much there. In case you are also inquisitive, there is a there's a documentary that some of our comrades made, about this, documenting the likes of Baba Aye and the likes of hey, why did I forget? I should not be forgetting their names. Of, who played active role, towards student unionism. It was those that inspired the likes of Africa, OAU 5, if you could still remember. So the kind of orchestration, the kind of planning and organization within the student unionism, these are government for a body to go against with military government. you know these are, in their own respect, these are organizations and companies or countries of their own. And it's just that act of ignorance, for people to look at some of these things now, as yeah, unionism is something lower, and it's not. And it's also, the life and time of Omoyele Sowore is just that. But I would also not want to just reduce it to just him, right? Because you have to acknowledge the organizations, the structures enabling such leadership to express, to fully, be as a student union president, that he had such a wonderful structure. I wish that the Nigerian state today gets to that consciousness of that level of structure, of that level of planning, of that level of organization. I wish that we could, but it's not going to be wish, because people did the work. People built those institutions. They built it. It is not out of laying of hands. It does not jump on people based on anointing. These ones built it. So that was why when Omoyele Sowore had to, you know, one way or the other, excuse himself from this space, right? He built an organization, and I think it was a comrade, civic space, that was talking about the organization of Sahara Reporters. Let me tell you where Sahara Reporters became a thing. Sahara Reporters, I'm not going to mention this blog name. There was a popular blog that went viral around 2004, 2005. It became almost handbook of people, of especially ladies. You will know I will not mention the name of that blog. He started with L, and then ends with I, right? And then he almost like people bookmark it, but it's purely for just gossip. Just the same way, just the exact way people are using technology now, or majority of people are using technology now. But Omoyele Sowore came into the scene and changed something. What did he do? What did he change? Have you heard of Citizen Reporter? CNN did it later. He did it first. CNN did I report. Eh, but even that could not be sustained. Sahara Reporters started not the propaganda of the state, but that the people now own their own reporting called Citizens Report. That was legendary in a world where the media was not just captured, was highly controlled by the state. That was remarkable. That could not have come out of someone who is not strategically thinking, you see, who is not in-depthly aware of what the problem is. And I don't know if Omoyele Sowore had read Pedagogy of the Oppressed at that time, but that was very dialogical tool. That was that was dialogical tool that Paulo Freire described in his book, contrary to what the oppressors do, which is to demand that we maintain silence against all odds, even when the silence is towards our own fall, that we should sustain silence regardless. I should shut up if I hear firm. Anybody say firm. No, that the revolutionaries are not interested in the firm of the oppressed, but that the oppressed should have a chance to express themselves. Can you beat that imagination? That is do you know how many cases that Sowore had to fight? That reporter had to fight because someone reported in news that someone found very faulty. Do you know how many cases that some reporters went into? Because that is the shortcoming of that. The shortcoming of that is that you will be sued. Your life will be sued. That citizens, and guess those who are suing? Your so-called pastors, your so-called imams, your so-called government. Because now party, they were all coming, suing. Like, how dare you? Not based on that was not true. How dare you? How dare you use your media for the sake of the populace, for the sake of the oppressed? How dare you? How dare you use your media? You see, how dare you not want to be serious like the rest? You chose to be serious. Because as long as you are wasting away, as long as it's big brother Africa or Nigeria, as long as the oppressed are cling to what God cannot do does not exist. You say the guy has
Long
over.
as
You want to say something? Say it or say it. They say the guy has over 1 billion YouTube viewers.
long
Oh
as
God,
it is about
God,
running and following to school,
oh God.
fine.
Well, as long as that is what you want to use your own resource for, the state is not interested, is not against you. As long as you do not want to march on the street,
Will
even if
even
your
promote
number,
you. They will
what do you
even
say?
promote you. They will even give you money to do more. They will
Yes,
give
now.
you avenue to showcase that nonsense.
Exactly. Exactly.
They will give you security gun. Oh yeah, let him dance for us.
No,
Oh
is that
yeah,
not what they are doing to them for in their religious institute? They are giving them
yes.
security, even though they have more numbers than the numbers of us on the street. You see, there are more numbers of you in the religious shrines than the numbers of us that come out to protest on the street. Very peaceful people on the street without praying any meme or die prayer. But as long as it's not against the state would send their men to come and defend you, to come and block the gate and do searches. This is how you know that they are collaborators, they are conspirators. This is how see, let me tell you how some of the things that got me conscious. This is how I realized that so this crowd is not threatening to the state, because and this crowd is more, then that means that they are working together. And it's not that that means they are working together, they are working together. They are in bed. They are working together. How dare you How dare Sowore use his own platform to air the plan of the people, just like civic space is doing, you know, just like what civic space is doing now. That the traditional media, if you want to doubt me, uh, was it yesterday I was sharing, or 2 days ago I was sharing how how I got deceived into getting a TV. And oh, it was at Revolutionary Church. So or it was yeah, it was exactly yesterday. It was exactly yesterday at Revolutionary Church, you know. But let me leave that story. But that I had to discard my cable TV at some point. I said, no, I'm not watching this bullshit anymore. I am not. I am done. I'm done with all of them now. You know, the last time I watched any local media or international media TV, that I sat behind a TV and watch a cable TV, cannot be less than 10 years now. I'm done with all of that. You know, all these propaganda machines where the voice of the people are silenced, constantly silenced, and only the
So,
voice of the oppressors are heard.
socially engineering channels.
Yes, yes, exactly. Propaganda making machines funded by the state and sponsored by our collective economy. No, no, we should be, because that was what was proud to Sahara Reporters. And officially, Sahara Reporters were initiated in 2005. But I've also heard that at some point, unofficial news that it was actually initiated by 2004. Right. So, how dare you, have a media not to do the same thing? These forums. This was a time when blogs were, blogs just carrying gist, just carrying who sleep with who and what sleep with what, just like you are still doing today. It's not new. But Omoyele Sowore tune and improve on the demand of technology, just like he improved, or he demanded more, or he executed more, because it's not just him, or he used the student unionism also to further the interest of the people, right? He demanded more from technology. He is not a technologist, he was not trained a technologist or a journalist, but that when the need arise to do what is necessary for the cause of humanity, Omoyele Sowore is not one that will be looking for excuse or asking a madman to give him idea, like your principals. It's not one collecting ideas from madman. It's one doing what is needful and what is
So
right.
about that, Commission, I honestly think that the mad people or the madman that this said person collects or receive advice from is not necessarily somebody that is wearing tsetse clothes or sitting in the gutter. I am suspecting that it is part of these people in this system. This is elder brothers and his elder statesman that are those mad people that he's referring to. But he doesn't have balls to call them. That's why he just twists it to a mad person.
No, comrade, you are thinking that he's thinking. You have been listening to Omoyele Sowore. Don't worry. I'm not going to tell you to go and be listening to somebody who listen to a madman. But I've seen the video just to save you. He actually listened to a madman. And on top security matter, it was a madman. I usually use this as a blow, as my normal jab blow, because
Tinubu,
don't waste my life, don't waste
Akpabio.
my time. I thought it was the same person I was going to listen to. Don't waste my time. And I will not use the information you have provided me. The motherfucker said he got an advice on security from a madman in defending and protecting over 5 million people in his state. This and this some idiot still
Wait, wait,
want us to
comrade,
make such.
you mean from actual weary, madman weary on the street?
I'm gonna lie for you. The motherfucker they listen to Wiri. I go tell you lie. You say now on security matter. On, on security matter. There's one video
So,
that is
so
going
who,
to it's
I
not video
beg,
that will make
who
it
ain't go
popular.
come meet for? I beg, who ain't go come meet for economic matter? Say na prostitutes where they stand for street, you go ask for economic matter or wait. On security
Has it,
matter, they ask madman.
have
Security
you not
unko.
seen that presidential interview where the guy said admitted publicly to fraud? Because that's fraud. Then Nigerians must be following this idiot. That's fraud. Admitted publicly to fraud of putting state resources in businesses where he holds interest as a sitting governor. And it's not just that he put it there. In some of the documentation alone, that alone should get him into Kirikiri maximum prison. That alone should get him into Kirikiri maximum prison. But not just that, but that the records also were hidden. It was not properly documented. How can it even be properly documented? It was as a result of the fact that the motherfucker that came after him exposed the case of missing funds. And this is what all of them do. They go and hide public money so that it can linger for some time. And after some time, when they realize that there is no longer news around it, they just clear the money. This is what they do. So in the
Well, it seems as though we are having a network timeout, and many of our comrades have dropped. Let me bring them up. So sorry about that. Oh, Comrade Swaz, so sorry. Are you there? Commission, please proceed with your submission.
it's Comenswas here. Comenswas can continue. Let me stop there for now.
Okay, Comrade
Maybe
Swaz, are
when
you
I come
there?
back, then we'll look at Comrade Omoyele Sowore's. We have initiated the conversation on the media, on the Sahara Reporters media, but the I Reporter, because it's quite legendary, at a point where the voices were silenced. The voices of the people and of the oppressed were silenced. In fact, um, he initiated it first. But if somebody wants to argue it, they might say that CNN I reporter, because I also use CNN I reporter at some point. That's why I know. So they might say that CNN I reporter also started almost around the same time, which is quite legendary. But the CNN I reporter had to force out of that structure because they cannot sustain it. They could not sustain it. That citizens send their own reporting, that you are not hearing propaganda, but that the people, you can hear from the people's horse, from the horse's mouth. That is quite legendary. That is quite phenomenal. That is revolutionary at every peak of it when we look at what is dialogical in terms of the operation of revolutionaries with the people as against the anti-dialogical mechanism and methodology of the oppressors with the people to say firm. The reason why people beg government to do something for them, even though it's their resources, is because of the fact that they have silenced them. Eba wa bejoba begging God, begging Sky Daddy, begging everywhere. It is a dialogical, it is an anti-dialogical methodology. Anywhere you see people excessively begging, oppression is happening unopposed. Anywhere that you see excessive begging, when you see beggars, when a nation like ours have turned to beggars, Aisho Speed came to Nigeria. He revealed it now. And some of the so-called the best of us are begging. They are beggars. Nigeria as a nation is not Nigeria as a land. Nigeria as a nation of well, Nigeria as a nation managed by these idiots are beggars, arrogant beggars. From the Senate to the president to the judiciary to the executive, they are beggars. Is that not what you see the police do on the street? Begging. So anywhere, is that not what you do in your religious shrines? Begging. You beg for money, you beg for life, you beg for death, you beg for air, you literally just beg for visa, beg for paper, beg for car, beg for what is Nigerians not begging for? What are Nigerians not begging for? What Nigerians cannot beg for does not exist. But what is the point here? The point here is that whenever we are begging for coin, begging for tap, begging for likes, begging for shares. See, what we are begging for, the how excessive we have numbers of beggars on our street is a pointer to oppression and over years of silencing. To eliminate that is for people to reclaim as little as their voice. People can no longer use their voice. They are afraid to use social media. People are afraid to use social media. That is the conditioning. Adults are afraid and they go to tell their children, be bold, stand up to bullies. They are afraid to. You can see the so-called idiot billionaires afraid, afraid, afraid to speak truth. So-called billionaires, and these ones have children, and they want to give them advice. Of course, we know they are not listening to them. There is taboo. It's a taboo for any child to listen to afraid parents. It's a taboo. What are we? It's a reflection of lack of guts, lack of confidence, lack of courage, lack of voice. A description of everything that is lacking entirely, right? So, and that's what the legendary, in case some persons ask, because they are not students of history or even students of reality, they are students of fantasies. Fantasy laugh. That's why they are high on cocaine, high on anything, high on drugs, high on alcohol, because reality is no longer palatable. If you are not such a person, you will know that what Omoyele Sowore created is not just another reporting platform. It was revolutionary. And it revealed cases upon cases. It led to revelations upon revelations. We don't even want to talk of the exposure that brought, that the fact that information have been deprived of. See, the reason why I can talk confidently like this, is because of some of the things our reporters release. Because truth exposed. These motherfuckers do not want truth. Before they started telling us that snake eyes swallow money, guess what they were doing? They did not want us to know that they were stealing money. They were hiding and keeping the books. And we will talk of how Omoyele Sowore also would not stop there. Sahari, even though what he had done before he even traveled in 1999 was already legendary, was already enough. But that what he even did with Sahara reporters was also quite enough, was already icing on the cakes. And on a normal day, that information alone is enough for any conscious country who are not indoctrinated by religion, by these poisonous shrines called religion, to liberate themselves, to find the reason and the meaning, to dug it out and liberate and fight for their own liberation. That the tool of liberation has already been released. The people are not shouting corruption. When are they shouting corruption? You are late to the party. You are late to the party. Documents were released when government do not want us to know their budget and the budget. They don't give an actual budget. Documents were released when they do not release any information out. So make I stop there. I hope Dr. Swaz is still on the call. Back to you, with Civic Space.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you very much indeed. And of course, that is, you are looking at some of the video footage of what had happened in the Fall in Love with Freedom event that took place last month. About 3 days ago. I said last month, about 3 days ago. And of course, we had so much fun with the comrade president himself, Omoyele Sowore. And of course, can see how warm he is. He's a very warm, very welcoming, person who wants every. He's told during this particular time, he had to stand in that same spot for like an hour, taking pictures with as many as those that really want to really have a some moments with him. And he just made some few. It's a civic space. You are doing a great job. Just keep up what you're doing. Posterity would judge the just, really. So, and of course, yeah, it was just a brief moment, and of course, it was quite memorable. I think um Comrade Swaz is back. Comrade Swaz, are you there? Hmm.
Can you hear me?
Yes, absolutely. You're
Finally,
welcome.
finally, my mic is muted. I was almost begging. They say we beg, Comrade Shehu Ayelara said we beg, we beg. I was begging restraint, please, please allow me to.
Finally.
The miracle has finally happened. Ah, and you know the most painful part is that we still beg. We are still begging for. We are begging for freedom. Beg Donald Trump. Beg. Like when Femi Falana was speaking about what Cuba has done for the rest of the world, especially Africa, I was like, damn, we really betrayed these people. These are people who stood with our ancestors. But what do you expect? A people that betray their own ancestors, that are betraying their own ancestors, is it another people that they will not now betray? Those who stood with their ancestors. That is why it's good to recognize our ancestors. And that's why one of the things one of the pledges, let me put the pledges that I made in 2024 was that I'm going to do everything I can to ensure that people like Omoyele Sowore are recognized and appreciated while they are still alive. We don't want the one is until they are dead. They'll go say all those pseudo and false idolization. No, 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 no. They should be celebrated. They should be appreciated, recognized for their works while they are still alive. Right. So talking about Omoyele Sowore, I think the first contact, and this is not even directly with Omoyele Sowore. This was with Sahara reporters. That was in 2011 when I found out. I'm still audible. When I found out about Sahara reporters,
Yes,
it was
yes,
that
yes. You are
there was
still audible.
one wicked. Okay, thank you. So just to show that reporters has always been there. It has always been there. I didn't know that it was affiliated with Show, right? But in 2011, there was one wicked. I think that strike was more than 6 months. I think it was about 9 months. That strike, that strike was like pregnancy. So it was from some reporters that would get updates, quick updates. So when ASU is in meeting with federal government, at night, 11 p.m., once I just refresh our reporter's page, I'll just see updates about the meeting. So I get first-hand information and I pass it on to other people. And they are like, how you say they get this kind of information? They were like looking at me like, wow. Meanwhile, I want to say that Sarah reporters that they get info from, right? So then I didn't know it was affiliated with Shore. Then fast forward to 2018. Yes, I was still in school. I was in school 2010, 2011. I was still in school 2018. I no fail. Oh. I didn't fail. But this solid uh, uh, 8 9 years, right, in school. So in 2018, that was my second contact with the show. But first of all, it was Fela Durotoye for the 2019 election. It was Fela Durotoye I saw first because in 2011 I didn't bother to vote. I didn't see anybody worth voting for. 2015 nobody worth voting for. But in 2018 when I saw Fela Durotoye, it was inspiring and motivating, right? And it looks like a man with a good head on his shoulder. So I was now interested. I was listening to him, following his videos and all that. Then during one of our classes, because now I was in final year, preparing for my final exam. So during one of our classes, there's this he's young. He should be in his early 40s then. He was a consultant, Dr. Greg. So he was teaching us. We're having a class with him. He's awesome. He's an awesome person, and he's a comrade. He's a revolutionary. But I didn't know us at then, right? So after the class, right, amazing class, funny class, he started talking about politics and was talking about Shore, and I was just asking, trying to gauge the political level of the students. Am I still audible?
Absolutely, you're audible. Yes.
Okay, yes, yes. So he started discussing, then he started talking about Shore, right? Then me as a student, I now told him I was locked in when he started talking about Shore, talking about these things and all that and all that. I was locked in. So after the class, I met him and we had a debate, me and him one on one. I was pushing Fela Durotoye to him. Then he was talking about Shore. Then he said, "Oh, I should check out Shore's videos." I told him to check out some of Fela Durotoye's videos. So we agreed to disagree, right? We just we went back and forth for about an hour. So I said, "Okay, let's see how it goes." And it turned out Dr. Greg became the first AAC chairman in Edo State.
Wow. Seems as though we've lost connection with Swaz again. It's crazy that we are losing connection with our speakers. And of course, we have in the studio Oluwatimileyin. Oluwatimileyin, big shout out to you. You're welcome into the studio. How are you doing, sir? You're welcome. Great greetings to you. How you
Yeah,
doing?
well done.
Thanks for
I'm doing
joining
great,
us
sir.
to celebrate Showore. How did you get to know about Showore, and what do you have to say on his 55th birthday on the land of the living? And of course, what would be your advice for the Nigerian people in terms of
Yeah,
who Showore is and what they can learn from Showore? Pretty much. You're welcome.
yeah.
Can you hear me? Please proceed with
Actually, I
your
have
submission.
one or
Yes.
two things to say about get in contact with Shure. So, the- actually, was in Oshun at around 20 when I at at school when I my polytechnic. So my brother, one of my brother was in he's a candidate of AAC, so he wanted to uh, let me just say uh, contested for the uh, governorship election. So initially introduced me to the organization. But then I was like, everybody is not worth trusted. Maybe one way or the other, maybe the same or that. But because it's my brother, that's why I need to just follow him. And so his name is Femi. So and unfortunately, when I voted in 2018 or 2019, I voted for Shure as presidential election and governorship election AAC. Unfortunately, they did not count my vote in my polling booth for the presidential election. I was like, why? Because they offer, in fact, they offer me money for what's it called, to vote for APC or PDP or something like that. I was having many people around me that they were APC, ADC, and but I insisted no, I'm not going to vote for any other party more than AAC. But I voted, but my vote is not counting. My polio vote, and in the governorship election, and my what's it called? My vote is what's it called? Number one vote in the governorship election because when I have it's combined election, so they have to count the what's it called the presidential election and the governor's election. So, but unfortunately, they counted the what's it called the governorship election for me. So I had it in mind that these people they are very very bad. And when I actually because I heard rumors that Dora is working with governor is working with them and so but that's uh I don't I feel what's it called? I feel let me just say uh I don't feel good by hearing that Dora is working for them and so but when I'm following the what's it called the show because when I'm following it on Facebook because I majorly follow on Facebook, I see that there was sense in the word which Shure is talking about, and all this what's it called revelation that is revealing on the what's it called politician and so and it is very very fast. It is very very fast. So I need to uh, take all those acts as in all those minds away from to where is working for them and so I fully have my mind to wow this man is a very very what's it called sensible man. So I just have to follow up. So when I got to because from 2018 I left Osogbo, so I came here to Lagos. So and I've been trying to. I even want to go back to my brother to introduce what's it called? meet to but with time and what's it called? We know we have to do so many things to feed ourselves. So that's what I can't go back to my brother. But fortunately to me, I heard about it um in what's it called, internet. So I joined like a month ago. So, and honestly speaking, I intentionally came to see Sowore because I want to know how the mind, as in the mindset of how he is. So, but when I met him, is it day for yesterday or yesterday? This man is a very very humble man, very very humble indeed. So I even fall in love with the communication we communicate that day. Though it's not too much, but I'm a man that if I've seen how you reacted towards someone or how you reacted to me, or not based on how much you have in your hand and so. So I really fall in love with the communication skill that I had with you, and I really love it. And the what I tell people for is that you know
Sir?
Yeah,
Hello?
you're audible. You're audible. Yeah, you're audible. Please proceed.
Yeah. So I actually want to, some people were doubting that, oh, this party, because when I heard your words, your wisdom, and all this opposition that you are opposing the all these fake and failure government, I know that there is something behind it, and me too. I've been trying to publicize this AAC everywhere I go. So, and I have so many, some people, my relative and so that are with me, that's wanted, even the next vote they wanted to vote for the what's it called, the party AAC, which I created a group for the what's it called, but on the WhatsApp group. I don't know when I created the group, the group blocked me. I don't understand. The two WhatsApp that I use, they blocked me. Because only because I created the group only because I just want it's your word that you were saying on what's it called, the Facebook and everything, so that I can be reposting it, because no major people did not add advantage to be hearing these things. So if they, so I'm very sorry about my speech because that's why I talk. A poor man, and so they know we let me just say we permit me, sir. So actually, but the WhatsApp blocked me. So but the advice I want to give all coming people is that they should stand in what their mind goes for, because people we disadvise you, what's it called, they will advise you negatively. So but just stand strong because your mind has go for it already. And that's what happens to me, because I was that time I what's the person that I've been catering for, or the person that I voted for. I should have known I should have collected that 20,000 naira in 2018 that I should not put. So that's was what came to my mind. Oh, I've I've fuck up. But I really appreciate when I see the humble act Ure, the last time I spoke with him, and I will like to uh let me just say, to be the what's it called, to publicize the what's it called, the party AAC for the coming. And
Hmm. It seems as though we have lost connection with Oluwatimileyin, and it's nice to meet you, comrade. It's nice to meet ordinary Nigerians, who, wow, it's nice to meet Nigerians all across the world, and of course, it's the reason why we do what we do. We are making the media very much, closer to the people when people can actually join and have their voices heard from anywhere in the world. Yeah, Comrade Swaz, you're back again. We can hear you loud. We can see you. Let's hope we'll hear you loud and clear.
Okay, okay. See, it's almost a guarantee that it will go off after maybe like 5 minutes. I may go off, but I've switched browser
It's it,
now.
it, it's most likely network, yes, and I think this
Mm.
one is should be okay now. Yeah, please
It's still. I'm
proceed.
not. I'm not optimistic. But so I was saying before that. So it was my teacher, I'll put it that way, who like introduced me and invited me and said, "Oh, Shoaib will be coming to Edo State, so place that I should come and check him out." So on that day I came, I listened to Shoaib for the first time. All right, in the town hall meeting, was having a town hall meeting. The first time he came. He came a second time. Some months later, we had a rally. Then I was fully involved. But the first one was a town hall meeting, and I was impressed. I was like, yeah, 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 this is good. So I but there were some stumbling blocks, right? And I think a lot of persons fall into that trap on that journey. It's like a journey. Some persons go through that journey within a few days, some go through it within a few weeks. Some is people like Shore that spark it up, some is just spontaneous. Usually it's not spontaneous. There's something that sparks that consciousness drive and that journey. But for some it takes years, right? So some persons get stuck. For example, I started seeing online, because I started researching about Shore. I started seeing online that he's arrogant, he's proud. Am I still audible? He's arrogant, he's proud, and all that. And to a
Yes,
large
yes,
extent,
you're
right?
audible.
Okay, thank you. So to a large extent, I bought into the idea, but I was still listening. Oh, I bet that he's proud. I had that bias, but I was still into him. So I started telling my, because they were doing clinical posting. So I had a partner, a female partner, right? So we would go to posting together. So I started her that, who are you going to vote? Election is next year. We're going to vote. Who are you going to support? This person. We're just trying to like convince her to support Shore. But she was in that phase where she doesn't she doesn't care. She's just really interested. But she actually engaged with this, because there was an SRO who would now. It was to the extent that I was trying to convince my SRO, that's my senior registrar, that yes, he should support Shore, right, or Fela Duro to it then. But he had already given up. So the guy, there was something he told me I never forget. He told me that, he said the way I am now, he said that was how he was when he started. So he said when he was in school, when he was around me, I said that was how he was, that I still believed in Nigeria, but now he doesn't care Nigeria anymore. Right. But he's a great person. Like, personality is great, but he has given up on Nigeria, right? So I remember telling him that I'm not going to give up on Nigeria, right? So then I was online doing a lot of push, and also I would print posters. I littered my streets with Suarez posters. I'll paste it on all the walls, all the all the fences, right? Then I was still in school, pasted it on all the fences in school. Then in the medical hostel, I'll paste the poster in the notice board, write my number there, reach out to me, right? Let's organize for sure. And then it was all Buhari and Atiku and Peter Obi mainly, right? But there was also this Ted, what's the name of this stuff? Third force, this third force boss and all that. But see, it was even to the extent that I dragged my flatmate. Then we created a website. We called it Elect. Right. The purpose of the website was to elections, educate people about every candidate. So we had a profile on each candidate, spoke to them about the candidates. We had like a blog, we had like a place where people interacted on the website, where opinion polls and things like that. After class, I would say I have something to announce to my classmates, and I would say like, we need to do something. I think we need to be we need to be informed about politics and the election that's coming up. We need to make the right decision. I will try to educate as much people as I can after class and all that. But the election went the way it went. Then after the election, I think that was later on when Sowore announced. I think that was the first time I had any interaction with Sowore online. Um, when he announced that he needed a graphics for people should design graphics for Buhari must go protest. So then I used to design. So I designed one. I reached out to him in the DM. He responded like almost immediately on X, and he was like, "Oh, this is great. This is great." Then he said, "Just make this addition or this edit or this input," and I did that, and that was the graphics that we ended up using for the Buhari must go protest that was very popular then. So fast forward to 20, I think that was 2024, right? When I had already had a new account and I was very active with Dr. Swaz's account. That was when Sowore also reached out to me online. This was a different account. So he didn't even know that I was the person he reached out to that discussed with him a long time ago. So he reached out to me and was like, "Oh, you are doing a great job. I see you online and keep it up," and things like that. And I was like, "Oh, thank you very much." And that was it. So I continued. Then the next time was, I think, when I lost my mom, right? And he just called me. And I was even wondering how did he get my number? How did he know I even lost my mom? Right. And he was like, this was since his condolences and all that. And he was it was very supportive. So in all of this, this is the way I got to interact or over the years, from directly and indirectly, from 2011 up until now, right? So it's more like Sowore has indirectly been adding value to my. Am I still audible?
Loud and clear, loud and clear.
Okay, okay. Thank you, Commissioner. So Sowore has
Dr.
indirectly
Schwartz.
been adding value to know.
Yeah.
Yes, yes, yes. Thank you for the feedback. So he has been indirectly adding value to not just my life, but also the life of other persons, even without us knowing. And that's what impact means. That's what when someone develops a system.
Yeah, Dr. Schwartz has gone. Host, are you still there? Um, i- Interesting story. I just to fill in the gap until Dr. Schwartz, because I'm enjoying the story that Comrade Schwartz is giving. Right.
Yeah,
It's also quite
I
interesting
quickly
that.
I went to on my Genoves so abeg. Yeah,
All right,
I
all
think
right.
Dr. Swaz dropped again, right?
Yeah, it's about the platform and the browser. Really. As the browser, the device just suddenly start behaving. I had to be on from my system. Like I said, I knew Dr. Swaz not long like that. But this is the first time I'm hearing some of the exposés that he's sharing, and it's so also quite interesting that Comrade Omoyele Sowore is has the human effect on Dr. Swaz is back. So Dr. Swaz is back. So,
Commercial.
oh, Dr.
Commercial,
Swaz
are
is
you
I can
there?
hear
actually now back.
Commission clearly.
Can you? Oh, okay, okay.
You can't hear me clearly. Comrade.
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you clearly now. I can hear you loud and clear now. I think
We can
Swaz
hear
is
you.
back.
We can hear you.
All right.
Yeah, please proceed, Swaz. Thank you so much, Comrade Shimaidara.
Okay, okay. Yes, yes. And it will still go off again though, but maybe I have like 2, 3 minutes. So I'll just round off my thoughts. So you can imagine the impact Shore has had, right? That's the person that is beyond him. He created something, built something that is the interest of the people, right? And now that's what he built is still functioning even outside of him. It doesn't have to be in Sahara Reporters. It doesn't have to manage the day-to-day affairs of Sahara Reporters. He has built a system. Now, he built a movement or was the pioneer of a movement, the Take It Back movement. That movement is also functioning outside of him. That movement is touching life and impacting and acting in the interest of uh, the ordinary Nigerians, the oppressed, on a daily basis. That system is functioning outside of him. Now, he co-founded or founded a party, a political party that has given oppressed Nigerians an opportunity to get on the ballot without being a money bag. That system is existing also, even though he's the chairman of the party. But that system is existing in various states and thriving and organizing, even without him, it will continue to exist. So you notice a pattern, right? This is impact. This is what it actually means to build, right? If we have, and this is Shore, who is not a billionaire, who is not extremely wealthy and things like that, right? And if you notice, the movement is not benefiting financially from it. The political party is not benefiting financially from it. Sarah reporters, okay, maybe, right? But you also know that it doesn't do political ads and things like that. So he's not benefiting so much from it. Let me put it that way. But regardless, imagine if there were more persons like this, or if our so-called billionaires or multi-millionaires, right, can act also in the interest of the people, to empower the people, to inspire the people, right, to act as a voice of the people. Imagine the impact it would make if we had more persons like this. And that is why sure it stands out. Normally, one person, like somebody doing what he did with Sahara Report, would be revolutionary. Somebody doing what he did with Take It Back movement would be revolutionary. Am I still audible?
Yes,
Yes.
yes, yes. You are still audible.
Okay. All right, thank you. So somebody doing what he did with AAC, the African Action Congress, would be revolutionary on its own, right? But now you have a man that did the three of them together, right? And looking at Shore, he's also willing to do more. He's willing to do whatever it takes, right? Even beyond this, right? He's also still putting his life. There are people who just do and say they've done their best, man. They just like, let what wants to happen should happen. Sarah, right? What will be. You've tried your best, right? Nobody can fault you, nobody can blame you. But even till this very day, right, from the interventions of TIB and all that, he's still intervening, he's still putting himself on the line, sacrificing his time, his influence, his effort. Sometimes so Ray even sacrifices his dignity, like what happened with Nnamdi Kanu, when he said for this particular cause is willing to reach out to those who normally would not reach out to. You understand? But another important sacrifice he has made that I've never seen any of these politicians make, I've never seen any other person. Honestly, I don't think there's anybody currently in Nigeria who is making this sacrifice that Shore is making, to sacrifice your family. I don't know, maybe correct me if I'm wrong. But who do you know sacrificed, like, is not been with his family for years, his wife, his children? That sacrifice is huge. It is huge, right? He also sacrificed his freedom. So the truth is, we just if we say we want to keep giving him kudos, right? It's not kudos that we should even give for a day. It should not be a birthday affair. It should be a constant kudos. Like we should constantly be showing this man's works, his action, right? In the putting it in the face, right? So it can inspire, it can show that this is how we should all, right? So Shore is let me put it that way. Is big. When they say it's big, they usually mean by it's big. Oh, somebody is big. He has money, he has influence. But Shore is truly big, right? Up there for now. Thank you very much, Civic Space. Comrade Sheon.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much indeed, Shekare, for you. Comrade Swaz, thank you so very much. And of course, to as many as those that have actually tuned to us from every channels of communication, I salute everybody. All right, I salute you powerfully. To as many as those that are tuned to us on X, I salute very powerfully as many as those that are tuned to us on YouTube, and of course also on Facebook. Thank you so very much indeed. Let us join hands to really celebrate this great mind, this great soul who has sacrificed everything within its power for the Nigerian people. And of course, let's take a moment to really read through some of the comments of Nigerians online. You know, this is a day that, of course, he actually posted this 5 hours ago, and they have had over 10,000 likes and over 5,000 comments. So let's take a look. Let's read some of the comments. Then we'll pass the mic back to the speakers in the studio. Yeah. Let me verify if everybody can see it first. Let me see if I can widen it bigger. All right, so that everybody can basically see what I'm seeing. All right, everybody can see what I'm seeing. I think it should be better now. All right, yeah. I think it's better. Let me see if I can actually twat it a little bit more. Aha. So everybody can see what I'm saying now. All right. So yeah, here we go. So I've read this comment before on from Facebook. I've read this comment before, and I would take a look at it one more time for the sake of new listeners. Happy 51st birthday, 55th birthday, coming from Prince Adeoye Adewumi A3, to the mentor Omoyele Sowore, who turned study into praxis and tenderness into tactics. And you showed us how to, despite the giving and rehearse the better word, then grade us on whether we love people while doing it. The word is freer. The word is freer because you graded on liberation. Thank you so much. That was so much words from a revolutionary, as Commercial has really pointed our attention to. From Lucky Jackson. All right, Lucky Jackson, you were born the same day with Nasir El-Rufai. Wow, same character, same attitude. Happy birthday, Buddy. I don't think many people would agree with that. But well, he's entitled to his opinion.
Yes,
All right.
he's a smoker.
Would you like to give a comment on that before I
I think
proceed?
it's under the influence of what is inspiring Erufai. And it cannot be anything other than alcohol. It cannot be anything other than. Yeah, let's just move on.
Those are some of the things that you see online that cracks you up, really. That Nigerians are very interesting people, really. Let's take a look at some other comments by Yakub Kabir, a And of course, happy birthday to a fearless activist and unwavering voice of the voiceless. Your courage, conviction, and relentless pursuit of justice continue to challenge injustice and inspire hope. May your influence deepen, your impact expand, and your strength never waver. Kind words, kind words. All right. Happy birthday, Showore, the next overqualified president of Federal Republic of Nigeria. That is if you could play politics, changing from activist to politician. Interesting. Interesting. All right. People want
Let me
Showore to
just
change from activist to politician. And of course,
let me
I
just say
think,
one or two.
yeah, you can say one or two things. Please proceed. And anytime you
One
come
or two.
across anyone that you want to give comment, let me know. I would really pause and you chime in. Yeah.
All right. Let me just say one or two to that. So and this is where
Mm,
I think the vast
mm,
majority of people get it twisted. Uh, they think
mm,
um, they think they are doing Showore a favor.
mm,
No, 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 no. They think because that's where it comes from. The idea of
mm,
taking clue from these so-called established polluters is where the miseducation has come from.
mm,
We are not doing revolutionaries a favor by supporting them.
mm,
No, not at all. We are doing ourselves a favor by playing our own revolutionary act. Comrade
mm,
Omoyele Sowore has picked up his own revolutionary act and he has been diligent with it. That is what we have seen. Just like some other persons in his generation abandoned their revolutionary act, but that he has embraced his own revolutionary act and picked it up. If you have listened to Comrade Omoyele Sowore, you would know that he was not in his plan to take up politics. Many people don't know. If he had wanted to enter politics, the politics that some of you now know, the Jagaban politics that you now know, if he had entered politics, Jagaban would not have any feet to stand on. Maybe you did not know Jagaban as at the time that Omoyele Sowore was already in the political space of Nigeria. And this is another lie because Nigerians don't even know the definition of politics that they claim. That's why they will mention politics is a game. Politics is simply the interaction that exists between men. When you want to talk of the politics of Omoyele Sowore as at 99, that Jagaban
mm,
was purely a scavenger, or you don't know that he was a boy to the likes of the politicians around that time. If Sowore had been interested in politics, he would not be anywhere, or Tinubu will not be anywhere near it in terms of political um, figure or strength. That's what, but the ignorance. Sowore did enter because of out of convenience, just like he started reporters. Sowore looking at the situation, provided that the situation have not changed that much, of waiting and hoping to Sky Daddy to send an helper. If you know what is good for you, the one who type that stuff, you will know that it's your responsibility to rally around your helper and to ensure it is in your best interest that your helper is the one controlling the affair that governs you politically, not the other way around. If there is any politics that is left that Sowore has not played, is the politics of the oppressed coming together to protect their interest in supporting the person that would have their back, really have their back, and stop aligning with idiots, with motherfucker stupid criminals, drug lords. Stop aligning with those who will do you and call it politics. Align with the people who truly have your back. So the idiot that posted that is an idiot, because if you are still in the point of ignorance and you consider it knowledge, you are an idiot. The idiot that is not is Sowore won't be here if he wants to still play even the idiotic politics that you have been exposed to. It is your own ignorance to now fail to align with people. And it didn't just start today. Your parents showed the ignorance too by not aligning with those who align with them. You should stop that course. Wọ́n ní òṣì ò ń ta ìran méjì, ìran mẹ́ta ni. Yours, if you do not stop at your own end, even if you started in 1990s, it's going to get to a third generation. So deliver yourself, help yourself, play the politics of the oppressed, gather around the oppressed, and liberate yourself. That is your message. Maybe Showore's birthday is still capable of liberating people. You get your liberation. Go and sin no more. Back to you, liberation chat.
So when before the host to go forward, am I audible?
Yes, yes, you're audible. You're audible. Very
So
audible.
when people say leave activists and become a politician what does that even mean? Is it like they are saying that Showore should leave being by the side of the oppressed and now go to be a criminal, a looter, a kidnapper, a terrorist,
Hmm.
like a manipulator? Is that what it means? Is it that
You
people
can see the
just
comments below that. It says, "Congratulations, bro, but brother, please calm down to play the game."
imagine what game?
It's on the screen already. Everybody
Yeah,
can
I see
see
it.
it.
I see it.
Mm.
What game are they playing?
Mm.
What game do they want Showore to play?
This is
It's
very,
just
very
that,
profound. That people know that this is a game. That there are people are playing with game with their life, and
you
they still
know,
want
and
someone
they
who wants
still
to
want
disrupt
people,
the
somebody to
process
still
to play the
continue
same
playing that
game.
game.
Ha. It's crazy.
Now,
Hmm.
like everybody
In
knows that
Nigeria.
it
Hmm.
is game, and you are still willing to live your life for people to play it as game instead of you to stand up and say no. Like when I hear things like leave activism and face politics, I don't know what it means. And it is this follow I hear say I talk say na Nigeria they do. Once they hear it from somewhere, they think it's the right thing, so they continue to say it. Please proceed, my host.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely.
So
It's
let's even assume
a lot of
that,
yeah says yeah. Please proceed, Chihuahua.
sorry. Let's even assume that politics is a game. Let's assume that you have keyed into being a sheep that they have called you. Let's even assume. But you should take a clue how the shepherds protect their sheep now. I mean, you guys, don't you have issues with Fulani herdsmen? Don't you see how herders are protecting their sheep? So let's assume that Oladejo Olasukomi Dawood, the idiot, has agreed to the fact that politics is a game. Yes, it's a game. What that implies is that he has agreed to the fact that he's a sheep, and that he could have elders who would elder his life anyhow. But take a clue from the elders now, the elders that are willing to buy human for the sake of their sheep now. Aren't you seeing it? Is that not why you have issue with
Is it just me?
elders farmer? You have issues with them. So why come these idiots can only take a fraction of the narratives and not take the essential narrative. So the people who are playing the game with your life, are they protecting you? Are they even securing you? Are they giving you food? You have assumed that you are a sheep, but are your life worth the same word an elder put on the animals? No. How come you are still interested in playing that game that does not respect you? So I understand if a sheep is loyal to his elders. I understand if a cow is loyal to his elder. I understand because his sustainability and his life is guaranteed, at least to the point of being led to be slaughtered out. You get the whole essence of you at the end of the day too is that you are going to end at the slaughtering house. But the elders is not willing that any other external factor will come and kill his own, sorry, buy his own animal for him. He have to do that himself. But this one that anything can buy you and your elders men are not taking responsibility and you still call that a game. No, something is wrong with you, Daudu. Something is wrong with you. Something is not clicking here. You are talking, but it's not. You see, you are not reflecting. You are showing action because talking is part of action praxis. But this is where revolutionary are different. Before we now say a stupid thing twice, we think about it again. It's a game. Is this game protecting me, or this game profit from my own blood and still call it a game? Even in literature, we no longer call it a game. That's why we have comedy and tragedy. Any piece of work of art that lives have been lost in a play, it's called tragedy. Piece of work of art, no matter how comical it is, that lost, it's called tragedy. It's no longer a game. And no matter how violent a piece of work of art is, but lives were not lost, it's still be considered as comedy or tragicomedy or comedy tragedy, right? But life is at the risk. Your own people's lives are at the risk, and you still call it comedy. It's still funny to you. We don't do one you go more doubt, you know. But in your own case, omo, you need to receive your healing. Receive your healing. Uh, uh, Comrade Omoyele Sowore's mother said that his son is a prophet, he's a pastor, and it's true. In what is a senior pole, in whatever regards that hold your religious patterns, this one is the genuine one. So on this day, you receive healing. I send you healing, but it doesn't happen with impartation. You have to stop
Of
now.
course, we have so many comments
That
to
is
go
what
over,
happened
and
to
of course,
Omoyele Sowore in the at
mm,
OAU when a study group and they started learning together, reading books, reading revolutionary. So you need to learn. It does not happen to anointing. You need to learn. You need to read more. Yeah, not more. You need to start reading.
we still have so
Yeah,
many
yeah.
people that
Let's go on. I just wanted
we
to
are going to
if you are not
respond to. Make you
protected,
no burn all your
then it's no
all the
longer
way
a
you know
game
waste all the
that
bullets
favors you
on
as
one person. I
Nigerians,
mean.
and it's not even a. It's the same rhetoric. No. We are not going. No, I do not. We have been organized. The oppressed have been organized. The oppressed do not have their own. That's why Omoyele Sowore is living similar opinions. You think if he has to agree with this idiot, you think he will be there? Not even there. Not there because this idiot are proceeds of the idiot. Because a 30-year-old man is a man. Eh, I mean, their fathers. So the people who disagree with Fela. You think they are the generation of the idiots, but the idiot cannot but help but give birth to an idiot until something other than the force of idiocy happen, which is knowledge. Until knowledge is introduced, Omoyele represents an embodiment of knowledge that if studied can learn. So
Well,
this idiot is supposed
well,
to come and
can you
say,
hear me? Can you hear
yes,
Can you hear me, Shoailara?
I can hear you.
Yeah, those are weighty allegations. But wait, I just
I
want to
can
sound
provide
like
the evidence.
the conventional Nigerian journalist. But where there's so much people, there's so much comments I want to take, and of course
We
you
are seeing
react
the
to all of
evidence.
them.
Yeah, we take the comment. We are seeing the
Uh,
evidence now. Yeah.
yeah, there's so much comments, but let's make progress. And now I want to throw in some comic what is it called? Some comic injections into this whole thing. Maybe the kind of politics that they want Shore to play is something like this. I will put it on the screen right now, and I'll play it. So maybe this is the kind of politics that they want Shore to play, and I will play it now, and all of us will see what the kind of politics. 1 minute, 1 moment. Don't know why this thing is doing like this. Okay.
Ìjọ́júbọ̀rọ̀ la fi ń gbọmọ lọ́wọ́ èkùrọ́. Àbí? Àhà. Ọlọ́run á dúró tì yín o. Ojú ò ní tì yín o. Ibo yìí. We are not in the church. Ìjọ́júbọ̀rọ̀ la fi ń gbọmọ lọ́wọ́ èkùrọ́. Àbí? Àhà. Ọlọ́run á dúró tì yín o. Ojú ò ní tì yín o. Ibo yìí. A máa di ẹ̀kúnrẹ́rẹ́rẹ́rẹ́. Ìjọ́júbọ̀rọ̀ la fi ń gbọmọ lọ́wọ́ èkùrọ́. Àbí? Àhà. Ọlọ́run á dúró tì yín o. Ojú ò ní tì yín o. Ibo yìí. A máa di ẹ̀kúnrẹ́rẹ́rẹ́rẹ́.
So yeah, that is just on the lighter note, and
You are playing the mentor's message, Abi.
this is the kind of politics that I think they are referring to. The kind of game
These are the
when Nigerians speak about games.
They come and say,
This is the
play the game.
this is the kind of game that
we shall need to do work.
you know.
We shall need to educate vast majority of our people so that the next generation will not be thinking like this one. So, so it is the undoing of the state. But unfortunately, the proceeds of the effect of these doings or the undoing of the state would emanate in a generation that we both would happen. But going forward, we need to change it. This guy was used to be called Oju Yobo. I don't know. You should remember when he was called Oju Yobo.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I was very much.
He said it that mo dẹ̀ máa yọ ojú yẹn fún wọn.
Ọ̀rọ̀ ní gbóná jáde lẹ́nu ẹ̀. You should know this guy. No. Are the ones that
Not the person wey dey reasonable at all. Not the person wey dey suppose dey see with person na be Tinubu at all.
Na your papa. There is one now.
Ibo yìí. Ẹ̀kúnrẹ́rẹ́rẹ́rẹ́rẹ́ la máa dìbò yìí. The kind of ẹ̀kúnrẹ́rẹ́ Ekunrere of the vulnerable votes in the whole of Nigeria, you know. And of course, he has said it that Ojuboro Kolofin Gbomolowe Kuro. That is, you don't use ordinary eye to collect the child from a palm kernel. You know, if you want to collect that seed from inside the palm kernel, you have to play some kind of game, a very violent game. I think it is that kind of game that people really want Shore. And of course, look at the kind of comments. He said, "Happy birthday, Shore, the next overqualified president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria." He's not saying he's only qualified. He agreed that Shore is overqualified for the job, but he said if you could play the politics, changing from activist to politician. And of course, we have also revealed what constitutes the kind of politics that is obtainable in Nigeria. A kind of, it's not ordinary high kind of politics in Nigeria. And of course, these ones would never in any way even conceive that it is their support, their very support is what is actually the game that will be the game changer, really. The game changer that we are talking about here is not some, because when they're talking about playing games, they're talking about, Shore really liaising with the established principalities and powers, really. But in actual sense, the real game is the power of the people, the real numbers of the people. But these are the numbers that are not willing. If Shore is not taking side or bending down or kowtowing to the establishment politicians, they are not interested. And of course, they believe in their mind that is they are mocking Shore. Even on his birthday, it's quite interesting. All right. The next comment we'll take is from Baki Adenusi, the grandeur of advocacy for humanity, a name in the quarters of comrades at all cadres, even known in every household. Your courage is testament of true love, standing for the hopeless and the defender of the helpless. Happy birthday, Comrade Omoyele Sowore. We are in this matter together. We will win. That was
You
very,
know,
very kind words.
yeah,
Would you like
because
to
we
jump
should not,
in? Please
yeah,
proceed.
yeah,
Yeah,
we should
proceed.
not just be giving idiot attention, yeah, so that we do
Yeah,
not
yeah.
promote it. At least we should give
Absolutely.
people we get sense to attention. In fact, that's where we
Of
should be
course, yeah.
moving towards. We should stop giving
Yeah.
those who are with lower energy attention and be giving those who deserve it attention. Yes, very, very inspiring because the concept of love have been misunderstood. Uh, have been misunderstood to patronage, to give and take, to patronizing. The concept of, especially when it now leads to service, because governance is supposed to be service, and that is where you imagine how people can say, come and play a game, that politics is a game, when it is the bedrock of service to the humanity within your jurisdiction, the service of protection of lives, the service of provision of social amenities. How can you get it twisted at this point? How can you put people who do not love, who are not loving, to, and how do you get revealed of love? It is not patronage of idiots of how many wives they can marry from all jurisdictions, because that's what they show. When you tell them, when an Igbo man tell T-Pain, for instance, that do you love the Igbo people, he's going to put the card and say, I've married from the Igbo. And all of them does it. The Emperor of Owu too, add the ex word that died, Stella, and you could see how, see, some person will say, we are not mocking the death. Me, I want to mock this one because of how idiotic death that she died. You remember? I've not forgotten. I don't forget this idiot. Say, you must have a record. The idiot went to go and do surgery, waste Nigeria money on surgery, on body surgery, died in Spain, Costello. This is how they abuse us. So there is no repentance. See, there is no forgiveness for these sinners. Oh. I don't know the religion that have taught you. And this is why it's not game. This is not game. This is never going to be game. And that's why we acknowledge those who truly are in love with us, those who truly have our back, those who could have betrayed the cause, but yes, standing tall behind the cause. So the how you show love, how these idiots want us to see love is how they are messing up our girls around. Even the Russian guy has told us that he's better in that job than us. That in 1 week, it's reported that the Russian guy has slept with about 80 African women. That is exploit. That's exploitation. That's not love. So when they display and display romance to us, it's not love. When they tell us they are married from your region, that's not love. How do we show love? By protecting our interests. Omoyele Sowore had lived and still living to protect the interests of the people across all board. Across all board. He was the only one saying subsidy removal should not be removed. This is a propaganda against the poor and against the people. That you can fight the corruption within the subsidy, you can fight your friends and not let the people bear the bonds. But you see, in the definition of what fighting is, if the people are not bearing the bonds, then it's not a reasonable fight for them. This is what the previous idiot mean as a game, where they will suffer the consequences of the actions of the few. Which Omoyele Sowore is saying, I will deal with subsidy corruption, but I won't have to let the people bear the bonds. There's no so this person here did there to acknowledge that this is a more loving stand than even the religious progenitors that you are serving, because the religious progenitors are romance. They give and take. They are after your soul in such a way that even when they give and you refuse, they promise you with hellfire, even though it's not real, but you still dey fall for it. You are already in hell already. They prove that there is hell, and there is no bigger hell is this country that we are in now. Not out of the universe making, but out of some idiots in power making, and that is why we have to fix it. Omoyele is not just interested in experiencing what is perceived as majority as heaven, but that we can have our heaven all together. Ojú ọ̀run tẹ́yẹ fò láì fara kanra. That is love. That the earth, the sky is enough room to power the flight of every bird without contradiction or conflict. That is love. That I can and I must be. So therefore you can and you must be. I am because you are because I am. Ubuntu. That is love. Ẹgbẹ́ kájọlà lélẹ̀, that is all making progress, that all of us can be progressive, that one idiot do not have to tell us that our neighbor will come and beg us for food for us to feed the loving of the wicked God. No, that's not love. That everybody should be able to have food. Food again? My neighbor will come and beg me for food. Èmi neighbor tó dẹ̀ ṣe wá ń bẹ̀gẹ̀ tí ò tí yàdá tiẹ̀ motherfucker wọ́n á bẹ̀gẹ̀ for food. You don't know what happened during the farming days? You guys do not read history. You think you to get to a point where people will have to come and be begging you for food? I saw one idiot today. He must be an obedient, because the idea of religion and this superficial way of becoming God to people is one and they are looking for savior. Because they are looking for savior, they believe in the idea that they can also be the people's messiah. They can be people. One idiot went to go and be packing food inside bus, and he told my own Temi to come and line up to be collecting a pack of food. Ah, and they, at first they were lining up. So the idiot was giving it to them one by one. After some time, I want them to be like, how are we going to be lining up when we can take it? They rush her. They took all the then you see, let me tell you what the idiot will come and be saying. I say, people are not organized. Now people be our problem because you are an idiot. Because you are lining up with your oppressor, begging them for few change and coin. Not taking, not demanding what belongs to you and your right. No, the people are not going to do that. That's you are already in a less than animalistic position that is put by religion into your head to think that you should be begging for what is paramount in your sustenance. See, when the people on the street can no longer eat or feed themselves, they are going to eat you. That is the fact. So that you get it, so that we get it into our skull. So that we know that liberation is not just for few, it's for all. You are not doing anybody an advantage or a favor. They will eat you. And it's already happening. How do you term kidnapping? That's people eating you. That's people eating. See, your security. See, let's not even go there. But you get the concept. People must get this concept. And they will eat you from anywhere and everywhere. Anywhere and everywhere. There will not be anywhere that you can run to that will be safe haven. No thanks to technology in your face. Yeah, so we must do what is necessary. And what is necessary is an act of love, especially within a terrain that is individualistic as this, that is enshrined with individualism. Is an act of love to look out for your neighbor, to see whether your neighbor has eaten, and not just to be interested in giving them a plate of food, but to ensure that there is a system in place to make sure that next time your neighbor does not have to come and beg you for food. That act in itself, your religious folks are not doing it. They consider it a testimony when you are able to feed people. That's not testimony. You should not be going to share testimony on that. Even animals have told you that if you deprive animal of food for a long time, the next time it sees you, it's going to attack you. Even if it's your domestic pet, it's going to attack you. You are not doing anyone a favor. But this messiah concept of you that you want to be God to another man like you, it must stop. It is a mirage. It is not possible. That's not the way influence are supposed to be gotten. Yes, you are supposed to get into the hierarchy of man's hierarchy need, via influence, the top of it, but it's not via depriving people of their physiological needs. Only stupid idiots will come and be negotiating that with you. But trust me, I want them on the street. They are not that idiots. They are going to eat you for me, for a fact. For a fact. But before you even get there, because it should not be getting there, before you get there, Omoyele Sowore is already doing so. It's already ensuring that access is not just for few. The resources of this country should not just benefit some few persons. You should not be happy because vast majority of your people have been deprived of a service. You should be happy. Your happiness will come from how many of them you are able to include and give inclusivity to, not put outside. Your joy today, contrary to what the likes of the revolutionaries speaks of, your joy today comes from how many of your brothers do not have what you have. So when you want to, because you're actually living in scarcity and lack anyway. So when you want to, the only pointer to praising your shrine gods, your dumb, idiotic gods, your unrelevant gods and dogs to our environment. The only way to find meaning in spite of the wretchedness that we live in. Because you cannot tell me that this is not a wretched environment. You are living in a wretched environment. And olówó kan láàrin òtòṣì náà sì ni òun náà ti graduate. That a wealthy person amongst wretched people, poor persons, is still a wretched person. He has not graduated from being wretched, from being in penury. He is as poor as the bunch. As poor as the bunch. The more he tries, the more he shows. As e dey try am, e dey show. As e dey try am, e dey show. The other day, I was seeing the video of Lekki and how how it was how it has been messed up with dump sites everywhere. And this is the so-called billionaire place in Lagos. As e dey fight am, e dey show. As e dey remove, see, they are tired of removing beggars from the street because even the so-called prisons cannot house the numbers of people that are beggars. Even the so-called children are also beggars. Make I shock you. I go lie for you. The children are beggars. They themselves are beggars. They are lobbying. That's the politics that they want to play. But kudos to the person who acknowledged that this is a show of love, better than the progenitors of any Abrahamic religion, better than the patronage and killing. See, who you killing for must be weak, who you hating for must be a bloodsucker. But if that's what you call your God, then your God sucks. That is what the progenitor of Abrahamic religions are. Violence, unleash violence every time, just to unleash violence on Nigerian people, on African people. That is what your God is for. And that God is a weak person. He's a useless idiot. But that is not the real love. The real love is within the revolutionaries. Is the love of Ancestor Fela, for instance. Is the love of Patrick Lumumba. And Omoyele Sowore showing us that this is an act of love. Act of love. Act of love. Extremely act of love. And it's not threatening with hellfire. It's only pure heaven. The reward is just there. It's not threatening with any hellfire. No threat. No threat. In fact, that if we win this war, even the idiots that have led us into this sponge, like the idiot of Ebora Obaoli, Obasanjo, is going to stop carrying power bank around. That motherfucker is going to stop carrying power bank. He could have done something on electricity, but they stole the money. The idiot in his 90s that he should be resting. He should be living a soft life. He should be working light. He's carrying power bank. Do you know how heavy power bank is? That idiot is carrying power bank. I don't even carry power bank about. I want to be in my adulthood and live light and work light. And maybe by then we should have invented another technology where we will not even need to carry a cell phone or cell devices. We had it. You want to call it whatever you call it in African terrain, but we had it where we communicate without any device. So maybe we would have created a ship. We would have created something to move light. Maybe it will be, at that time, it will be plastic mode, or it will be a wristwatch. We already have wristwatch. Maybe it will be something more lighter. We already have glasses now. Maybe it will be as simple as that. Can you imagine if your functionality is all in your AI glasses and then you are moving light? But yeah, trust me, they cannot carry AI glasses because they will need to power bank it. Can you imagine why I'm running through your head to your neck? I'm gonna be that. But these are the motherfucker society that these idiots have created, even though they had the chance to fix electricity, but they failed. At his old age, he's carrying power bank. Motherfucker is carrying power bank. These are the ones who have not shown love, but Omoyele Sowore has shown love. Yeah, I just wanted to mention that guy, that person, that post deserve an applaud. He recognized and he acknowledged that this is a revolutionary work. This is a love work. It's only for the pure in art, loving people who can do this. When you see a revolutionary person, you know that you are talking to the most loving person you could see, you could find around, not the patronizers all around, just abusing and extorting and exploiting both the land and the people in it. Back to you, Liberation Shad.
Thank you so very much. Thank you so much, Shekare, for you, Comrade Shenwa Ilara, for that wonderful submission. And of course, we welcome to this studio also Adege, comrade. Thank you so much for dropping by once again. And of course, today we are celebrating the birthday of a great revolutionary, one of the greatest in modern history in Africa. And of course, after reading this current birthday wish, I'll pass the mic straight to you. This is from Lawal Kende. Lawal Kende says, congratulations and happy special birthday to you, Omoyele Sowore. You are a leader indeed. Our God Almighty will continue to strengthen you, protect you, guide you, and give you more courage, wisdom, knowledge, understanding, and more fulfillment in this life. We, the good conscience people of Nigeria, love you and thank you for all you have been doing for this great country called Nigeria. History would never forget you, Omoyele Sowore. Very, very, heartfelt, message from Lawal Kende to Omoyele Sowore. You can see, you can discern that this is a write-up that is straight from the heart. It's not cooked from anywhere. It is actually straight from the heart. And of course, it is a reflection of many people's stance and sending all the best wishes to Omoyele Sowore. Let's pass the mic directly to Comrade Adege. Are you there? Greetings to you. Big shakara for you.
Revolutionary greetings, my comrade. Can I be heard?
Revolutionary. Yeah, 100% audible. Yeah, thank you so much.
When Commission was speaking, I was doing something on another place. So as soon as it finished, I can't hear. I say, "She na my ear the pain. I've been a shakere. That's where the ear for liberation chant." Now, so
Na
I open am, I see
shakere.
say shakere really do hard. I say this Jehovah Witness
Na
boy.
shakere. Na shakere. Today is a
But
special day.
it's a
We
lovely
have to
one.
do
It's a
something
lovely one as
special.
well. It's a nice one. It's part of our instruments for praising, and eulogizing where we come from our side of the country, Nigeria, So it is something that we must bring. It's all the things that we must bring. All our cultural and traditional artifacts must be brought into the liberation, we must begin to reclaim our identity as Africans. That is very, very important. Decolonizing the mind, shedding off the white skin that we have forced ourselves to wear over time. So yeah, wonderful day. Big ups, big ups, big ups to the great comrade Omoyele Sowore. It's a thing of honor to have someone like that in real time in front of us to be able to look at and learn from. To be able to um, really, really just look up to as a leader. And not just to a leader that is a leader by mouth only, that just talks, but this is a leader that has the action as well to back it up. In a state where compromise and lie consistent, some people have decided to stay fervent. Some people have decided to stay insoluble. Uncompromised, standing with the truth and justice. Not trying to paint himself as a saint, not trying to bring himself as a messiah, but to just put himself forward as a tool, as an instrument for the people to use, to go on and not just do that for himself, but to even replicate more of himself. Can you hear me? Liberation, can you hear me?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay,
You're
yeah.
audible.
So
And of
to
course,
even
we have crossed the 200 mark.
oh wow,
As
that's
many as those
wonderful.
that have joined us across all platforms. Thank you so much, everybody, for joining us. Please tap on your screen and let the broadcast go far and wide. If we can hit 1,000 before the end of the 10-hour live stream, we would be more than happy. And of course, we would have sent a strong signal that we indeed appreciate this great revolutionary, Omoyele
Hmm.
Sowore. Please, let's keep it going. Please, passing the mic back to you, Adege.
Thank you so much, my comrade. Big ups, big ups. So yeah, as I was saying, just having someone like that coming into our midst and enlightening us, we the younger uh Nigerian youths, that are just becoming more conscious, that are becoming more awakened, that are becoming more, um, enlightened in the reality of things that are happening around us. We've learned so much just by studying the lifestyle of this person. Because, see, the way Nigeria is today, the people who are the so-called elites, the so-called best of us, want to paint an image that it is impossible to exist in Nigeria without compromise. They want to paint the image that there's a culture in Nigeria of selling out, of love for money, of being dishonest, of having no honor, of having no virtue. That is the idea they want to sell for us. That in order for you to become anything in the country, you must lose your morality, you must lose your sense of justice and your sense of right from wrong. But people like Sowore have come to prove to us that no, hey, you don't have to. You don't have to. You as an entity can be different. You as an entity can be the antivirus in the system. You can become that change that you want. People like Omoyele Sowore have proven to us that you can go far and wide in life. People can love you, and you can stand undiluted on the side of the people. Undiluted on the side of the people, consistently on the side of the people, ideologically on the side of the people, principally on the side of the people. I'm very sure Warrior has done it. And I just want to, wish him more strength. I want to wish him more effort, more grace, the same way all those Christians, if they go church, they go pray for their pastor, they go talk, say, making no fall, making no backslide, making no, making no go back to the other. And so we save God, they look up to our comrade, say our comrade will never sell out, he will never backslide, he will never go to the other side. He will continue to shine as a beacon in the revolution.
Yeah, it
Us
seems as
back to
though
the
your hands
sacrifice of
free is becoming low. Yeah, please. Maybe you should switch your hands free. It is sounding like a robot at the moment. Or you should disconnect completely from the hands free. Yeah, so big shout out to you, Adege. Yeah, you're back. Yeah, bringing you back to the studio. Thank you so
Can you
much,
hear me, my comrade?
everybody. Thanks for joining the live
This is
stream.
terrible.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Aha,
Okay.
very well,
So
very
yeah,
well.
I can't hear you, but I can read your lips. You can hear me, but I'll just talk. Then I'll just leave the
Yeah,
studio
the
because I don't know
that
what's wrong with my
hands free
network.
is, I think the
But I can
battery is
tell that
low,
you
I
can hear me.
believe.
So I'll proceed.
Yeah, you're
Anyway,
audible now, very well.
so yeah, it's someone that we must, really, 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 really show love, especially while he's alive. I hope that it will be a shining light to the next generation, as he's already been a mentor to all of us here right now while he's alive. He'll be a mentor to the next generation, and most of all, I hope that we'll be able to bring about the liberation in his lifetime. That all the work and the effort that he has put in, he will see the results in his lifetime, and he will train people like us to be able to hold on and maintain that same standard, that high standard of what it means to be an African man, what it means to be a Nigerian man, what it actually means to be a man. This is one of the few men we have in Nigeria. You know, there are many masculine creatures in Nigeria, but when you're talking about a man, someone who has the mentality of a builder, someone who has the mentality of a father, someone who has the mentality of a developer, someone who looks at the world and says, how can I create? Someone who is in touch with the highest form of God in himself, which is how can I bring forth creation into this world? How can I establish difference? How can I come into the system and use what I have inside me to change the world around me? So Omoyele Sowore is someone that I respect a lot, and I'm so happy to be his comrade. I'm happy to be a part of his political organization. I'm happy to have him as a political leader, and most of all, I'm happy to call him a comrade through and through. Happy birthday, comrade leader. Wishing you a long life and prosperity. My regards to the family, my regards to the kids. I hope that they would continue to grow stronger, and you know, um, the family will continue to wax greater and greater. Liberation Shah, thank you so much for the opportunity. My network is so terrible today. As usual, I make I put on like that.
Thank you so much. Thank you so very much for your kind words, and of course, you know, your perception of this great iconic soul, Omoyele Sowore. And of course, you can see from the screen the event Fall in Love with Freedom that took place about 3 days ago, and how excited I was to meet this great revolutionary for the first time since I've been his disciple, I dare say, since 2018. And of course, I'm so glad to meet him very first time. Many people will approach me and say, please, can we have his contact from you? Can we, a lot of people are, because of the nature of what we are doing at Civic Space, every effort that we have been putting in, all of people thought that, well, we are doing that because, we had close relation, or perhaps we are in close proximity with Omoyele Sowore, but that is not the truth. But he's a such an inspiration from afar. All right. When I look at him from afar, when I looked at all of his videos, all the interviews, all the groundwork on the ground with protesting alongside with the people, following the people to where they are going, to confront the oppressors, he would not take the back seat. You would find him standing side by side with the Nigerian people. Some of us are so inspired by that, and of course, we drew inspiration from it. And of course, when we finally met together one on one, it was a very brief moment, just words of encouragement, and it was. I had huge respect, and I told him to his hearing that you have been a very you have been a very great inspiration to me, and we must cultivate that habit to really tell our legends, if you respect someone, if you respect the activities and the courage, the character of someone, I think you should be able to tell it to that person's face when the person is alive, even when the person can hear you, that, hey, you are doing well. We should tell the person. And of course, it's the whole idea of today's event. Um, 10-hour live stream, you know. Wait, wow, this thing is, am I audible?
Yes, yes, yes. Liberation shots.
Hmm.
Okay. I guess Liberation shots network. The epileptic network. This is what some persons want to celebrate an idiot for giving us.
Seems as though
May we Liberation shout, are you back? I see my internet. Hello, Liberation shout, are you back? So at this point, I don't know if it's. I don't think my network. I don't think it's my network. So I would risk it. I just continue to fill in the gap before Liberation shout return. Right. Um, so one of the things that is also quite remarkable about the revolutionary work of our Comrade Omoyele Sowore is that Comrade Omoyele Sowore won't fall for the trick of this system to want to play the divide and rule tactics. Won't fall for the tricks of the state to go in the route of. All right. So won't go in the route of segregation or secession because it is a divide and rule tactics. It further benefits the state when we go for divide and rule. See, I am not saying that if you have a principle that is doing this or believing in secession, that is, I consider secessionists as revolutionaries, but that that Omoyele Sowore is not playing that card. It shows that Omoyele Sowore has studied from our ancestors. It he is a student of reflection. You see, the difference between rebellion, action born out of just rebellious act, and the actions born out of reflection. It is pure reflection. The revolutionary actions and rebellious actions, the difference is reflections, is thought, is study put into it. And how do I know that Comrade Omoyele Sowore has put thought into his actions? Is because this our ancestors have tested the divide and rule tactics. It has not worked. It benefits the state. As a matter of fact, what our ancestors have discovered is that Africa has no known boundary until the Europeans step a foot, the Europeans and the Arabians step foot in the continent of Africa, meaning there is nothing to prove that we are divided people. Of course, many people will talk of ethnicity. Yes, ethnicity existed. People lived with speaking different languages, but that does not mean that at the core of the being that they see themselves as two different beings. No, Africa had known barriers. In fact, we had trade routes. We had routes in which people could leg it and cross all aspects of Africa even before the colonialists came. So that what we should, in fact, what they have studied, what they have seen with the colonial borders is that it further divided us. That, for instance, vast majority of the Yoruba people are also divided into what is called the Benin nation today. The vast majority of the Utsi and the Tutus are divided across about 4 nations: Rwanda, um, Liberia, Sudan, and the rest. That what we need is no longer further division, because the boundaries are illegitimately made, that the conversation should not continue from the boundaries. In fact, that what we need to do is to remove the boundaries. You see, that is why when you are speaking to a revolutionary that has given himself to study, he's no longer discussing at the minute level of ethnic tribal conversation. That is the lowest entry to this world, lowest entry, and it's childish also. I'm not saying it's not revolutionary, but it's childish. It's at the lowest entry level. That what we need is to remove these artificial boundaries, telling us that the Ghanaians are different from Nigerians, even though vast majority of the Yorubas also live in Togo. Vast majority of our Igbo brothers are in Cameroon, in case you don't know. Just the same way that vast majority of them also are in Niger. Vast majority of our northern brothers are in Niger, Mali, Senegal. That we need to remove these boundaries, because on a normal day you can trek to Benin Republic once you get to Lagos. If you want to trek, it's just distance, you can trek. It's trackable. And if you want to continue the journey from there, it's just a matter of canoe. If you build a strong canoe, once you get to Port Novo, you can cross the seas and the oceans and then go anywhere in Africa that you want to go to. If you decide not to use the adventure of the land. But with the land, there is nowhere you cannot touch in Africa. You see, so he showed. So when Comrade Omoyele Sowore would also now term himself as Pan-Africanist, he showed that he has studied from the likes of our ancestors like Kwame Nkrumah. He has studied from the likes of our ancestors like Patrick Lumumba. He has studied from our ancestors like Thomas Sankara, Inyere, Amilcar Cabral, and the list goes on. That he has studied the vision that what Africa needs to remove the legs of oppressors off our necks, to remove the knees of oppressors off our neck, is no longer further division. That division further helps to reenact, to reestablish the system of oppression. That is what division does, especially when your reality is similar. And there is no place in Africa today that Africans do not share a similar realities of deprivation, of subjugation, of lack, of common scarcity. There is no place. In fact, some of our brothers across the Atlantic now told us that it is also quite the same from there. You know, when you now pay attention to the likes of Marcus Garvey, Honorable Marcus Garvey, when you pay attention to the likes of Malcolm X, when you pay attention to the likes of Kwame Ture, when you pay attention to the likes of Frank Fanon, the list goes on. When you pay attention to this, they now further expose this system for what it is. That as long as you are a black man, as long as you are an African, your reality is similar. So what the Marcus Garvey were doing was not to further divide. In fact, Marcus Garvey was building a nation, Haiti, with the hope and with the interest of Africans living in Africa at heart. That was the concept of Bob Marley when at his prime of his performance, when he decided to come to Africa to, offer a free show. That was what inspired the likes of Bob Marley, and not just him, quite a number of them too, to come to Africa, and not just out of patronage, but out of conviction, out of study. that the responsibility for us as African people today is not to further divide ourselves, is to find the common ground by any means that it could be possible. We should find it. And our oppression is enough reason to find the common ground. The deprivation, the lack of commonwealth, the lack of access, no provision of social amenities is enough. Despite and in spite of our numerous resources on the ground, still being exploited and have been exploited. Despite all that, that African child still live in lack. That is a pure revolutionary and a study mind who didn't come to consciousness by just act of shared rebelliousness. That is good, but it's not. You should not stop there. You should not stop there. You should give yourself to studying. That is the student of revolutionary that we are celebrating today. So Omoyele Sowore is also showing in his dialects, in his dialectics, that he understands the system. And not just that he understands the system from the problem alone, he understands the system from the solution that have been discussed by our elders, by our ancestors. He had studied them and he had taken the clue from it. That's why Omoyele Sowore is not preaching tribe. It's not one that want to organize the Nigerian people by religion. Daddy, let me speak to them. Daddy, Daddy, maybe you should speak to the ones in the Quara. They are ready. Daddy, it's not in the fan club of daddies. Help me, Daddy. At that age, at the age of 60-year-old man, 60-year-old man calling another man like him daddy. You should be ashamed. Oh. You should be ashamed, really. Liberation Chat, are you back? Liberation
Can you
Chat.
hear me? Can you hear me loud and clear with my tekere?
Yeah, I can hear you now. I can hear you now.
Yeah,
It seems as if
my
network is
tekere. Thank you so much, everybody, for joining us, and of course, thank you so much, Kimoyara, for holding it down while we have that that timeout. And of course, we are about to go over the 300 mark, and on all platforms, we are streaming on Facebook, we are streaming on YouTube, and we are streaming on X. And thank you so much, everybody, for joining us on all of this wonderful platform to celebrate the birthday of a great revolutionary, Omoyele Sowore. Thank you so very much, everybody. And of course, with the link on your screen, if you see that link at the downward part of your screen, you can be a part of this great celebration in the studio. You can join us in the studio. You can also write your comments. All right, you can write your comments from any of the platform, and we'll be able to see it clearly from the studio, and we'll bring it up. All right. Um, it's very, very easy. There are channels of communication. You can use the comment section on the Facebook, Civic Space NG, and you can use the comment section on the YouTube, Civic Space channel, and you can also use the comment section of the X, which is the Liberation Chats. So thank you so much. We have opened all the windows of communic, and we have also sent invitation and also the links to many people that we expect to join us. Many has joined us in our in the early hours of this streaming. We are almost at the second half of the streaming. We are going to do this for 10 hours, and we have been doing this for 4 hours 45 minutes now, and it's such a joy to celebrate this great revolutionary Omoyele Sowore. Big shout out to him. Happy birthday to him. And of course, in the absence of our own live comments. All right, we are taking a look at what people are saying, and across all platform, while some have words of words of adulation, of course, words of praise, and some also have so many other weird comments also, and we will take it. All right, content creator and cloud chaser, well done. Oh, this is by Ucheche Ondaje Oshife. Anyways, happy birthday. So meaning that even those that are vehemently against Sowore, who would basically call Sowore some names, maybe perhaps is a CIA agent. Some will call him controlled opposition. All right. Many also call him all sort of demeaning name to ridicule his activities. But yet they still really, really, came into the comment section to wish him a happy birthday. And this very, very poor 10,000 like and 5,000 comments. 5,000 comments. I believe we can see it. All right. So we can barely scratch the surface of this particular post. And of course, many other, shout outs are entering and coming in. And yeah, so we are going to take all of it, and we have been reading through all the comments. Age gracefully, people's voice. Happy birthday with you guys. Without you. Okay, I think you want to say without you, we are finished in Tinubu government. Your real age or political age. That is quite funny. When you have people now begin to ask like this kind of questions, they don't believe that anybody can be honest in Nigeria. And of course, that is actually a lie. And
No, no,
one of the
it's not
things,
even that they do not believe. Comrade, can you hear me?
yeah, I can hear you.
Not even believe that people cannot exist or say that in their age. Nigeria has a way of stressing your life out in such a way that you look older than your age. So you see that's why and in recent time, that's why somebody is saying, and people were laughing because that's the reality really. Even though he didn't do it deliberately, when he said, wow, 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 21, you look healthy. Because people think lifespan is a joke. They say your lifespan has reduced. And it's not built in the air, it's built with our social, economical, cultural life. That you are powering an environment with generator 247. You are using something that is not green energy. You think it does not have a ripple effect on our space? That we keep breathing in carbon dioxide every day, all hours, every along. No. Or we do the kind of hustling that we say we hustle. That people hardly sleep 5 hours in Nigeria today. It's going to tell because they sleep most of their hours in traffic. You check the celebrity life, a day in celebrity life, and they tell you that they spend 12 hours on the road, 10 hours on the road. The kind of stress that you enter, that you go through. There was a day they wanted to attend one of the so-called celebrity wedding, and I was seeing a clip of someone who said that he had to, apart from his own car, he had to use a different car to cross from the ocean that was showing in his own estate, just to get to another point. Now enter a car that he hired. Even with all his money, check the stress, and it's not cheap. It was in this space that SK said he went to park water in the co-Atlantic. That means that if you are paying thousands of dollars for a street, for a house, and you are still the one parking the toilet, treating the toilet, that is stress. Can accumulate into looking haggard. So when they look at Showore and they look at see the best of their quality best self now. Look at the minister of Abuja. Look at the way he's looking haggard. Look at them. Look at the way they are looking haggard. Very disorganized. Very
destabilized look, you tell that these ones have stolen money. Even with their look, you hardly can tell. So they do not. Nigerians have lost the perspective of earning legitimately without so much hustle, without so much stress, because Nigeria itself is a stressful nation. But what many people do not know, because the case would have been different if Omoyele Sowore had lived almost all his life in Nigeria. What they do not know is that, and this is where we are talking about, that Omoyele Sowore has seen a system that works. And he's saying Nigerians also deserve that, to enjoy that system. He had lived in a system that worked. What do we need to look fresh, to look the AI that we use AI for? The things that we use to create AI for, what do we need to create that effect? Eliminate bad roads in this country. Everybody will suddenly become fresh. Now dust dey make us, the particles of dust mix with air dey make us look haggard. Meaning, just tie the Nigerian roads, you will see people suddenly enjoying fresh air and not mixed with particles. You will look more fresh. Get electricity to homes, across homes. And let's see whether if you sleep, I'm not even talking about sleeping under AC, sleeping with just fan. Let's see whether you will not have that freshness. Get accessibility of fresh foods back to Nigerian tables, and see whether Nigerians will not eat healthily, and because of healthy eating, that it will not show or reflect that we do not need the chemicals that we are saturating our environment with. That is why we still with the chemicals, people still use AI. If the chemicals is self-preserving, people will no longer use AI. They will no longer be using filters. But people are using filter. Filter literally are selling app in this country, where people can filter their life, their reality away. They go there and use it. No, you see, and that is the quality of life there can be. Meaning we can look healthy. The first time I was in Aba, the list of the ages of death that I saw was somewhere around 80, maybe 75 upward, 75 upward. The the stuff I was seeing was 100, 120. I was seeing 70 aged women still driving bicycle and active. We could be healthy. This lack of health that we are living now is not universal made. It is man made. So Nigerians need to instead of arguing whether someone looks younger, they should take the lessons. The lesson is that we can create an environment where all can be healthier, where all can be healthy without necessarily escaping this nation. We can create that environment here. Take out the dust. Just take out the dust. Just tidy all the roads in this country. Take out the dirt. Lagos is smelling. It's no longer a news. Create a refuse system, a system of waste disposal. Eliminate waste. Eliminate dust, and see whether we will not be fresh. So we can create that health. We can create that healthy living where we will see Tinubu should not be looking that haggard, even at his age. He should not be looking that haggard, very haggard. You see, look at the son too looking haggard at that age. But of course, we know why they would look that. Ancestor cannot bless these ones with look. They must suffer the consequence in one way or the other, even though that's not enough. But for Omoyele Sowore that has paid attention to the liberation work. One of the things that ancestors will reward people with, such that with, is to look young, is to look fresh. You can see comrade fresh looking fresh too. Yeah, back to you, Mr. Fresh. So our people is not AI, it's not learning. In case you don't know Omoyele Sowore, when you saw Omoyele Sowore in school at the age of 2021, he was looking like a baby. But that did not deter him from taking responsibility. He had been having that facial look. In case you do not know, go and study history, say, and stop acting in ignorance. Yeah, back to you, liberation chat.
Thank you so much. Big shout out to you, Shunwa Ilara, comrade. Thank you so much for your analysis. Your analysis today has been spot on, 100%. And of course, to as many as everybody that has seen to us, we are now currently 300 plus, 344 to be precise, across all platforms. Thank you so much, everybody, for joining into this broadcast. And of course, do not forget to tap on your screen, like the broadcast, you share it so that everybody can be on board to celebrate. To as many as those that knows Omoyele Sowore, today is the day and a very great opportunity to really give him his flowers, to really wish him happy birthday and send him all the all the good things, good tidings, good wishes, to express yourself. Come tell us your experience about him. Have you met him one on one? Do you know him personally at a close level? Let's get to know what you know about him. And of course, the link is on the screen. You can also join us in the studio here. There is still we can still accommodate as many people as possible on the. All right. All right. Thank you so much. We can still accommodate a few more people in the live studio here. And of course, this is the people's media platform. And of course, there's a repeat anything for here. All right. Now get civic space. And of course, now we want to give voice to not we don't want to cook any agenda here. It is pure fact and truth, justice, equity, fairness. That is what we stand for. And of course, engagement, interaction. All right. If you disagree with us, we give you a voice. You have a chance to speak. We engage, we discuss, we have a dialogue. Of course, if you disagree with us, do not hesitate to pick up the mic and join us in the studio. Challenge whatever it is that we have said. If it is wrong, we will concede. That is the whole idea of citizens journalism. And of course, people, that is what we are here for. All right. And today we are dedicating today. And of course, to as many as those that are familiar with us, we don't do this every time. All right. We don't do this every day. We discuss serious political discussion on Liberation Chats on a daily basis from 6 p.m. If you are joining us or you are seeing us for the first time, you're welcome to the family. All right. Big secretary for you for discovering us for the first time. Follow us, and of course, that would position you to be notified whenever we are up and running to discuss, political matters. So many political permutation going on right now. I even heard yesterday that there's still a possibility of Atiku vicing Tinubu. You heard it first on this platform. Of course, I also heard it from somewhere. And of course, I'm supplying you with that information.
Yeah,
Said what?
confusion
Yeah,
break the bone.
confusion break bone.
Yeah,
Yeah, many would call it confusion breaking the bone. And of course,
no
these are the kind
wahala.
of permutation that we get to hear every day. We get to hear all of this power. And of course, we bring it on civic space for us to really dissect it. We go cut them into pieces. We go analyze them. All right. I also said it here first, and I can dig out that broadcast when I said, do not get it twisted. Emilokon is going to hand over the person where Emilokon go recommend, we endorse for the presidency. And you know how they play their presidency, North and South gentleman's agreement. It is no ribadu. No ribadu. I said it about 6-7 days ago. Now, people are not talking about it. I said, we have already said this on Liberation Chat on Civic Space. I said, go handing over the power to Ribadu.
So I wait for liberation chat network, that's what they do. This is part of the reasons why, liberation should be paramount. And then if you are a Nigerian and you think of inclusivity in terms of because we deserve to have expression of voices, and today we have been excluded, regardless of how intelligent you are. If you are living in this part of the world, you have been excluded by not just the fact that you do not have merit to what you have to share, but to the fact that infrastructures have not been provided. And you should be angry as a Nigerian that infrastructures have not been provided to sponsor our voices to be heard, for expression, that we are not even expressive as we ought to. Not necessarily because we do not have content to share. If data is not even expensive beyond what we can afford, because absolutely now almost vast majority of the population is living for just barely to survive. Um, if that is not the case, if you are able to be favored by the Abrahamic sky daddy to be able to count you among those who would have data to in this toxic environment, that the network can or ISP or network providers can even disenfranchise you regardless and without consequences attached. That these people can determine that after receiving our fund to provide us service, that they can refuse to provide us such service and there will be no consequence, no refund, no money back guarantee, and at the end of the day you bear the bond. So how do you bear the bond? All our data packages are time bound. So you have some for 30 days, some for 40 days, not based on per usage. And then you ask, where is the consumer protection organization? They're silenced, right? So we are paying for data regardless whether we are using it or not, and we are paying expensively for that matter. We are paying quite a high salary we barely not have, and this status quo will hope to continue because their friends are in power, because the interest that protects them to continue such a exploitation, such activities of criminality are around us. Their interests, their friends are in power politically. And until we offset that, because some person would think, oh, let's just face your business. Your business will have been affected by the undoing of their friends in politics for not holding them to their responsibility. We have an agreement. We are even overtaxed, overcharged for some of these services that, and on our injury, adding salt to it, we will not even get the service. We are not getting corresponding service. So we are being cut out, shut out of the world, shut out of the negotiation, shut out of the conversation, not necessarily because we do not have an input to make, but because, you know, We are dealing with criminals who will be parading themselves as business people, going about robbing us of our resources, hard earned money many people will want to say, robbing us of our collective capital without providing equivalent service, and nothing would happen. Something should be happening. And until we get our, you know, house in order, which is to figure out interest to politically be in charge of our affairs, these invaders will continue having a free flow game. They will continue having the free flow game where nothing will happen. What can you do? No, we must end that. We must end that lack of hope, that helplessness state and hopelessness state. Is for the religious folks, it's not for us. And that's what Omoyele Sowore symbolize, that we can do something about our situation. And he has been doing this even with little or no resources. Even at the point where people will say, do you know my father? My father is not known in Lagos. This guy came to Lagos, and by the time he was finishing with them, not just that this not just that the Lagos University acknowledged his presence and never wish that the path never crossed, that the whole state as a nation never recover from his impact. What a see, the stories that was documented in your religious text are myths. They are fables and tales. These are the real stories. These are the ones you should be reading from. These are the ones you should be studying. These are the real stories of how the small David can take up a Goliath, and that the Goliath can win. The reason the one in their religious text is not inspiring you to action is because it's fables, it's a lie. These are the real stories that you should be taking into cognizance, that you should be learning from. These ones have the inspiration to inspire us into doing things. You cannot truly learn from some of these stories and not be inspired to do likewise. The reason why we are lukewarm, why we have been subjected into the lukewarm status, is because we have learned and read from the books that made us lukewarm, neither hot nor cold. We need to stop and disengage from that. If a criminal comes into our territory to invade us, our job is to pursue such criminality out of our space. If we are not doing so, then it means that we are already falling short of what we are supposed to do. And that is not what Omoyele Sowore described, even as a young teenager with no friends, no family, no loved ones in Lagos. Came to Lagos with some of the things that some idiot will say, maybe arguably a bag of clothes. And at a point when he met the so-called idiotic richest man in Africa, he was with Dunlop, but the Dunlop did not define him because he had, character, content to show. The character is that we can live to defend our land. We can live to defend our own rights. We can build our own system. We can shield our system from invaders and exploiters of our land. That we can combat the likes of Nangas described in the book of Chinua Achebe, a man of the people. That we can combat these idiots, invaders of our lands. We can combat those who would come to invade us and exploit us. That we can combat. That we are up to the task when we are willing to do so. Not when we have the help of any other person external, but when we have the help of ourselves. A young boy from Kiribo will do this and still doing this. We can no longer say that is that of that young person. because a 55-year-old man is a grandpa by every standard. But grandpa is still channeling the course, is still charting the course, is still telling us that he's still in the game, and young people are giving excuses. All the excuses ticked, and yet Omoyele Sowore is not giving none. The excuses of some person is that I'm not married. I cannot do this. I have children. Omoyele Sowore tick that box and use that and still saying that that is not enough reason to back out from the cause of taking back our land from the ravagers of it, from taking back our land from the exploiters of it. We must not, chicken out of this war. It's a war. Our responsibility is not to chicken out of it. Mark Twain once said that we stop dancing only when the music stop playing. Omoyele Sowore is showing that we will stop this struggle only when the music has stopped playing, only when there is victory. In this case, not when we die, when there is victory. And that is what should be our target. Back to you, Liberation Chat. Good to have you back again.
Yeah, thank you so much. I was kicked out by network, and well, of course, we're back. We're back, and of course, we are still in the spirit of celebrating, and of course, we are celebrating an iconic individual whose activities is quite legendary. Wait, whenever see, of course, well, I was not able to. I was quite young during the time of Baba Fela Anikulapo Kuti. I was quite young, although as a music enthusiast, I listened very well to his music. I saw traces of his genre of music in some of our composition, some of the composition of my mom, who happens to be the choir mistress of the time. Yeah, she has been serving, and she eventually served for like 15 years as a choir mistress. So she is indeed a composer, and some of our composition has that strain or that pattern of Fela Kuti, Afrobeat genre. But so I did not really see much of the hacktivism side of Fela, even though I can also admit that some of those music I could hear words, I could hear names. I'm talking about when I was still below 10 as at the time. I was still below 10. But judging by my music abilities, I've been playing drums for my church since age 6 to 7. My church literally bought drums just because of me. And of course, I was not just a drummer. When it's time to also sing, I was also being called upon to sing some certain kind of music. Some of the song that we were singing at the time, I can still remember it. So music comes very naturally to me, just like public speaking. All right. So, but the thing I'm driving at is the fact that I could hear names, political names. I could hear Babangida, Obasanjo, Yaradua. I could hear some of those names, but I could not, fix the puzzle together really at the time. I was still very, very young. All right. So when having grown up and having gained consciousness now, and I begin to fix the puzzle together, and of course, saw all of his advocacy, what the sacrifices that the Fela Kuti family, of course, the Kuti family has paid the price, of course, committing class suicide. It seems legendary. It seems as though it was a cooked up story, but it is not. It is real that the federal government actually stripped Fela naked. Of course, it was ordered by Obasanjo, stripped the man naked and beat the hell out of him. His offense, just because he was speaking out for the common man. He was not hungry at the time. Hunger was not the issue. It was not as though he was, you know, basically, he could have just taking the route of every known musician. We'll just be enjoying his money. Like we have the likes of Burna Boy, Whiskey, Davido, enjoying their money, taking they have the right for the best choicest women in town. All right, go holidays, vacation, and just have fun. But fella take it a step and even 10 steps further to really call out the government for their their role in impoverishing the people. All right. I could hear how fella was singing about economic realities as at the time. All right. He was speaking about the economic realities at the time. All right. And he was even going into specifics. He went into specifics of the economic realities at the time. He was calling prices of commodities. All right. There was a song where ODODO, overtake, don't overtake, overtake. When he actually gave a reference of his friends that could not even purchase fan, despite saving so much for it. So this is so, and of course, I'm going to drive it home to Shore. Shore having done its best, in bringing back the civilian rule. You may argue that we had not enjoyed democracy yet. We have never enjoyed democracy in the history of Nigeria. Dividends of democracy, is not something that we can say we have enjoyed at any point in time in our history. If I'm wrong, please correct me in the chats, in the comment section. But you can say that, well, we are back to civilian rule, and civilian rule is the way to go. All right, military rule is a no-go area. Military have their mandates well spelled out for them. Their mandate is to protect internal and external aggression. Their role, their mandate is not political in any way, shape, or form. There are exceptions to those rules, but those exceptions have to be a matter of ticking some certain boxes, which would also be at the ideological level. Experts or analysts will also recommend that even if you are going to play the reset button or press that reset button to cleanse the system using military route, the power must still return back to the people. You must actually facilitate a process whereby there will be a revolutionary political leadership that will be pro people, and of course have a civilian outlook. All right, and military can basically focus on their core mandate. So away from that, I digress. Talking about Shore, who has done well for himself, having have the opportunity, having served as the student union president, left the country to further his education. And of course, towards that, he actually fell in love, of course, saw the need, all right, to disrupt the media space in Nigeria because the media space has been hijacked by the system. So, despite the fact that journalism was not his core, was not his training, he was a trained geographer, but he went into journalism, all right, and it disrupted it. He took the power from the mainstream, you know, media platform, and he gave it to the people, such that an ordinary person, an ordinary man who does not even have to know him, neither will have to know any director, no bottlenecks whatsoever, opened the channel hub, all right, where people can actually have access to publish real time and make opinion, give opinion, and of course, publish their news, even factual news items to the ordinary Nigerians. And of course, the credit to those news will be credited in the name of the person that brought it. That is a game changer. All right. That is actually a game changer. And of course, it's exactly the same thing that Civic Space is hoping to do, to disrupt the media space such that we run a daily program such that we can actually demystify and debunk all the propaganda flying across social media. And of course, it is the reason why we are streaming across multiple destinations. We are streaming on X, we are streaming on Facebook, we are live streaming also on YouTube. And as time goes on, we'll evolve towards live streaming on TikTok at the same time. But recently, we are just been doing it intermittently. All right. We will have to sacrifice one of the destinations for TikTok. So we are growing and people are beginning to see us for who we are. If you want to doubt us, this link that you are looking at down there, many people have used the link to get into the studio. And you don't even have to show your face. You can remain incognito. You can remain anonymous. All right? You can remain anonymous and you can actually give your take. You can use a burner account. You can use any means. So far, you type the link correctly and you use it correctly, you'd be with us in the studio here and you can give your opinion on any news item. So Chore has done this, putting systems in place. Systems. And of course, that is why many people would salute his his person and his personality for putting systems in place that gives the people the means to the moment to strive and to thrive, not just survive. All right, throwing the media out because there's an information warfare going on. The current government dedicated over 200 million naira for just influencers alone. And of course, go to everywhere. You see them currently, there's a space going on. And of course, this would be an opportunity for us to also announce the numbers we are doing. A space called Erufai, a proxy fight of political Southwest against something, something, something. That space has 269 people on it. And this is a space or perhaps a forum held or hosted by people who have thousands of people as their followers. But we say our followers never even reached 500 yet. All right. Our this current broadcast is currently at 447 people tuned into this broadcast across all media platforms. 447 tuned in, and majority of those that have tuned in are from X. All right, majority of those that have tuned into this broadcast are from X. X, where we currently have maybe 360 to 370 followers. It only tells you one thing, that our content, what we put out, is genuine and organic. Genuine, organic, accessible, and qualitative. Very qualitative stuff, such that it is actually you can actually verify for yourself. Nobody is selling any propaganda here. Even if you want to sell propaganda, we'll still give you the platform, but we debunk it in real time. I think it's a fair game. All right, to have your voice heard. Of course, it's also very much, our duty to set the record straight, to verify if what you are saying is right or wrong. And of course, many people have, saluted this old effort that, yeah, this is how it should be done. This is real journalism. This is how you should put things out there, to engage with the people, to hear from the people, to get feedback, to interact with the people. And of course, there's no frequency cap. All over the world, anyone can tune into the studio and, you know, see what is going on. And today, we are basically highlighting the lifetime of Omoyele Sowore, having spent 55 years on the land of the living. And of course, we are looking at his impact, what he has done for humanity, and of course, for the African people, because he is a Pan Africanist, true and true. He is for the unity of Africa economically and militarily, because that is where our strength lies. That is where our salvation lies as African people. Shure has reiterated this time and time and time again. Let us take some feedback, since we're not getting live feedback from our viewers. Maybe most of our viewers are shy, or perhaps they are afraid of being stigmatized for coming on our broadcast, because that is also a thing. People are afraid of being stigmatized, because we know that majority of those that are tuned into this broadcast is as a result of the algorithm. algorithm on X favors video content. And of course, we have been pushed to them and they are here with us, tune in. But they don't want to drop a comment that can be traced to them. Like, yeah, you were on that guy's, you were on Shore's birthday space, or perhaps Shore birthday's live stream, and they are afraid of being stigmatized. And we understand it. But well, if you don't want to drop a comment, you can come incognito. All right. You can use the link. You don't have to drop your name or anything that will anybody can trace you with. If you indeed love what Shurea has been doing, this is the day you can put it on record, because we are recording, all right, across all platforms. After this live broadcast, this is a 10-hour broadcast, and we have really gone more than halfway. We have been broadcasting for the past 5 hours, 26 minutes. All right. So we are just barely halfway. All right. Barely halfway. It's a 10-hour live stream dedicated to Showore and all he has done for humanity. And of course, we are hearing from other Nigerians across board. We have sent IVs, invitation to as many people as possible. We hope they are going to join us anytime from now. We have even sent them the links to join us live and direct in the studio. Let's hope they take the honorable step to basically give Showore his flowers now that today is his birthday. And this is from Elijah Sonya Bolariwa. Says, happy birthday, happy 50th birthday, Omoyele Sowore. At 55, life rises above noise and momentary passions. It becomes about legacy, influence, and responsibility. This milestone is not just a celebration of years lived, but of wisdom gained and perspective refined. As you mark this new chapter, I sincerely hope it brings deeper discernment and greater balance. National discourse requires fairness, thorough understanding, and restraint. It is important not to be one sided on matters where full knowledge is lacking, and not to allow personal disagreement to shape public narrative, painting wrong as right or right as wrong, simply because of personal bias diminishes credibility and weakens public trust. True leaders demand objectivity. It calls for evaluating issues on their merit, not on personalities involved. At this stage, statesmanship matters more than sentiment. Facts must outweigh feelings. Integrity must outweigh influence. May this year bring you clarity of judgment, intellectual humility, and the courage to correct misinformation where necessary. May your voice promote truth, balance, and constructive engagement rather than division. May you pursue national issues with depth, responsibility, and fairness, avoiding sensationalism or narrative designed merely to generate traffic or controversy. At 55, the expectation is elevated to unify rather than polarize, to illuminate rather than inflame, to build rather than merely criticize. Wishing you a year filled with wisdom, maturity of thirst, and the fulfillment of becoming the balanced and impactful leader you are capable of being. Happy birthday. I think there's a lot to unpack from this person's. There's a great deal to unpack. I think one of our speakers would like to go for it. Please go for it. Let's have your comments on these you know, these comments.
Yeah,
What do you think?
so
What is your
that,
perception? I already have a perception, all right, from
yeah,
this sort of comments, but at least there are lessons to draw from it, and of course, there are also some exposés to do on this kind of. But it is indeed one of those kind of comments that needs so many kind of angle and perspective to it. What do you think, the African Wahala?
yeah, you know what? That comment came with backhand criticism. And I suspect the commenter is an obedience. Those are my initial suspicions about the comments. Although he wished
I honestly
Comrade
suspect
Shogore.
this must be a Baptist, really. But I think it's
Mm,
within that spectrum of Baptist, or obedient. Yeah,
Obedience.
it's within
Yeah.
those either of the spectrum. Yeah.
Yeah, because the individual did not outrightly, disrespect Shore, but
Yeah.
he did it with style,
Yeah. I
and
see.
even within that commentary, he was giving him some accolades, I guess. So for me, I'll take the accolades. The criticism, if it's coming from a genuine place, it should be paid attention to. But at the
Yes,
same
indeed.
time, yeah, but at the same time, I still see the slyness in the commentary because when you're saying stuff like you're at this age, you shouldn't be someone that pushes polarization, but instead you should be bringing national unity. What that tells me is that person is offended that Showore has criticized a politician that he loves.
Hmm.
So, I'll let you do more of the breakdown, but those are my initial thoughts, and we can go back and forth as far as this. Because I would like to hear what you think about the comment.
Yeah, 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 yeah. I think I think by and large, it the comment is basically one that, as you have said, is a combination. All right, is a combination of many things, really. Combination of many things, both of criticism and of course um of respect, and it's a whole lot of things.
Is it okay to record while you are close your comment?
It's a whole lot of things sandwiched in one single something. So I would not really want to, but I would, even the criticism, I think we should actually pay attention to it. I will get back to that comment in a bit. Now I think I lost that comment and I want to get
Wait,
it
can I,
back.
can I quickly chip in something?
Yeah, yeah, you can, why not?
All right. So number one, he gave the, because it's true that Shore had lived a life of influence, which is according to Maslow hierarchy of needs, the fifth cadre, the highest of the peak of human existence or reason to live is to live for influence, and which is absolutely true. That Showore lead for absolutely influence. But what many Nigerians, which Showore's life also has revealed, what many Nigerians think Maslow hierarchy of needs. And I think it's because Maslow hierarchy of needs was designed from this perspective, art in itself, this step cadre level. So many Nigerians feel like you have to move from physiological needs. So once you meet physiological needs, then you can get to security.
Yeah, is it just me?
No, it's not just you.
Oh,
It's not
I
just
think
you.
we have lost. Thank you for that feedback, the African Wala. I think we are losing connection with Shinwa Ilara. But I think what I can figure out from the comment, so far so good, and of course for the fact that the person could really send birthday wishes speaks volumes that, well, there is some level of respect going on here, and of course that respect, it's coming from a place, um and of course the criticism is also coming from a place of love. I can say that also. But can we really validate that Shore is guilty of some of the things he was accused of? Because you can see him, we can see the repetition of the word balance, having a balanced view. You can see the repetition of having been mature. Since you are 55 now, you should have you should behave more maturely, that you have not been behaving maturely prior to now. So now that you are 55, that is
Now that's an
that he just
insult.
said it in a and of course I salute him, because this is the way that you can actually insult someone without basically using any insultive words, really. And there are ways to,
Mm.
and this person has proven that if you're an orator, there are ways you can actually, and of course, I learned from, the way he's structured and word, the way he worded is, I like how you take Tokam, all right. And I will fish out that comment once again, because me I did interested in that comment where very very well, right? I did very, very much interested in it. So it's saying, well, you are now 55. Try to be as mature as possible. Since you are now getting older, you have to, do things that will not inflame the polity, and you have to see things from the right perspective. You have to lay low and have a balanced view of everything that you are doing. Do not chase after clouds. All of those things are quite weighty allegation. As it is that the case with Shore? You know, has Shore always been chasing after numbers or perhaps popularity? Can we really accuse him of that, really? Or perhaps this is just some accusation, or trying to blow out air. But if indeed there are areas of concern, of course, we should also call it out. I don't think Shorea has been chasing clout all this while, because there are many occasions where I believe Shorea should actually, take, for instance, now, there was a time when his account was threatened to be shut down. Do you know what it means to grow an account to up to 1 million, over 1 million followers, and the authorities are saying you must take down a post, all right? That take it down and there will be no wahala. Take it down and there will be no issues. We'll let you off the hook. But if you don't take it down, we are going to write a petition against you to the platform. And of course, the platform will have to take down your account. And the platform also wrote to Shore saying that we have gotten a petition about a particular post. You either take it down, or you try to apologize or take it up with the people that have appealed, or perhaps you are going to take down your account after evaluating it, whether or not it's a violation of our community guidelines. But well, Shore said, no, I have not violated any community guideline. I have only expressed my opinion about what my president have done. He has lied, and I think lying is a criminal offense. I find lying to be a criminal offense, and I use the right adjectives. All right. He did not flinch. All right. And of course, if you were to be taking a popular route, also, the most popular thing to do now, all right, we know what it is. Those that is considered people that are considered the opposition party. I don't have to glorify or basically amplify their popularity, their popularity among the demography of people that they want, or perhaps they remain popular in, is still there. All right. But in this our community, I don't think we have to really give credence. We mentioned their names, we mentioned that their party on some other ground, but not on the ground of the perception that they are real opposition. Of course, as far as we are concerned, we do not consider them up, because on the real truthful standing, what are they opposing? Because for you to be an opposition, you have to be opposing something. So what are they opposing? So we do not regard them as opposition. And the most popular thing to do for sure right now, or to the most sensational thing that will blow, will put the internet upside down, is to basically be their member and be part of the so-called opposition. They literally want him to be part of them, despite the fact that they still mock him. They mock him that does not have electoral value. But why are you pressuring him to join? You see their members, their fanboys, coming to really say that Shore should join, Shore should, and of course we have read some of those. They still try to slide it into the birthday wishes. They still try to make us, to slide it into the old commenting. All right. They still try to maneuver it into the wishes that they are wishing the man on his birthday. They still tried to say, well, you have to be part of the coalition now. You have to, embrace opposition. All right. You have to embrace opposition. You have to be less rigid. All right. You have to be less rigid. You have to really be flexible. All right. So it is what it is. They find a way to make him do what, but he said he's not going to do anything that is going to compromise his principle. And I think that is what should be, something that deserves a lot of applause. All right. And it tells you one thing, that this man is consistent. He's consistent. You can rely on him to actually be consistent in his views. All right. You can actually, really, really, rely on him. And I'm going to having not been able to see um these other comments, I would really go to other comments that I can see. And of course, we have already highlighted, that very comment, and of course analyzed it based on our own perception of it. All right. We have really done a great job to set the record straight, and of course to see it from the angle that would really reflect the reality of it, really. And of course, there are other comments. There are thousands of comments. Today is Shore's birthday, and many people are basically sending in their comments, and so many of it will not be read. Network timeout again. I'm so sorry if you do not see me on the screen any longer. I'm beginning to suspect that the network timeout is about to happen again. All right, so bear with us. But at least we are still here. I hope I'm still very audible, African Wahala. All right. Maybe perhaps African Wahala is also very busy. So I want to believe I'm coming out clear. So I will just have to magnify. Um yeah, okay, I can hear you, Shinwaila. You're welcome back. You're welcome back. And let me quickly just read these comments, then we'll return back to you. Shinwaila. Return back to you. Let me just read these comments and we'll return back to you because you are the one speaking before, and of course we'll pass the mic back to you. So let me read this comment. This comment says, happy 55th birthday. This is from Shedrack Danladi. Shedrack Danladi says, happy 55th birthday, my leader, Omoyele Sowore. On this special day, I celebrate not just your life, but your courage, resilience, and unwavering commitment to social justice and the deepening of democracy in Nigeria. Your sacrifices, consistency, and bold voice in the face of intimidation have inspired a generation to believe that accountability, transparency, and good governance are worth fighting for. Thank you for standing firm when it would have been easier to stay silent. That is deep. Thank you for reminding many of us that democracy is not a gift handed down by leaders, but a responsibility defended by citizens. Your work has influenced me positively, strengthening my conviction, sharpening my sense of civic responsibility, and encouraged me to never be indifferent in the face of injustice. As you mark another year, I pray for renewed strength, wisdom, and protection in all you do. May your efforts continue to shape conversation, inspire action, and contribute meaningfully to a better Nigeria. Your impact is seen, felt, and deeply appreciated. Happy birthday once again, my dear leader and Oga. This is coming from Shedrack Danladi. Thank you so much, Shedrack. And of course, there's a lot to unpack here, really. And I would like to highlight just a few. Right? When people say your work has influenced me positively. This is someone giving a personal testimony that Shore's work has influenced him positively, strengthening his conviction and sharpening his sense of civic responsibility. All right, and encourages him to be never indifferent in the face of injustice. There are so many people in Nigeria with so much following, with so much influence, who would take an indifferent stance in the face of oppression. Thank you so much. Thank you so much from YouTube, Vashima. Thank you so much. We can hear you. Thank you for that feedback. All right. Many people will take an indifferent stand or stance. All right. And of course, Shore is not one of those that will take an indifferent stance in the face of injustice. He will call it out. Shore will call out injustice, regardless of, he will damn the consequence. And of course, now the kind of person we want be, not be the kind of person you want be that. But it is still left for the Nigerian people to decide that we don't want this person say. We don't want this kind of person. We go really start. We only call on him when we are in trouble. We will bring trouble on ourselves by voting in the thieves and the criminals. All right. But when things begin to fall apart, we call on Showore. That is the only role we want him to play eternally. All right. Well, is that the kind of stand we should take? Well, let's pass the mic to Shewailara. Shewailara, you have the mic back. You're welcome once again to discussion. Are you there?
Yeah, yeah. Civic space. Can I be heard?
Yes, you can be heard. Yeah.
Yes. So, interesting conversation. Um, Birthday wishes, feedbacks from both friends, enemies, and friends, right? So, and that I was making the analysis of the fact that yes, it's true that Comrade Omoyele Sowore had lived a influential life, lived a deliberate life of impact, and that's why um, I personally am here. That's why I'm here. That's why I'm wishing everybody, the birthday, you know, worth celebrating because that life is not just about the fact that they have accumulated more, but that they have, shown how life should be lived. And I'm saying that majority of people would wait for their physiological needs to be met first before they aim at having a chance to living a life of influence. But that is not what Omoyele Sowore had, thought with his lifestyle. That his lifestyle is not one that wanted to secure or have safety of socio physiological needs before expressing the need, before making a goal at influence. And that showed in his exploit as a university student because Shore's life could have been rendered reckless, Yeah, and there were comrades, fellow comrades who didn't have the chance of graduating, who were rusticated out of school. Shore himself was rusticated twice out of school. But that the lesson there is that Shore was not having it with the conspiracy or with the narrative that physiological needs must be met before aiming at influence, at impact, that we could live a conscious life. We could live a conscious life with one that would have influence at heart, even while we are open of meeting with physiological needs. If you ask vast majority of people why they have not joined the bus of change, systemic change, they will tell you that they are still looking for what to eat, what to, how to be able to meet with their physiological needs. But that is not Showore. That wasn't Showore. That was not Showore. If you know Showore at the point where his physiological needs could be met, that does not mean that he is doing what he is doing now. But my people would have a proverb to say that nǹkan tá à ní gbà lọ́wọ́ tálíkà la ti ń kọ́ that what we will not take even as a wealthy person, that we start from when we are poor, that we do not form any habits in the sky, that we develop into an habit. And Sowore develop into an habit of saying that whether he was within the time frame when he could barely just afford bedroom slippers or not, or where he could now afford the best of designer shoes even though he doesn't wear it, right? He can afford it but he doesn't wear it. Where he could afford the best of designer shoes, that he would reject the offers of the destroyers of this system, and by doing so that he would invest into the development of the communal living, and which is impact even as a university student undergraduate. That was the consciousness of Sowore. So if a young person, because I want to teach, because I believe that I will not yab this young person, especially the one that was a victim of the MFM religious shrines. I will not yab you. I will not yab you because you are a victim. Uh, Religious folks have made the religion shrines have made African people victims.
All right, yeah. Are you there, Shiwailara? I don't. I believe network is very much responsible for that disconnection, and we would hope to have you back. All right, and of course, we are still in the mood of celebration of comrade Omoyele Sowore. We are just 6 hours down. All right, we still have 4 hours. Interestingly, to do this. All right, and we'll get stronger and stronger as we wax on. Okay, okay? And of course, we are 100k, 488 of us on the live stream across all social media platform, especially on X. We are having many of our followers join us on X. Of course, we have three individuals on YouTube. YouTube is sizing us up. And of course, if you have not subscribed to us on YouTube, please do that. Civic Space, lowercase, one word, to take it to our channel, and of course you can subscribe. Of course, we will be also be happy if all the 400 over 400 of us tuned in now can actually follow us, right? So that because we engage in political education work, um, engagement, interaction, education, qualitative content that really sets the record straight. If you are interested in stuff like that, follow us so that you'll be notified whenever we are live streaming. And we live stream every day, right? By 6 p.m. we live stream because so many things are happening in the country, so much to catch up with. We just decided to suspend all of that today to give the flowers to Omoyele Sowore. There's a whole lot to unpack about him, from his early days in school as the student union governor, student union president, to his personal lives, to how he confronted the authorities, to even establishing a political party, a political platform whereby average, not just average, any Nigerian who's got the um, you know, ideology to serve the people can actually pick up the forms to serve. All right. And it's a system that is actually can be called an institution, a political institution that you not just enter and that will be it. You have been trained. There's a training section. If you go to aacparty.com, for instance, there's actually a training section where you can indeed get training. You can get trained on how to how to really serve the people, not just the type that is just purely parasitic. And of course, for you to run in the party, you don't have to be a money bag. You don't have to go and receive a loan from a bank. As an ordinary Nigerian, you can actually access the form. You can even write the party that you cannot afford the fee, which is not even breaking the banks, considering all. If you have to compare it, for instance, based on what I heard, that someone contesting for the position of a senator or perhaps is a governor, either of the two in the party, is being asked to pay 500,000 naira for processing forms and nomination. If you are to compare that with APC chairmanship nomination form is 30 million. Now, chairman, no, compare chairman and senator in the ranking of things. Senator has more rank than chair. So you can imagine how much APC will sell um, you aspiring to be the senator, to be within the realms of 80 million. So compare 80 million and 500,000 that AAC would most likely say for. And you can also write the party that you cannot afford it. And if the party evaluates it well and they look at you, your means of income, and they figure out that you can actually carry that ticket and represent your people, they'll waive it. The party will waive it. All right. It is a party that has the only governorship female candidate in Nigeria. So far, so good. In the last election in Anambra State, African Action Congress, projected a female. And this is not just, we are looking at it as a feat. It's a big feat in the Nigerian politics where it is all, a patriarchy, is a patriarchy system dominated by men. It's a
Greedy
patriarchy
men.
system dominated by men. Yeah, please proceed, African Wala.
Yeah, I was ad-libbing your point there that it's a patriarchy system dominated by greedy, obese men. They are
Obese,
greedy,
Agbada
they are
wearing, Babariga
they were
wearing men.
you know, they are so shameless, they are so disgraceful. Look at Omoyele Sowore at 55. Look at how fit and healthy he is. He can run, he can hike, he can climb mountains. He's physically good. But these greedy, obese, disgraceful men and their kids, their children, even their children look older than Omoyele Sowore. Look at Sheyi Tinubu. Sheyi looks older than Omoyele Sowore. And
Yes,
Nigerians worship
that's
people
a
like
fact.
that.
It is not
You
as
know,
though we are correct. It is the fact. It is not. No, it doesn't even come close. If you are to place Tinubu and Shore, who looks younger, there's no doubt about it. Shore looks
you
far
know,
younger than Tinubu. It's not propaganda, really.
and
Anybody can fact check this, really.
and even physically stronger. He can
Yes,
take more
yes.
physical stress
Shore is a
than
marathoner. Yeah.
than than a young Sheyi. Sheyi is like maybe 40 or 41, and he already
Yes,
looks like a
yes,
mess. you know.
yes.
And these are the people that Nigerians look up to. They say, "Oh, you get money. If you no get money, hide your face." So me,
Mm.
I'm very proud of Mr. Showore. I'm very proud of so many things that he has done, and he keeps on inspiring us, even from a getting into a better physical shape standpoint. Mr. Showore is there inspiring us. Because the truth is, when eventually we implement the revolution, we need to be in physical shape to make a
Yes,
lot of things work.
yes,
We need, because these fat guys in Agbada, when we are eventually going to grab some of them, they will be too obese to run. They can't even run away because they are too fat. You see? And so it's part of the reasons why we need to be in shape. It's just one out of many reasons. We need to be in shape so that we can catch these criminals. And that time is going to come. Thank you. I just wanted to add lib to your point there.
yeah, absolutely. That was a fantastic point. That we've got to be in good shape. And Chore is a marathoner. He's a mountain climber. He is an adventurist. He is a freeborn. Physically, is in a great shape. You never see him going to from hospitals to hospitals. He's as solid as rock. All right. And this is someone that whose passport has been seized. They even stopped him from having his routine medical checkup. All right, from his doctors. All right. But yet he's still very much in great shape. All right. And let's not get it twisted. All right. There's difference between medical tourism that these ones do. All right. And the fact that Shore has a family doctor in the US. It's two different things. All right. And of course, Shore has proven that you can actually make use of the medical facility in Nigeria and nothing will happen. Heavens will not fall. If you decide to stay in Nigeria, whatever will kill you will kill you. Let me not use those words because some of this platform, whatever would take you out will take you out. All
Yeah,
right.
you're right.
Some of this platform they have a way of flagging. You could just see your 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 viewers just drop. You could just drop like Andrew liver salt. So anything
Uh,
that want to take you out will take you out. And of course, we will say we did for Nigeria. We are not aliens. All right. And many things are happening to us. All right. But these politicians just have a way of, making us look as though we are here. They don't deserve to even be touched by our doctors. Our doctors, despite their expertise and the fact that they have defunded the in that institution, our healthcare is heavily defunded. Go and look at the percentage that they allocate for healthcare in Nigeria,
was
and
it
look at the
wasn't
money
it
they are
just
pushing.
36 million that was allocated out of 200 billion budget
That is
for in the
in a
medical
state,
industry?
in a state. That is not in the whole of Nigeria. In a state, I think it's Ekiti state that the amount of money that the politicians are going to use for traveling is far more larger than the amount of money that is budgeted for medical supplies and the health system. All right, it's a shame that politicians can actually budget so much for traveling and having a recess. This year alone, our senate have had recess. I don't know what hard work that they are doing, that they have to go through recess, up to a month recess. That for December recess, they came out from that one, and within weeks they have gone on recess again. These guys are in paradise. These guys, they are in. Yeah, I can hear you.
So, about that health budget, let me give you this news that came out 2 days ago.
Okay. Okay.
Out of 218 billion naira capital project funds appropriated for the health sector in 2025,
Mm.
only 36 million naira, barely 0.0165%, was released to the Federal Ministry of Health and Social Welfare. So the Federal Ministry of Health had a budget was placed for them for
Mm.
218 billion for
Wow.
2025. Out of
Wow.
that 218 billion, only 36 million naira was released. So the Minister of Health came out and he put out that statement, and everybody is slamming the federal government for. But you see, for us, this these are the things that we are fighting against. These are the things that Comrade Omoyele Sowore is inspiring us to resist because it's
Mm.
normal. This is how Nigeria has always been. We're not going to
Mm.
pretend like this is the first time that, or this is breaking news. This is how it is in all ministries, from Ministry of
Mm.
Education to Ministry of Police Affairs to any
Mm.
other ministry that you can think of. Water resources. Imagine there is even a Ministry of Water Resources, but there is no community in Nigeria that you can open your tap and have pipe-borne water that is drinkable that
Mm.
was provided by the government. but there is still a Ministry of Water Resources, and they allocate billions to them every year. It's the same way
Mm.
the ASO clinic in Abuja, the ASO clinic by ASO Villa, that hospital, and just I have been there multiple times. When I was a kid, we used to go to that hospital. That was the hospital.
Wow, the African Wala. Are you there? Hmm. Commercial, can you hear me? Or is it
Hello?
just me?
Loud and clear, loud and clear. I can hear you. Wait.
Yeah, it seems as though
Can,
we are listening.
can you hear
Yeah,
me
okay,
now?
okay. I think yeah, you're back now. Yeah, we lost you for like 10 seconds. Yeah, you're back.
Okay, sorry about that.
Yeah,
Yeah, so
you're
I was
talking
just
about
thinking
you're
about
talking
just
about the
just like the
hospital
ASO clinic.
hospital in Abuja.
Yes, ASO clinic. That ASO clinic, they have been investing 20 billion naira every year for about 10 years, but they never use the clinic. The clinic is meant for these guys in ASO Villa, but they invest big money in that place, and they jump on their private jet and fly straight to London for medical treatment. That's what Buhari did till he died in London. Buhari went to London like 20 times, spent millions and millions of pounds for his medicals. So it's not a surprise the way Nigeria works. And these are the things that we are fighting against. Because unfortunately, the way Nigeria works, Nigerians have become used to it and they no longer resist it. In fact, an average Nigerian is waiting for his own opportunity to benefit from that rotten way of running a society. If we are being honest, that's how many. If I if I'm being critical, I would say people, most Nigerians have that mentality. They are waiting for their own opportunity to go and make money from the failed system. So these are the things that Omoyele Sowore came out of the blues and started fighting against, and he inspired many of us. And today, many of us are joining in that struggle of resistance because if we don't join the struggle, then history will not remember us as people that tried. The least we can do is to try to change the system, to make it a better system. Hopefully, we succeed. But if we don't try at all, then it's guaranteed that we are not going to succeed. We're going to remain a joke and the laughing stock. So that's my quick, you know, interlude. Just wanted to add ad lib to some of the points that you were making. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so very much. It's quite um a very truthful phenomenon that you've just exposed. Yeah, that our health sector, it is basically on in coma right now. Our health sector is somehow. We don't have to show you all the graphic details or describe it in graphic terms for people to really see this as self-evident. It is the truth. But yeah, it is what it is. Let's pass the mic to Shewailara, then we'll return back. After Shewailara has his own section for like 5-7 minutes, then we'll go back to the comments from the public. While we wait for others to pick up the mic to join us. Shewailara, you have the mic.
Oh, all right, all right. Yeah, again, so the conversation is still on an enigma. Let me speak ground. We are not going to uh, a man of substance and caliber, a juggernaut. Now they are now the way that they hype themselves for capitalist war with that. And then you ask them what has he done that makes him timber and caliber, that makes him timberland, because he can provide, he has helped you, giving you 100 naira one time like that. He has put in, he has not helped you face the core. which is what African Wala was talking about combating the system, about fixing the roots, that what he had helped you is to find some level of succor in the midst of oppression rather than organizing towards ending oppression totally. And the people who benefit from having a part of our needs met within an oppressive system is still the oppressors. Those are not the ones we should be considering as allies. Unfortunately, those have become a man of the people, like our ancestor Chinua Achebe has portrayed in the book A Man of the People. People now use a man of the people shamelessly and helplessly without knowing that they are quoting in opposite of what a man of the people is. That the man of the people is not the likes of Nanga, but check the people that vast majority of people are following in the mass number today, opposite of the likes of Omoyele Sowore, who is helping to point us to the fact that it is not some distractive forces in charge of our cause. Some persons, because of what they have followed and who they have followed, have even considered the situation an helpless situation, an hopeless one, in one that they will now be sold the drug that escaping their land is now the route to finding meaning, to finding physiological needs met. No, that's not what Omoyele Sowore has stood for. That Omoyele Sowore, in sharp contrast to that, has shown that our problem is not one that needs to deal with our village people. In fact, that the more Omoyele Sowore expand in what many Nigerians will call term to blow, the more rooted he became. That till date, Omoyele Sowore still keep tap with his roots, not just Lagos as the as the shelter for the shelterless. No, but his root Kiribo, that he has made Kiribo popular. If not for Omoyele Sowore, will I know where Kiribo is? So I don't know where Kiribo is, but Omoyele Sowore has made his own roots popular. In sharp contrast of what they teach you to say that your home problem are tied to your village people in such a way that some person cannot even go home and see their biological parent anymore. Ó wá ṣe o, ilẹ̀ ń jẹ́yàn kí ni ká ti ṣe o, ó ga o. So you will see that this is not an integrationist. This is not one who is telling us that our cause of our problem is us. Unlike the so-called establishment and the oppressive element within our space, that in the analysis, when they make at the alpha and the omega of the analysis, the beginning and the end of analysis is that Nigerians are the cause of the problem. No, that's not what Omoyele Sowore symbolized. That at the beginning and the end of our solution lies us. That the reason these so-called looters and these so-called exploiters of our land are still in power is because we still would permit it. We will still organize around them. We are still organizing around their stooges. We are still organizing around their oppressive elements. We are still organizing around their friends, their allies, their proteges. People will come to us openly to tell us that those who you think you are fighting for are my friends and they are my mentors, and you are still aligning with them. No. And the reason why that sounds extremely easier to do is because deep down, the drugs that are flied around us, some of the fake medicines that we will have purchased, because opium is a medicine. uh, it is the just like cocaine is medicine. I hope you know it is the extracted form in a quantity that is not regulated that makes it wrong, right? So So when you religion is the opium, is the drug that the people can afford, the average people can afford. So when you make opium, which is the fake drug, when you make it the home of destination to solving what is supposed to be a systemic problem, what you will get is what we are already having. That's what we will get. What we will get is what we are already having. But Omoyele Sowore is different from the bunch. Just like the class of the revolutionaries are different from the bunch. They are the people who will point us to what is really wrong, to touch the elephant and stop disturbing the grass. They say when two elephants fight, that the grass suffers. Me, I'm not the grass. Our people should not be the grass. Our older men and women should not be the grass. Our young children should not be the grass, because lies one Ellen who came with one idiotic message. You see, this Abrahamic religion is very idiotic and very violent religion that said that children are the cause of the agony faced within our space, and people started lynching their children. Have you forgotten? Early 2000s, Ellen is still existing today. She called herself evangelist, and children were being lynched, all in the name of their idiotic gospel, idiotic messages. But that, aren't you tired of pointing to Yoruba is the problem, Hausa is the problem, Igbo is the problem? Where has that gotten us to? These are the distractions that the element of the state sponsors around us. Omoyele Sowore, and just like the bunch of the revolutionaries, are not sponsoring this kind of message, because this kind of message leads to only one thing: further divides us. Children divided against their parents, the metropolis divided against the suburbs, rather than finding collaborations and finding synergy to work together. Muslims, the so-called, we should not even be talking about Muslims. Africans divided against Africans, because what is alien of Muslims? These are alien cause and religious act in our practices. Extremely alien, that you cannot even, the highest point of acknowledgement of this religion, you have to get out of your land to go and pay homage, which is economical and very political. Because by the time you exchange 10 million naira every year, and being done by thousands of people, how are you not going to be poor? Eh? Somebody is cashing out on you 10 million naira every year. The price now will be more than last year, and you are still collecting slab, because somebody reported that he went to collect slab for 10 million naira, and there are people who want to line up around the person to lead a state. Somebody who has collected slab with 10 million naira, who has not even pride his dignity higher than collecting slab with his 10 million naira. How will he not treat you as animals? So we are not in the business of let's patch it. Ẹ jẹ́ a ṣe díẹ̀. We cannot fix everything at once. I was in the midst of àgbàdo one time like that. And they were saying, the president, the president cannot do anything. God, man. You are a reflection of those you follow. You are. Omoyele Sowore has always constantly been preaching systemic change, that the system could give way, that if the system will not dare accommodate us, then the people can then throw the system out of the window. That would not be anything illegal. That would be justifiable, that the system can no longer accommodate us. The system can no longer accommodate us by providing basic jobs. People are not even asking for many. How many Nigerians are asking to live beyond physiological needs? I know that more than half of Nigerians are not asking for more than physiological needs. That's why the proof of it is that when people japa out of this land, they go abroad, go and see how they celebrate. What are they celebrating about? You think it's not physiological needs? It's physiological needs. Being able to have work, being able to work, get money, eat, and then that's why the best of Africa are still showcasing food. Oh, ìyẹn burst my head. That the best of African at the peak of the highest show of life, what they call life, is that they showcase food. The best, including the most richest, the so-called the most richest black man. That's where you know that we don't suffer, we don't suffer. But we can end this sufferness. Scarcity is not natural to us. And these are the things that Omoyele Sowore has. So it's not organizing in form of things that divide. It's not organizing in form of religion. It's not organizing, it's uninterested. He is uninterested. And by the way, he's more Christ-like than in your most of your human dogs. Oh. In case you don't know, they once went to meet with Omoyele Sowore's mom to ask who was Omoyele Sowore or who is Omoyele Sowore. And the mom could describe her own son and said, he's a man of God. You see, that he's a true man of God. Oh. In case you have not checked. At a point, many people started carrying propaganda that he smokes, he didn't debunk it. That he drinks, he didn't debunk it. But go and give me a video showing that he smokes or he drinks. None. You can find none. None. The best you will find of anything called substance is water that you will find with Omoyele Sowore. None. You go look, you go no go find, you go blind. None. But it's not even debunking it because that's not even the criteria. They went to massacre a man's life instead of documenting the message, instead of reacting on the message. Who give a fuck about who the messenger is? Did you get the message? For Nigerians, you have been patronized to the point that whether the message is nice or not, once the messenger has eaten boli with you or eating rice with you, that shows humility. Once he has fried groundnut, that shows communality. No, that's patronage. That's what Omoyele Sowore is not showing. That this cross, we should carry it all by ourselves, and that we can defeat. You see, this is where the power is, that the system in itself is not formed outside us. My people will say, Yonko Njawade. Obo nìbọn rò. That one person does not answer to all. That a tree doesn't make a forest. A singular tree doesn't make a forest. Go and check the definition of what a forest is. It's not a singular tree. No. A tree will remain a tree, and a forest will be different from just a singular tree, right? So that even in the shady constitution that was documented, that the sovereignty of any nation is upon the citizens. Or you don't know? Basic government 101. A nation cease to exist the moment the people in it refuse to exist or cohabit in it anymore. That Nigeria will stop existing the moment all Nigerians can vacate the space called Nigeria. So it is the people that owns the sovereignty. So it's not just some few persons. How come we have been allowing some few persons to govern our environment, is because we've not been paying attention to the lives of Omoyele Sowore, because that is what his message is about. His message is that we can organize ourselves to begin to upturn this systemic error and begin to create one for ourselves. That we need, if at all, let's even agree for the sake of, for us to find a middle ground, because Nigerians are very quick to use some words. Compromise, they say let's find a compromise. So let's even agree that corruption is the problem. So to fix corruption, we have to vote one of them that is corrupt or less corrupt. No, to fix corruption is that we have to get all of them, get rid of all of them that is corrupt and put us that is not corrupt. But of course, because of the helplessness and powerlessness state that we are in, based on the things and the elements that we have listened to over the time of how they have lied to us, to tell us contrary to the fact, contrary to fact, that we sovereignty resides on us, that if there is anyone to vacate this nation, it should be the few that have kept us in miserable state and not the majority of us. But you see the other way around, the majority of us are aiming to escape the land. No, that's not the way it should be done. That's not Omoyele Sowore. And that explains why Omoyele Sowore, even though he could have had access to the green card, the dream of majority of African people now, the dream card, the green card, the lifeline. It's like you received another lifeline once you receive green card. Nigerians, they are now proud to carry American flag just to show that me, I'm a black man, but I'm not just a black man. I'm an American black man. Wetin liberation shall dey lis ten to? e dey use me lis ten to gbedu.
No, I'm not even listening to anything. I'm just vibing. Really, if I play music on this some of this platform, they feel flag our content, say we are violating copyrighted material. So
Nice,
I'm just basically vibing, and of course, we have to keep that vibe alive. That we are celebrating, and really,
nice, nice,
it's a
nice,
moment of
nice,
celebration. So
nice.
nothing too
So
serious. Yeah.
yeah, yeah, quite important, quite important. Yeah, so Omoyele Sowore has shown and still showing that face system, we can face system, and that we can win. That we can win if we are willing to combat it. That the task in itself of fixing system is not one that is impossible task, unlike what majority of us would have believed. An impossible task. In fact, it's a tax. It's a tax that could such a boy from Kiribo, an influential man now. It's a tax that could make a random playing fella musician to such a legend now. It's a task that differentiated the likes of Bob Marley from the bunch. It's a task that is noble enough to create another session of the Women King for Yaa Asantewaa of Ghana. It's a task that differentiated, even though they were almost at the governing at the same era. It's a task that differentiated Kwame Nkrumah from Gowon. How I remember Gowon now, he do not want me to open my mouth, because màá lanu bí apẹ̀rẹ̀, ò lè pa ẹnu mi dé. And you will not like what I was about Gowon, about that idiotic Gowon. They are the government almost at the same time. But that Kwame Nkrumah, legend, In fact, the way some of us use Kwame Nkrumah, are not, if care is not taken, you would still think that he's still living, because he's, yes, we reference him such as that. So it is a noble task. And I was talking about Maslow hierarchy of needs before. That is a noble task that could that could jump you from physiological needs to the the highest point of living, which is self-actualization or self-influence or influence or impact, and then every other thing can now come into it. That Omoyele Sowore is enjoying love, is not paying for it, is not what we are doing today. Liberation Child is not sponsored to do this. I am not paid to do this. This is pure love. Pure
Yeah, so,
love
so,
that he
so
has
sorry,
brought in.
just 1 second, Commissioner Ilara. I can see your comment,
All right.
Liberation Africa. Please check your WhatsApp message, Liberate Africa. Please check your WhatsApp. I've sent you the link. We have just been announced. I think that well, the celebrant himself wants to join the live stream. So yeah, so excited about that. So please check your WhatsApp, and then you can forward it to Comrade President himself. Yeah, thank you so much. Please proceed, Shimailera.
Yeah. So it's one that have shown to us how to go about combating when all every message around us telling us that we can combat individuals, that we can combat village people, that we should come. In fact, the majority of people were distracted with village people, with their grandmothers and their grandparents who had no political powers, who were just victims of the experience they made growing up without access to stolen money. They a taboo. The system made it, because if your village people has money, they are no longer village people, no matter how old they are. But once they do not have money, they are a victim. They are a victim that
I'm
can be
sorry.
lynched
I'm
at
sorry,
any point in
comrades.
time.
I'm sorry, comrades. Information reaching me now from our group chat. I think Baba wants to join the live. Okay, comrade AY is there already.
Sorry guys, how you
Comrade,
doing now? Well done. I hear me.
Shamu, welcome, welcome, welcome. Are you
Sorry,
there?
I'm using this microphone.
Yeah,
Yeah, I can hear
Shamu, you're
you.
welcome.
Thank you.
Yeah,
So,
you're
Comrade
welcome
Shore
to the
trying to
live stream. Yeah.
join. Trying to join likewise, but he's not used to this
Oh
Safari or
wow, wow,
something.
wow, wow.
In case he cannot join, I will just
Yeah.
give him my phone. Use my phone.
All right, all right, all right, all right.
Yes, well
Yeah,
done.
Shamu, thank you so much. Thank you so much.
or
Yeah.
maybe Chamosa. Maybe I'll send the link to his DM so you can just use the link.
Yeah, send it. You can send it to his DM. Send the link to it. Someone also, I think it was Civil State that sent me the link also.
Yes, yes, yes,
See,
yes. I sent one to you. Yes, yes.
I sent it to his DM. Yeah.
Prepare for you. Our former chairman of the African Action Congress Lagos chapter. Yeah, you can see how fresh our chairman is. Yeah, AAC is filled with young, fresh, hot cake kind of course, intellectual minds. And of course, yeah, today we are so delighted to have the possibility of having the celebrant himself join in the studio. And of course, this is the people's studio where anybody can have access. And of course, you have the access to join us in the we have posted that link repeatedly, and we are going to post that link on the screen one more time for as many as those that want to really say happy birthday to Comrade Sowore. If you want to join us, the link is on your screen. Please just, if you type that link correctly on your browser, you would be able to have access to the studio. There's no bottleneck, no bureaucracy, nothing. You just use the link, type it correctly on your screen into your browser, any browser of your choice, and you'll be able to have access, and you have Shekere for you in the studio here. So let's celebrate this great iconic individual, Omoyele Sowore. And of course, he has really, really done a lot for humanity, for the African people, and of course for Nigerians. And I had the pleasure of meeting with him physically in the last free fall in love with freedom that we had 3 days ago, I believe. So it's such a privilege to be able to have interface, a brief one at that, with a great revolutionary of our time, a legendary in his own right. And of course, his works and activities has really, really carved out a niche for him. And even his fierce critics, we saw, all right, from the look of things, from the feedback that we have been getting from online. And of course, I'll put just a bit of it on the screen for us to see live and direct, and you can see how people pour in, messages of and so of course this is from Tio Odulami. Happy birthday, my leader. Your 55 years impacted so many, directly or indirectly. You have woken up so many Nigerians. I would rather have Shure peaceful riches than any politicians. No one is perfect. I would have your imperfections too. Have a fantastic day, Yele. This is coming from Tio Odunlami. And of course, we have so many other people that have sending in their messages. Happy birthday message to this great revolutionary. Happy birthday to my leader. This is coming from Mcash, my president, the man worth emulating. I have seen very few great people in my lifetime, and Shure stands tall among them. I celebrate you today as you turn 55 years old. I wish you good health and stability as you witness another milestone in your great life. All right. Happy birthday, sir. So thank you so very much. All right. And of course, we have the trolls, the beach saying Shure and Valentine's, like 5 and 6. And of course, coming from Peter Aka, that is Peter Randy, also sends in his message saying, Happy birthday, sir. Wishing you many more beautiful years in Jesus' name. Thank you so much, Peter Randy. And of course, we'll return back to the studio to have more soundbite. And of course, we will be more than delighted to have Baba Show himself in the studio. And of course, we will be more than happy to have just some moments of interaction with him. We are so happy to have him join us in the studio. Of course, yeah, so many things that I have to do from this end here. But well, it is also very much interesting that we are currently, let me quickly do some checking. We have over how many of us? Over 500 of us on this broadcast right now. So this is organic. There's no, this is not actually a boosted live stream. No, we just really want to be as organic as possible. And for an account that is just below 1,000 followers, this is not bad at all. And of course, it shows one thing, that people love organic content. People love the truth. People want to really have access to undiluted, you know, people-driven content. Of course, on Liberation Chats, we do stuff like this. We celebrate those that are really pushing the frontier of, the Nigerian project, because the Nigerian project is bigger than anybody. And of course, we will use our shekere to really appreciate as many people as possible who are really doing the work of pushing the frontier of the Nigerian project in terms of development, in terms of socio-cultural, furtherance of consciousness in our midst. All right, we have to have a Nigerian people that are very, very much interested in who becomes their leader, and the quality of their leaders is very, very important. Very, very important that we have a people that are so much interested in the qualitative leadership that they deserve, not just the mediocres that saturate all the political atmosphere. So yeah, it is what it is. And of course, we are so much delighted to have the possibility of speaking with the celebrants. We know that we have spoken with Netufo not quite long at the early hours of today's live stream. We want to do a 10-hour live stream. All right, we usually usually do this live stream every day to basically talk about the recent development. Nigeria, in Nigeria now, there's so many things to catch up with. So many things are happening at the same time, and you have to catch up with quite a great deal of so many things. But today we have decided that today is Yele Sowore Day, a comrade day. All right, and of course, there's nothing we have done no wrong if we decide to dedicate 10 hours of our time to really celebrate our very good ones. Comrade Sowore is just one of the good ones in our society, and we should not miss any opportunity to pass him his flowers. And he has done really great deal for the Nigerian people. And we do not want to really say not no high service here. It is just purely the truth. And of course, that is why we are taking reactions from the ordinary Nigerians. We are not taking reactions from the celebrities. No, they can actually, call him. Some of them even have his phone number. They can reach out to him. We are taking the reaction from the Nigerian people. And of course, Comrade AY, whenever that Baba is ready, please let us know. Just inform me and we would be more than willing to pass the mic. And of course, we'll give him the attention to address us. Please do not
Yeah,
hesitate
of course.
whenever
Of course,
he's
I will
ready.
do that. I'll do that.
All right, so let's
Yeah.
move
Can I
ahead.
also just speak 2 minutes?
Yeah, why not? Why not? Please go
Can
ahead,
I
go ahead,
also
go ahead.
wish him happy birthday
Yeah,
tonight?
yeah,
Okay.
please go ahead by any
Just two
means.
minutes.
Yeah, please go ahead, go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, yeah. Uh, I've been with him for some hours now. Okay, to discuss some things. Yeah, and he has been on the call. He has been having calls actually, series. Last how many hours I've been, people really love and appreciate him. The number of people that love Shure, many of them are not even online. They don't type online and all that. Genuine, organic love for the sacrifice and the things he does. And the funny thing is that the sacrifice he does and the things he does, it's even beyond politics. Shure connects. We were just speaking and I was asking him, he really tried as years of knowing people and he still talks to them, still chat to them. He has this very relatable social life that brings in people in and all that. So he's a great man indeed in words and in action, beyond politics, even basic human social relation. And politics, of course, we know is a great one. So you have been using, in fact, just do a surprise cake because there's never get surprised anyway. But some of us were discussing, we know that someone is going to bring surprise cake. He doesn't like celebrating birthday, but it's too bad. Like I told him, it's no longer your day. It's a national day that people have to appreciate you. So thank you guys for doing this. He's even on a call as we speak. If he can't join with his phone, I'll pass the phone to him immediately he's ready. Thank you for allowing me to speak, Machine.
Thank you very much. Thank you so very much. The immediate former chairman of the Lagos State chapter of the African Action Congress. Thank you so very much.
No, all
Big time
right.
Shekere for you. Yeah,
Right.
of course. Well,
Mm.
this is the celebrant. Nice having you. Happy birthday to you, Comrade President Omoyele Sowore. We are very much uh delighted to have you address us briefly because we know that today is your day and so many things for you to catch up with. And this is the people's media. The people is actually willing to really hear from you. And of course, of course, we want to really pass their message across to you that so many Nigerians in their hundreds of thousands today have abandoned. Some of them are even your fierce critics. They are your trolls, really. But they are willing to really abandon everything today to wish you a happy birthday. And of course, we would not hesitate to hear from the celebrant and said, well, let's hear from you. What do you have to say to many Nigerians that have, have an outpouring of love and so much appreciation for your work And of course, I've dedicated today to really, wish you the best, and of course, send you great, greetings. All right. What do you have to say to Nigerian people as they celebrate you today, sir?
Well, I'm very, very grateful for all your outpouring of love, support. I felt it, and that was the reason I decided to join the broadcast. I think that don't celebrate birthdays. Doesn't matter how much effort is put into me to the birthday or occasion. But today I had to let down my guards because everybody's been calling, tweet, people, and I just want to tell you, oh, okay, sorry. You see me now?
Yes, absolutely. We can see you on your main phone, the one that has Omoyele Sowore. We can see you loud and clear. We can hear you too. Thank you so very much, sir. Yeah. Mm. Mm. Thank you so very much, and of course, big take care for you. And despite so many things going on within my hand here, but I heard every bit of what you're saying. And of course, let me take a few comments that are coming from the live. This is not something that is actually, generated out of or manufactured. From Omologo saying, "We love you, sir. Thank you for everything, standing up for us. Thank you so much, Omologo." Baba Show is talking. Oh, wow, yeah. So, of course, the same Omologo is saying that happy birthday, sir. And of course, many other Nigerians. And of course, you must have seen from your timeline, all right, even from your comment sections, many Nigerians basically, pouring out love for what you do. And of course, yeah, it's very, very visible that Nigerians do love you so much. Africa must be free, said an icon of justice. Happy birthday. From Africa must be free. And of course, many other Nigerians like that would want to really, would not really mince words. Beautifully written, wishing you grace, strength, and purpose in this new chapter. Happy 55th birthday and many more meaningful years ahead. So, Nigerians are very, very much, pouring you all the love that you really deserve today. And of course, we decided to do this not because we just want to, play eye services, because we indeed, appreciate and observe some people like us. We are so much inspired by your effort. People see me and they say, civic space, evangelism, you just have this ginger up and down running. I said, well, I draw my inspiration from Omoyele Sowore. I've never met him. I met him for the first time on Fall in Love with Freedom that we had not quite long ago. And of course, since 2018 that I've been opportune to see you. From a very far distance, I just from my mobile phone, I saw you, and I'm like, this is the kind of energy that we need to really replicate across board. And of course, if the Nigerian people can actually, replicate your kind of energy to really, be very much interested in their country and to fall in love with their country, the kind of love you have for your country, is what really, really inspiring. And of course, let's have Shion Ilara, are you there? Would you like to say a thing or two to Baba Show before he leaves us? Because we know that he has to do so many things today. Any words from you, Shion Ilara, in the studio? Yeah. Shion Ilara is one
Yeah,
of our great, great revolutionary speakers on the studio,
yeah,
and we would like to have a
coverage
brief
show.
word with you.
It's good. It's good to.
Oh,
It's good to. It's,
I
it's
know
good.
you.
It's good to see you again. Right. I don't usually wish people many birthdays. I hardly wish people birthdays. People within my circle will understand that I wish people less birthdays. But when it comes to you, you are a symbol that is beyond just a person. You are a symbol of hope, and that is obvious for majority of people to see. So the first time we saw, I made a very funny remark to you, and that was what was leading to this image that I don't snap with celebrities. I hope you are not one of them. And you responded with the fact that you are not a celebrity. You are not part of the JMBTs.
I am not a celebrity. I don't want to become a celebrity. I reject becoming a celebrity, for the sake of what a celebrity is. I will leave that to real celebrities because I don't know how to behave myself as if I were to be a celebrity. But I must regardless thank you all again for this honor. And every time it's my birthday, I hide. People have surprises for me, but they always look for me, and this for me is the surprise part of. And I've been I've been aware of your show for so long, and I keep saying I am very certain that we're a fantabulous, a beautiful country, and not a fantastically corrupt country that it is. And that's why I don't even hesitate. And I must say this for those of you who have platforms even not privy to that took me by surprise. You guys were the ones who started the surprise. People, friends of Sowore, uh, Dr. Seuss, if you're there, wherever you are, space, Chichi, and all these great guys that just came together knowledge and started a whole brand new movement. Uh, they didn't ask me any questions. They just started. I had to join so many of you, especially. I want to thank my family, my wife, and children. I want to thank my brothers, sisters, and I want to particularly tip this journey so far. And sometimes some of them are friends, some of them are foes. Some of them are communities that I was locked in, whether it is the environmental rights community, the human rights community, students, activists that brought me up to this point. A lot of lawyers who just decided that they would choose me as a client. I didn't choose them as my lawyers.
the sacrifices they make. Most importantly, those of you by way of commentary, by way of adulation, do everything you can to sure that I am the fire I'm known for today. Those who in their private lives contribute to making my life very livable. I all of you. If anybody could find my tweets thanking people for my birthday in 2021, tells the exact story of what I'm trying to say. And I can't find it, but if you find it, I saw it, pull it up, and it was saying something about, thank you all for an otherwise unlivable life. I mean, an otherwise difficult livable. I think that's how that was couched. All. I chose to choose it today because I want to join. Because I don't like to celebrate birthdays. But the people who the government has been using to track me down, they track me down to this, and they brought a cake, and now we have. I'm going to share the cake with you all virtually. Just eat it with love. Personally, I don't even eat cake. My plan was to go to my village and be with my sick mom today, but couldn't make it down on time because I have another trip tomorrow to be in Abuja. So, and for those of you also who are at police, DSS, the judges who seized our passports, we thank you all for helping to shape the struggle the way it ought to be. Uh, you're all part of the movement. You just have different roles to play, and there's no way you could have escaped your own part of the role that you needed to play. So no grudge against you. We just want a country that works for all. That's all I want. Country that I want will not be friends only. Friends, my adversaries, people who think they're my. You actually know my enemy. I'm your friend. You just don't understand me. Most of you. I'm trying to create a country where you can flourish, but you don't get it, and that's why it's a consciousness. That's because consciousness in terms of spectrum differ. So I was saying too much. I want to thank you, and if I'm permitted, I will leave and let you continue with podcast.
Yeah, thank you so much.
If the spirit directs.
Thank you so very much. Can you spare just 1 minute? Let's have Adege. Just want to speak with you. Just Adege, are you there?
Oh, my comrade, I'm here.
Yeah, you'd like to wish Baba happy birthday, right?
I will.
Or
I definitely
you want to criticize? You want to criticize Baba Show?
No, I won't criticize him today. I'll keep my criticism for another day. Maybe when I finally meet him, I'll tell him something. But today is a special day, and it's not the criticism is not when we criticize. It's important because even our leaders must be held accountable. Those are the things that we've learned from people like him himself. So it teaches us, and that's the only way improvement can come. And I'm very happy today is his birthday. I'm so excited. I'm excited like it's also my father's birthday, because I've learned so much from Comrade Show. He has led by example in a state where compromise is the order of the day. Compromise is the order of the day. Selling out is the order of the day. Let me turn on my video so I can see him. Let me see Baba clearly. Baba, I raise my hand for you. Thank you for all the job you do. Thank you for fighting for the people. Thank you for putting your. It's not easy. It's not easy. Sometimes I think about it that this man has left his wife and family, is doing all these things that I'm hoping that, me too, one day I'll be able to tap into that level of, seriousness and be able to say, okay, I can put these things aside. People are talking about our pastors. They are praising pastors that pastors don't get married. Is this not harder to have a whole family and say, you know what, I have some job. I have a job to do. I hope you understand. I love you still.
I think that's what Jesus Christ didn't marry. It just can focus.
Well, yes, sir. Thank you so much for the work you do. Please keep on doing the work. Keep on where
it helps you to focus even better. So
Yes, but those are the things we will learn from you. You know, you have to tell us as well, because these are some of the things they don't tell you in revolutionary school. That the kind of wife you marry will determine your level of revolutionary projection. You know,
Yeah.
so Baba, thank you so
Now,
much.
now you're vibrating and adulterating at the same time. I'm loving it.
Thank you so much, sir. Most of us were young, we're in our 20s, we just joined the struggle, we're learning, we're becoming more ideologically clear, more ideologically sound, we're putting our resources, we're bringing our skills to the table. We are not just saying, oh, I'm a professional, and you use your professionalism to steal and rob the country. No, we're bringing it to the table, bringing it to the struggle. Those of us who are doctors, those of us who are engineers, even because this movement is a movement of workers. I was thinking to myself the other day, if you're a worker in Nigeria, there's no reason why you must not be in this movement. We are working class people, you know, and we have to
Absolutely.
fight for ourselves. Thank
Yes.
you so much, sir. I really, really appreciate. I'm
I
happy.
really appreciate you, and I appreciate. And please continue to critique whatever you disagree with.
Yes.
That's here is I say my mind, and
Mhm.
that as a rule, I don't penalize people for criticizing me. I don't block it because you
Of
say
course.
something I don't like. I follow people. In fact, since some people criticize me, I just follow it. So so that I can hear more from them. Read it, the reason why all of us are at war
Mhm.
with the system. Sometimes, at work, we want to understand. We don't understand why things have to be this difficult. And if we find that someone done something, has done, carried out an infraction, we're very hard on the person. Why would you
Mhm.
do this? And that's where the crazy why you see sometimes that children are very virulent, and it's like we're gonna like choke ourselves. But we must understand the reason why that's the case is because we don't know why we found ourselves where we are. And we're always looking for ways out, we're trying to whole, and with time sometimes things I've not done enough, I've done things that are not right,
Mhm.
and we don't always have information. That's the truth. We
Mhm.
don't always have information that is adequate to properly process what we think. Sometimes it's just hearsay, but we don't wait. There are times that I've had to criticize people or criticize things, and I look at it and say, maybe I should have done a little bit more research,
Okay.
even though I'm mostly right
Mhm.
because I do research before you see
Mhm.
me go after these characters because I know I've been around long enough to know most of
Yeah.
them, and they know me too. So, and but nobody knows it
Of
all.
course.
And please keep criticizing what you disagree with. There's nothing wrong with it. There's nobody I cannot
Of course.
criticize.
No, Baba.
Nobody. And there's nobody I can criticize. I in fact, number one person I criticize is myself.
Important.
I just don't put it. Yes.
Important. I'm saying like no,
Yes.
the criticism is there, but the support is more. The support is more because we are comrades, and the criticism
Yeah.
is there because you know, it just has to come in because nothing is perfect, right? The idea of science is that it can improve, and our struggle is scientific. It can always get better and better and better than whatever it was in the past.
Somewhere today said, the beautiful thing about science is that it doesn't matter whether you believe it or not, it is real.
Yes.
Yeah. So you can critique science, but it's real. You know, you
Of
can
course.
critique clouds, but if it's going to rain, it's going to rain, and that's science.
Fact. Fact. Absolute fact, sir.
Yeah.
So, I mean, what are you going to be doing with the rest of the day? Is it going to just be a day for relaxation?
I am completely anti
Oh,
birthdays.
wow.
I don't like to celebrate birthdays. See, I'm protesting on my birthday. That's why I'm wearing N bad governance now. I'm supposed to dress better than this. But I'm refusing to. I'm a non-conformist. I never invited anybody, but they're always after me on my birthday. To figure out how to catch me.
The worst.
So
Because you do good.
yeah,
More the day you
but they home. My best day today would have been to get arrested by the police, but all the police is staying away from me.
don't want to have anything to do with it.
They say, I'm surprised that the police themselves and the Nigerian government have not sent you your birthday gift because they love you. They seem to want to see you more than we.
Interestingly, we discussed this today that there must be somebody in Tinubu's team who says, "Why don't you just share
A gift, yeah,
birthday?"
it's part of it.
But from the national awards, like if you send me a bed, if they dare, I will ask, I'll sue them on Monday. I'll sue them for damaging my reputation.
So, Babasho, I want to say something. You see, in Nigeria, people have come to a point where they've lost their moral compass. You know, people always, when we go out to talk to people and we are trying to tell them this thing is not right, this is the way things should be, they try to make it look as though we are looking for saints. They try to sell this image that, oh, you can't, nobody's that good and all that. And for someone like you who has been in the struggle for a long time without compromising, what would you say about that? Is it that we are looking for saints? Is it that you must be holier than Jesus Christ to be a part of such an organization? Why do people always want to say justify corruption in a way that, oh yeah, this is the same thing, we must do it, people will do it, this is how it works? Why?
Well, you have to understand that there's a whole lot of mental programming that's involved with bad governance. And this is because people who engage in bad governance have the most amount of resources. They typically control the airwaves. And they can tell all the lies against you. So, what do you think somebody who is running a bad government wants most? He wants company. He wants people to say, "Look, I'm the bad." And whenever there's a person who doesn't believe or partake in what they will go all the way and tell you that yes, he's not partaking because he has not gotten there yet.
Yes.
I have met people who lied against me to my face that I have a mansion. I've met people who we know is hiding wealth. He has. What do you think drove the police to be looking for my accounts? They are hoping that they will find one massive amount of accounts hidden under my BVN somewhere. I think when they obtain the accounts and discover that they usually pay for granules, like for tires, and I don't have a car. The most I've been disappointed. This is not what we're expecting. So, and most of it is spent on buying food on Glovo, and all those kind of. We're expecting to find like transaction in which they just deposited 500. But all these 20,000 transactions to even is very frustrating.
Yeah.
So, but it's not as if we couldn't have been on that side. But what do I really need? To steal everybody's money, to build a mansion that is bigger than the secondary school, and not live there. So I have a mansion in Lagos, I have one in Abuja, I have one in Akure. I can't live in more than one at a time. As I've met people in Nigeria that have air conditioned garages. That is, their cars are air conditioned. This is crazy kind of insane lifestyles, and they're not. It's not as if they're paying. They're not worried. It's money that they made. At any rate, without wasting too much of your time, it was a choice I made a long time ago, and it has been enhanced by the fact that I wasn't. Don't keep their company, and I advise people who want to be people, stay away from them. Even when it is when they say, just come at is Atiko's birthday, nobody will see you. They will see you there. They'll take a picture of you. I'll come and see our governor. It's just a few people are going to be there. You can pass through the back. If you don't have any business with the governor, don't go there. To not be tainted, you must also choose the company you keep. Because if you keep their company, they are going to rub shit on you. There's nothing you can do about it. So
And I'm not saying that totally I don't know anybody. Of
Mm-hmm.
course, I know a lot of people, some of them, but
Mm-hmm.
I don't go to them. I don't go out of my way. I just try to live a
Mm-hmm.
simple, and don't ever go and eat if you cannot afford at anybody's plate.
Mm.
Yes. Yes. That is where it starts. When you start living a life that is above your means. Because then it will create expectancy, it will create expectations, it will create what they call a dependency. Now your tongue and esophagus now start craving for food you can't buy. Then you have to go back to the person and say, "Oh God, when are you available again to buy me that chicken we ate the other day?" So before you know it, you have become part of the problem.
Mm.
And, so what I advise is to live the life of a monk, life of chastity, life of denial, and life of a special life. Just don't have too much need, especially needs you can't
Mm.
fulfill.
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, my comrade leader. Much appreciated. I was just trying to hold down the fort for uh my senior colleague Liberation Chat. I don't know if he's back. I think the network has sent him out again, but well, they've left me and you. I will ask you another question. There are so many questions I have to ask. Is your birthday, and and I know that you are not in work mode, most
This is
likely
not
not
a
in
company.
work.
I'm just
Yeah.
I'm just crashing into
Okay.
this. I'm not trying.
Oh, okay. No
Yes.
campaign, no nothing like that. We're not talking about the elections or whatnot. Liberation, welcome back. Do you want to take over or should I continue? Okay.
Adege,
Yes.
please permit me to ask
Okay, yeah,
Comrade
no problem.
Sowore a question.
Network
And
not
then
very well.
if
Yeah.
this question goes right, I think you might need a special session to answer it, right? If it goes by right by what I was thinking. The question is how deeply rooted, because I have studied you from afar, and I know that you are deeply rooted. How deeply rooted you are as an African man, as it influenced your liberation journey and your cause. I also wish that you speak more on it to come. How has the African roots in you, and I'm driving it as African, not a Yoruba man or Igbo, right? How has that influenced in your journey as a revolutionary in the cause of liberation? How important is it? Do you think that we could still have Omoyele Sowore without that factor? Like I said, if you,
The factor of an Africanist or somebody who's an African person.
you say what?
You're asking if African has influenced my journey as is
Yes,
that what
yes,
you mean?
exactly, exactly.
Well, I don't. I think sometimes calling yourself an African or Pan African is an identity, right? But I think we are also all human beings. I think my I'm influenced by just my humanity first and foremost, and humanity is shaped by experience, it's shaped by upbringing. And I think some of it is also maybe in your dear person, you tolerant, you care about others more than you care about yourself. Uh, but the African part of it is also cultural. That in environment where there's family, there's culture, there's environment, and there's also like climate. And I don't know how much of that influenced who we are, but I think that the Africanism in me comes from a place of understanding that Africa is the root of civilization. There's a geographical part of it that I come from a part of Africa where the world is divided into four through the Greenwich Meridian, which is in Ghana, the equator cuts here. So where else can you be in the world than to be at the center of the world? And then that has the best weather. And you also have had to learn from the toughest human beings fighting against colonialism, slave, cannibalism. Is one in all in terms of being at the center of resistance against human greed, oppression, both internal and external oppression. And the historical understanding of it might probably shape you better than someone who. So, and I've not a lot uh, about Pan Africanism. When you mix that with how oppression, you will understand that African also helps to solidify your resilience because Africans are tough people just naturally. Blacks are tougher than probably racists. So, but I'm not speaking in racist terms. I'm just trying to explain to you how that might have played into who you have in front of you today or seated across from you today.
Thank you very much, sir. I'd like to quickly ask you. People are saying that you are too perfect, that you are too good to be true. That it seems not to have any addiction, not to you are not a smoker, you're not a drink, you're not an alcoholic, you don't celebrate birthdays because you have a humble spirit and you want to have a sober moment introspection on your very day of birth. People are also saying that you don't receive awards. What would you like to say about people that think you are, you are too perfect or too good to be true? And of course, people are saying that in such those kind of guys usually miss out. For instance, now girls are usually too attracted to bad guys. That they always, find themselves with bad guys. That good guys always miss out. What would you have to say in response to such perspective or perception about you? That is the last thing you will say, and we'll let you go.
This got to be the most interesting question you ask. You don't know if I have. It's just my addictions are different from the one you're used to. I'm addicted to just in a way that people most people are addicted to alcohol or weed or cigarettes. It's just my addictions are different. I'm addicted to long distance running, for instance. I start running, sometimes people think I'm crazy. So that is not to say that anybody who might have one or two addictions are not human beings or they are not the best. No, it's just that
because
if that
on a
becomes
birthday like this, people are expecting you to be popping alcohol,
Correct.
rocking some kind of
Not see what Tinubu has done.
what
You not see
men will
what
rock on a day like this.
Ghana has
Normal.
done. You not see all the birthdays when they celebrate their
Even
birthdays.
want
It's
to see
always
you in the party, rocking something.
so so that you
People
know,
think
so
that
that you
you are
know,
trying to
I
fake all of these things.
I've
What do you really
invited
think about that? Yeah.
I've invited people who know how to drink alcohol on my behalf, and they're all here. They're waiting, and they're not happy that this is continuing and it's not ending. And you can hear them in the background, and they want to. So they drink on my behalf, and I get high from that.
Thank you so much.
On a lighter note, there's nobody who have interviewed me. I mean, interrogated me. DSS police. The first thing they ask is, "Sowore, how many joints do you smoke per day in Igbo? Because there's no way you are not smoking it." And when I tell them that I've never in my life popped Igbo before, they're like, "Are you sure?" Because even the people
When they
they
take
smoke
this
past
thing.
when no madrish like you. So I had to tell them that my forefathers drank, smoked. I'm the one who is high.
in the DNA.
Yeah.
Thank you so very much.
But we all have, a little things, it's just human nature. So it's just not a thing that I'm not about those are the things, or things, but at times, like I said, we all have to bear with those we're going. So I want to thank you guys very
Yeah,
much
thank
once
you.
again, and I know there may be so many questions. Uh, but I want to take a break.
Thank you so very
There's a
much.
cake now that we prepared, and I want to make sure that we share the cake virtually to all of you. It will get to you no matter
Thank you.
how far you are.
Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you so much. I think we have to let you go now. Yeah, what an engagement with the celebrant today. It was a surprise kind. It was not arranged. It was not pre-arranged. Nothing. I had no idea that Comrade Sowore would join us today.
Sure. You know what happened? Liberia, I've joined before my network did time. I say, okay, look, I try as I one place Twitter. So I saw the other one. I thought you have sure, so I was the person they talk real time. Is comrade leader really one of those videos that you play between the loop? But it was nice to have interact with him. Just I would have loved to ask, but we'll keep work for another chance today. Wonderful, wonderful time. Family and close friends around him that are part of the.
Yeah, it seems as though we are having I think the audio is sounding somehow. Please let's go again. Comrade Adege, can you please go again and let's hear from you again? Can you hear me?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
The audio is still it still sounds somehow. But wait, just wait a minute. Adege, let me pass it to Shiwailara. Can you hear me, Shiwailara? Comrade Shiwa, are you there? Okay, it seems as though there's a network issue. But please, can you disconnect from your hands free and let's see how that works out first.
Can you hear me?
This was a hands free because you were sounding like a robot. You know all those horror film robots. Now, so the thing is sound though. Yeah, that is how the thing is sounding really. Because I was like, is it network or something playing pranks on us really?
No,
No, that
it's
was
probably
how the thing is
my
sounding.
I can't even
Yeah,
find it. I was saying that when I joined, I thought that you were playing three videos. I saw the two pictures of Sowore, so I thought that other one was a video. I didn't know that he was really in the studio. I thought it was a past video that you were just playing. So it was nice to see him. And like I said, today's birthday, so we'll leave serious talk for another day. But yeah, so there's so many questions that I wanted to ask.
Yeah, that was why I really had to infuse some lighter note kind of conversation into the mix of things. Yeah.
Of course, let him have time to celebrate with family and friends, comrades, and Nigerian workers that
Yeah,
are
sure,
in the
sure.
vicinity. At least today is a great day, and I see that
Absolutely. Absolutely.
I'm looking and I see that we've been able to do about 500 plus views.
Yes, yes, absolutely.
It's actually
Absolutely. And
about
of course, you
800
can
now.
join us. Yeah, we are up to internet. Of course, you can also join in the studio. As many as those that really want to really have a say, or you want to wish Baba happy birthday. Feel free to use the link that will be showing on your screen. If you type it correctly in your browser, and of course, if you take a look, if you go through Liberation Charts, if you go through our timeline, you'll be able to see a link that you can join the studio from. It's been a wonderful time, and we have been Tekere for all our
Seminars,
speakers. Yeah, exactly, all our comrades, all our speakers, including comrade Sowore himself. It's been a long time of engagement, and of course a long time to really point the focus on this great Nigerian. And of course, we have to celebrate our legends while they are alive. All right, really. And of course, we are so privileged. Many analysts, many historians who have really taken a look at the trajectory of Omoyele Sowore in comparison with other African revolutionaries. Sowore stands tall, among, and of course, all the feats that he has been able to pull, all right, is actually legendary. Even in the past, just 1 year ago, take a look at his activities. You see that this personality has really broken so much barriers and broken so much record. And yeah, we are very much down for that to really highlight. And of course, how better give, because I believe that many of you must have been thinking, say, they collect gift, they collect award, they collect gift, they smoke, they drink, waiting he come, waiting he want. How can we impress him? How can we impress this man? What is the only thing we be say you go do? We be saying you go make him happy, And I believe many people must have been talking about that. And I believe what we can say about that is that there are volunteering window that you can participate, because one of the things that these great iconic individuals have been able to do is to actually create systems that would really build people. We are product of such institution. I can say very well that I am a product of one of the institutions or organization that Comrade Sowore has been able to found and run. All right. And one of it is Take It Back Movement. All right. TIB. All right. And of course, one of it is also the African Action Congress. I am very much more associated with the African Action Congress, but in every activities of the Take It Back movement, I am also very much participating in every one of it, from advocacies to everything that has to do with basically standing in solidarity with the Nigerian people. The Take It Back movement was in Oworoshoki. Even before the current scale of demolition in Oworoshoki has reached the peak right now. All right. The scale is unfathomable. We are talking about hundreds of buildings and tens of thousands of people are displaced. And of course, I was there. I participated and I joined in solidarity with other comrades under the umbrella of one of the organizations that Sowore has helped build for the Nigerian people. And of course, people see us, the way we talk, the way we do things. It is as a result of training that we have received from this organization. Do you want to be part of it also? And it's one of the things that you can do to make Sowore happy. Because many of you are thinking that, what are we going to really do to impress this man? And of course, you can see how in just without any notice, all right, Sowore is a sought after figure. He has so many people on his neck right now. So many news agencies are reaching out to him to speak, but he chose to come to Civic Space that has less than 1,000 followers on X. This tells you a thing or two that you need to know about this man. It doesn't chase clout, neither is he very much what impresses him is something that is quite organic, and of course, organic efforts. And of course, talking about organic effort is you volunteering or perhaps being a member of one of his organizations. Do you want to be a part and parcel of Take It Back movement? Do you want to be a member? Would you like to be a member of the African Action Congress, a political institution that is also very much just not a vehicle, a special purpose vehicle? Special purpose vehicle in the chat. All right. Though in a world whereby you have special purpose vehicles, AAC is no such thing. All right. It's indeed a political institution where you can actually learn to groom yourself, and you can actually test whether or not you want to serve the people or you want to steal from them. If you join African Action Congress, now there you go know whether you really want to serve your people or you want to steal from them, because the party is structured such that nobody will emerge to really say he wants to pick up a form without you passing through all of the trainings that you need to pass through, and of course all of the check-ins that will test. You have to pass through the fire to really know whether or not you really have the intention to serve your people. And if you also even want to be a member, just ordinary member. You also have to pass through some training for you to know that yes, you really are committed to the Nigerian project. And of course, these are things that impresses and gets the attention of Omoyele Sowore. When you are committed to the motherland, when you are committed to the development and the liberation of the Nigerian people, that is what impresses him. And of course, he said it, and there's a reason why I threw that question to him: that don't you have addictions? Don't you have fetish? Don't you at least things that normal people do? Normal people will be rocking some things today. Today is your day,
I
and
don't know
of
what
course,
you're
nobody
talking
would.
about. Or rocking which things?
Everybody understand what I'm talking about. And of course, these are something that is not even
Relationship.
considered wrong.
For yourself.
It's not wrong for you to
Yourself.
rock
You go
some
to
things
club.
today. It's
You
not
go, you
for
go
you to
to
rock
you go
some.
to club. You go to club for your birthday. You and
Yes,
for yourself.
you do Dori. You
This
do
is not.
Dorime.
This is how normal people celebrate their birthday.
Yes, you go for Dorime on a
No,
day like
that's
this.
for the
Dorime, the DJ will have to play that special song for you today
Good.
because you have ordered a special drink. But yeah, but you not be wondering, it doesn't have all of this, all of these
so
excesses or all of this,
you not be hype man.
allowances that all of us have
If you
really.
don't get
Yes,
plenty pockets,
hype
you
man go
will
the hype am now.
The great
Eh?
the
revolutionary.
Undertaker in the house.
Yes,
Two
that's so
hands for
now.
one person. Four,
Well, you
That's
see,
so.
now one man they speak. Now four voices with the ear.
Exactly. You know, Baba, press me. Just I don't lie down. Make you mash me. Make you mash me pass. I don't lie down. Mash me pass. No, you get today. Just tell me what I go do for you. I go do am. No, these are the things that people do, and nobody, everyone will not fall, and nobody will have to call them out for it because it's their special day. We know the length people have to go through. People have money banquets that they will actually roll up money in form of a flower. People have so much. People go through so many extremism on
I
their
mean,
birthdays.
you've seen the
You know.
birthday celebration of the one of the city boys now. Or you saw Obiku Bana's birthday celebration. You see how they spent so
Mm,
much to
mm, mm.
throw the wealth or their wealth in Nigerian people's faces, let them know that
Absolutely.
money now water
Absolutely.
and all those things. And
Yes.
that is the
Yes.
culture that we have built as Nigerian people. Money now water culture,
Absolutely.
money now water
I beg.
culture in the
I'll be
country.
back. Sorry.
Yeah, it's a money now water culture in the country where people are really going through abject poverty. It's a
In the poverty
contradiction.
capital of the world.
In the poverty capital of the world is a contradiction, It's a contradiction. Yesterday I saw Otedola say I think it was at the Dangote refinery, and he said Dangote refinery is the eighth wonder of the world. And I said the eighth wonder of the world in the poverty capital of the world. How interesting. How can we reconcile that contradiction together? It is very, 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 very you know interesting phenomenon. But that's the situation we find ourselves in, as Nigerians, a situation whereby people can have estates and have it as their compound, and they can have it in 10, 12 different states in the country, and some people cannot even have
So I'm talking
cubicle.
about that, Commander Dege.
Yes.
Where I currently live in Ilorin here, they will start pointing me to one former senator house, that nobody, because they say this place na GRA, we know they get lights. I know they see better road. So it be like na them they call am GRA for their self. So you just see all these
Well, it's
people, and I
GRA for the
realize that.
government. So when government want to come and demolish their land and carry all the land again, they can easily come. That's why government residential area, I would say they call it GRA. So when
And I'm
government
so that they
come
call
and
them, that they
destroy
lie
everything,
for themselves.
they can do it.
So I now realize that all these people have properties like that in all GRAs across the country.
Mhm,
They
mhm,
have properties like this that nobody stays in across
mhm.
the country. They
Yeah.
say this one is one Kinikon.
So you
This
see the way
one
they
is
do it, the way they do
and
it
it's
is
not It is not small land space. It is not small building on it. It is not small
Because
structure on it. These
most
people
of
are
these
just evil guys.
most of these people, when they have their estates, because they don't have houses, regular houses, they usually have estates, because inside that vicinity they will have church, they will have mosque, they will have guest house, they will have kitchen, will be a separate building on its own, detached. They will have maybe some, because most of them marry more than one wife, so they could have like four of their different wives' houses inside the compound as well. They'll have football pitch. They'll have, these are how our senators and our governors live. I mean, this is not something that is news to any Nigerian. Go to their houses, you see it's luxury, luxury, luxury everywhere. You know, the only time they tar road is when people move, when they move to different localities. That time I remember in Edo State, when once you see a road has been tarred, just drive down a little bit, you see that one politician just probably built a house in that location, or one businessman has just built a house in that location. Those are the only times that they take care of the road. Those are the only times that they do the street lights and all that. So you see, it's not necessarily because they care about the Nigerian citizens. That is something that is, you know, facts. We don't need anybody to prove that to us. It's clear by how they squander our money, how they do the Nigerian budget. They budget more for luxury and frivolities than the budget for healthcare. I mean, I saw non-essential spending in the Nigerian budget is about 7.7 trillion. Health, education, and the police put together is about 7.5 trillion. So they are willing to spend 2 trillion more on non-essential spendings than the two. Not to, they're going to spend over 200,000 more, or two more, 200 million more that they are willing to spend on health, education, and police. That should not even be a comparison in the first place. You know, we're in a country where they are putting 3% for education in the budget, the national budget. 3% is allocated to education. The world recommended standard is about 15%. They put 4% for healthcare. The world recommended standard is about 20%. So you see, the you follow the money, and Nigerians choose not to follow the money, but they choose to always envy that money. They see these people living, they have like 10 cars, 20 cars. You have no car, you see in a big boy. You say you love him, that you envy him, you want to be like him. What do you want to be? You want to be a thief as well? You want to lie to your people, you want to take their votes, tell them that you fight for them, but you're going to build the best mansion for yourself where your people cannot even afford 3 square meals. Is that what you want to emulate? So those are the things. I mean, comrade president just said it, sure. He said these people have appetites that are just ridiculous. They have a craving for some things that they don't even need. What do you really need? When people are talking about, okay, you should be rocking and you should be doing that, sure, like, he has a wife. He has a wife, he has a wife, he has a kid, he has a place to put his head. When he needs to go out, he knows where he needs to go to, he can get where he is. That's what you need. Why do you need to have all of these resources when some people don't even have anything at all? And that is what we fight against as an organization. That is why we are always out here, even to the Nigerian people, that look, the status quo has to change. We don't continue the way we are going. It's pointless. They say that is the definition of insanity. Doing the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result. Doesn't make any sense, right? Can't recycle the same liars and all those people. You join all the same parties, people that were just in APC 13 months ago. It's not 13 months ago here. This 2020, 2024, they were in APC just here. All of a sudden, they move to another party. You say that they are new. Their sins have been washed away. It doesn't make any sense, right? You see all these people. You never see these old people say, "Okay, you know what? Let's come together and support a young person." They will tell us that we are the future, but you never see them say, "You know what? We are in this coalition that we have come together. Let us even bring a youth forward. Let's put a youthful person forward and support this one because we have done the work. We have failed, and the records are there to show that they have failed." Because Nigeria, I don't see Anambra looking like Miami. I don't see Kaduna looking like even South Africa. I don't even see Kaduna looking like where, like New York. So they have failed. They have failed in terms of performing their duties to elevate the living condition of their people substantially. They have absolutely failed at doing that. These people don't want the best. Even the ones that have gotten to the highest level in the country, the ones who have been vice presidents, who have been senate presidents, what do they have to offer? What have they done differently? or they build roads, they give contracts to their friends to make more money. After they have already short-changed the budget for those developments, they'll still carry that money and give it to their friends, and they will pad it, and they'll say, okay, this is how much it will cost. And out of that money that they give, they'll still buy they'll buy materials that are not standard. They have no standard, and they'll still use that to develop our say they are developing our society. So it's always a lie, it's always a means of extraction. Whatever they put their effort into has to pay them. They do not believe in doing anything that benefits the Nigerian citizens. That's why they always talk about investment. What is investment? Investment simply means I'm going to take some money, put it here, and I must bring back profits. If you have put 1,000 naira into anything and you call it an investment, and you get 1,000 naira back out of it, that is a bad investment. That is not a good investment. If you put 1,000 naira, you should be able to get 1,500 naira. It is a good investment. That is profit. They are always looking for profit. They are profit driven. But when you want to develop something, it's just like your child. It's just like a child, like a baby that you have. When you are paying the school fees, when you are doing all these things, you are hoping that you do all these things for the good of the child. You want that for the child. You are not expecting anything back on the child. You want the child to do well for himself or for herself. That is development. When you feed the child 3 square meals a day, when you ensure that you talk to the child to check on his mental health, that is development. When you are developing something, you do not expect something back. What you hope for, what you expect back is that thing to be established and to be able to, grow. That is development that they don't want to do. You don't see them saying, okay, you know what, we are going to build all these houses in this location and we're going to give it to the people of this community at so price, affordable prices. In fact, because you're an indigene of this society, you might not need to buy the house. There are some things that can qualify you based on certain things for a free house. You don't see them doing that, right? They build real estate. They are looking for the biggest and the richest people to buy into it. It was just the other day we saw a Mayfield with 700 plus units of housing. 700 plus. This is the central bank president. 700 plus units of housing. People in Makoko do not have house to sleep on. They have literally pushed the people of Makoko. These are indigenes of the land, by the way. Indigenes of the land have been moved off the land. They had to go and stay on top of water because they can't live on the land. So you chase the people from land to the top of the water. They found peace on top of water. You went on top of that water to pursue them and still demolish their houses there again. Why did you pursue them off the land? Because you wanted to sell that land to somewhere else. They went on top of water. What are you going to do? You are going to dredge the sand that they are living under. For what? For development. For who? For just some people, a small group of people. For what reason? Profit. Not development. So no matter how you look at it, you see that, okay, it's all about them making money. And there's nothing wrong with making money. What we even want is for all Nigerians to have money. And that is why we are in this trouble. Because some people have decided that some Nigerians will have money, a small group of Nigerians will have money, the larger majority of Nigerians will have nothing. And those larger majority will always beg this small group for something. It doesn't make any sense. So we are here, we're saying, you know what? We Nigerians, we're tired. We don't want to be a part of that game anymore. We've built an organization. Omoyele Sowore has put his revolutionary consciousness towards kinetics. He has decided that, okay, you know what, we're not just going to talk about the problem, which is what a lot of Nigerians do. We're not just going to talk about the problem. We're actually going to do some good work to change the situation. How do we intend to do that? Create an organization, because the only way we can actually go against these people is by being organized, because the people who we are going against are organized themselves. They're organized and they're going against us. That is why it's easy for them. You can see somebody today will decide that, okay, he wants to do something. He can easily call up his friend who is a road contractor, come and do the road. You get the money. That friend will come and invest in his business, come and invest in his re-election again. That's how they move the money around. How much is the road? The road is 300 naira. Okay, I'll give you 1,500. Keep 500 for me and my family. Move the money, offshore account here, reroute, come back. They say that they are successful businessmen. Theft, broad daylight. But Nigerian citizens are not aware. But the only way we can change that is by organizing. Be a part of the organization. Join the vanguard. Be ideologically clear. Be able to differentiate your enemies from your friends. Because a lot of these people sell themselves to us as our friends. Your favorite influencer is your enemy. You don't know. Because when it comes to your struggle, he doesn't speak up. Do you see him talk? No. But do you see him at every birthday, at every naming ceremony, at every burial ceremony, at every campaign ceremony of the person who is benefiting from your impression? Yes. Why? Because they will give him handout as well. When you go there, dance a little, sing a little, do one thing, person will just put down for inside pocket, carry 5 billion, give him. That is 5 million naira that should have been distributed amongst you and the people in your community to what? Do some things. Or that's 5 million naira that should have gone into pipe-borne water for your community. Somebody has put in his pocket. That is 5 million naira that should have gone into street lights for your community. Somebody has put it in his pocket. This is how they rob us on a daily basis. And because we are caught up in the struggle in trying to find our footing in Nigeria, we're a bit lost. And the news they don't help us as well. The media is not helping matters. They lie. They lie. They lie. Somebody was talking today. If you've been on the news, you see that they are doing inflation has gone down by 15%. Someone sent it to me today and said, what do I think of this? I said, inflation cannot go down. You either have inflation or you have deflation. Those are the two things. Inflation cannot drop. What it simply means when they say inflation has dropped to 15%, if inflation was 20% before, prices were rising at that level. 15% increase now means that it is not as fast as it was before. It is just now 15%. That 15% must be on top of that 20% that was there before. That is what inflation is. So prices have not gone down. And most of you can testify to it because you go to the market, have things changed, have the prices of things changed? No. So you say somebody will say Tinubu is working. I ask him, how is Tinubu working? He said price of petrol has stable at 800 and something. How much was it when it came in? 500 and something. You carry price of something, go 1,400. You depress my neck. You can't bring out 800. You can't tell me, say, I've helped you. How have you helped me? You pour pepper for my eye. I tell you, say, they pepper me. You can't spit for inside your hand. Give me, make a clean one eye. You tell me, say, you don't help me. And we Nigerians, we assume that they have done something for us. They play with our psyche a lot. They confuse us. They strangle you. When you can't scream, they loosen it a little bit. And then when they loosen it a little bit, they say, oh, yeah, well, I've helped you. You can breathe a little bit. But you're still being strangled. You're still on the chain. You'll still die inevitably. That is the situation of things in the country. We don't want that anymore. We are tired of playing the games. We don't want to romanticize the lesser evil. No. We want to be conscious citizens of the country, building our future by ourselves. Right? In all our different pollings, in all our different wards, we are conscious. We know what's happening. We know who our councillors are. We know who our local government chairmen are. We know who the senators and the House of Representatives are. We know who the governors are. We know the local influencers in the society. We know who the youth leaders are. So that when we need to do anything, we know who to hold accountable. We know who to recall. We know who to agitate against. We have to build that culture of agitation, that culture of holding our leaders accountable. You are supposed to do this. Why have you not done it? Why have you not done it? We deserve this light. Why do we not have light? You are supposed to guarantee us light. Why? What is wrong? You can't do the job. Get out to put someone else. Or don't. We don't want you. We have to become active in Nigerian politics, not passive, active. And then when we become active, the motto we use for that activation is very important. What is the vehicle for the activation? What is the vehicle for this, for the struggle we're about to embark on? Because it is a struggle. The people who are oppressing you will not just leave you like that. And that's why you see they clamp down. That's why you see they clamp down. They clamp down on people who speak up. They clamp down. They want to shut you down. They don't want you to say that your back is paining you. They want to beat you and tell you how to cry. And that is why someone like Sowore will be honored. Why would someone like Sowore be honored? Not because he's God, not because he's a saint, but because Sowore is an example of what a Nigerian man should be. A Nigerian man should be conscious enough to participate in the politics in his country. A Nigerian man should love himself and his family enough to be active in the politics of the country. Why? Because he knows that that is activity in the politics of the country will determine and safeguard the future of his children. It will determine and safeguard the future of his community, of the generations to come. That is the beauty. That is the beauty. If you are not doing or moving in the same direction as a Sowore right now, you are not aligned with this ideology in Nigeria right now, I dare to say that you are on the wrong path. I dare to say that you're on the wrong path. Think about it. If you still feel like the people or the coalition of the people that have destroyed this nation can fix this nation, you must ask yourself critical questions. Is that logical thinking? Why would they save this country? Is it in their best interest? To their current body language display someone who's willing to save the country? Where who is this person aligning with? Is this person moving with the people? Has this person committed what we call class suicide? Has this person said, you know what, I have done a wrong thing, I have to retract all my ways, I have to take back, just like you read your Bible, when that young man, that tax collector, Jesus met him, Jesus said, everything that you have taken from the people, go and give them back first. Go and give the people everything you have to, go and give them back first. Have any of your politicians done that? Do they call out themselves for the corruption that they do? They just talk about corruption, everybody laugh, they talk about, oh, this one stole money, this one goes missing, 210 trillion has disappeared, everybody is just going. No, but there are a group of people who are calling them out, because we know that that 210 trillion is not printed money that just came out from thin air. That's your natural resources, that's your tax there, that is the money for education, that is the money for healthcare, that is the money for good roads, that is the money that will stop your children from staying at home every day. That is the money that will afford you the ability to get proper transport, breathe good air everywhere in Lagos, smelling everywhere in Port Harcourt, soot, Nigeria Delta, soot in the air. In the northern side of Nigeria, there's dust because the roads are not even paved. So there are so many things. If people don't connect the dots, we Nigerians we find it hard to connect the dots between our natural resources and where the money is going to. And we are the ones who do the work. We are the working class people. There's no reason as a working class Nigerian, as a worker in the country, that you should not be a part of the struggle, because the struggle is for you. You can't be working at miss. You work so hard. You earn so little. Make that make sense. The jobs that you do in Nigeria, in other countries, the job that you are doing as a Nigerian in your country today, you are paid far less than what your counterparts are paid in other countries. Nigerian professionals are the least paid professionals in the world, but Nigerian politicians are the most paid people in the world. They are paid more than their counterparts anywhere in the world. But as a doctor, can you, as a doctor in Nigeria, say that you earn the same thing as a doctor in the UK, as a doctor in Canada, or as a doctor in America? No. As a banker, same level. Bankers in Nigeria who are bank managers are not earning as much as clerks in Canada. Yes, I'm telling you for a fact. People who are bank managers in Nigeria earn less than front desk bankers in Canada, in UK, in America. Earn way less. And they do less work. You are cracking your head. How can you help Tony Lumelu meet his budget and make all the money? You are killing yourself. Nigerian, they say the statistics is, look at the healthcare. Let's use healthcare. Case study healthcare. Ideally, I think they said WHO says it should be 1,000 patients to one doctor. I think that is the recommendation by WHO, 1,000 to one doctor. But that is the recommendation. That's like bad. That's the worst case scenario. That let's assume things are not going well. You should have 1,000 to, and I'm pretty sure those indexes are for countries that are probably at war, where things are just bad, they cannot do anything. So one doctor to 1,000 patients. That is the index. In Cuba, I think you have one doctor to 200 patients in Cuba. That's one doctor to 200 patients in Cuba, and that is phenomenal. That's amazing. That's way below the recommendation. That's like great. Guess what we have in Nigeria? Yes, in Nigeria we have one doctor to 2,500 patients. We have one doctor per 2,500 patients. So our doctors are even understaffed. That is one side of it. They are overworked. And it's not as though, okay, you see there. Is that the recommend? That's the recommendation, right? One doctor per 1,000 people. But look at it. One doctor per 1,000 people. Right? But if you look at Nigeria's situation is a different case entirely. We have one doctor to over 2,000 people, or 1,000 plus people. It's ridiculous, makes no sense. And they'll tell you there are no jobs in the country. We have doctors, we have so many doctors, we have capital. Every time we have intellectual brain drainage of doctors in the country, our doctors are flying abroad, they're going to the Arabian Peninsula, they're going to the UK, they are highly sought after. Our own country cannot utilize their brain. This is the game, extraction. They always want to extract everything. They always want to extract everything from us. They want to take everything. It's ridiculous. It's a shame that our country is getting ruined by the day, and many of us are not doing anything about it. And that's why we're always in your face. We always come to you. We always tell you, look, you can do something about it. This is how you can start. Be a part of the organization. Join the AAC. It is a political organization built on consciousness. It's by working class Nigerians just like you. We create avenues for people to mingle with other working class Nigerians. We support ourselves. We learn how to do things by ourselves, because for far too long, the Nigerian citizen has learned to pawn off his responsibility. He has abjugated his responsibility to a bunch of reckless and irresponsible caretakers. People who do not understand what it means to be African men. People who have internalized wickedness. Those are people who we have as our governors and our presidents, our senators, our local government chairman. We're done with that. The local government chairman should be a regular person working, a worker in your neighborhood. It could be a dry cleaner, it could be a mechanic. This is someone who understands the plight of the people, who is willing to go there and not sell out. They talk about experience. They say these people are experienced. Where is the experience? Is this what you call experience? Look around you in Nigeria today. Step out to your street and tell me. You say that your local government chairman has experience, your governor has experience. That's why he was voted in. Look around you and tell me what the experience has done for you. Tell me. Is your standard of living better than somebody in Ghana, here, or South Africa? No. So there's a fundamental problem. Not to say Ghana and South Africa are, the best, because they can always do better. But we are far below the standard. We are far below the standard. We are far below where we should be as a country with the power that we have as a country. Nigeria has no reason to not be at par or better than the USA. We have no reason to not be at par or better than the USA. Population-wise, we are very close. When it comes to intellectual capacity, we probably have more people who are more brilliant than they do have. We have, and you see it around the world, we have some of the most resourceful, resilient, intelligent people around the world. So in terms of human numbers, the production, we're talking about workforce. We have the workforce. You're talking about ability, intellectual capacity. We have the intellectual capacity. That is undoubtable. If you now look at the resources, the raw materials, we have it in abundance. So we have the three things. You have the people who will do the work, you have the technical know-how, and you have the means of, you have the capital, the real capital. Not you have the land, and you have the things under the land. So we have everything it takes to get the job done. So we must ask ourselves, from 1960 to 2026, why has the job not been done? That is a question all Nigerians should take back, ask themselves. And when you come to a conclusion, the AAC link is there. Join the party, be a part of the organization, represent your people, become a citizen. What we are doing here, we are in the job of creating the perfect citizen. The citizen that knows what it means to be a part of a country, what it means to be patriotic, for him to love his country and for his country to love him back. That is what we are building. And we understand that it's very hard. Nigeria has been unfair to you. We know that. We know that Nigeria has been unfair to you. It has been unfair to us as well. We, the people who Nigeria have been unfair to, we must now come together. Nigeria is not unfair to us by a whim. It is by design. This is a system that was designed to be unfair to the majority of Nigerian people. And that system must be shut down. And that is why we ask for a revolution. What is a revolution? A total and absolute change from what is currently happening right now. We do not want gradual, because when people are dying on a daily basis, when it comes to our oppression is swift. When they wanted to destroy the houses of people in Oroshoki and Makoko, 2 days, they don't do them. When they want to clamp down on protest like this, when they wanted to call state of emergency in Port Harcourt over money sharing like this. But when it comes to your development, your growth, your life, change, fundamental change in your society, it's coming. 4 years is not enough. There's a cabal somewhere. There's one thing here. There's always an excuse. We're tired of those excuses. We know the job can be done because it's being done around the world. What we need is competent caretakers who are willing to do the job. We need Nigerians who are ready to be active citizens. And we already have the most important piece of all, a vanguard revolutionary organization that is willing to do the work. So people, be a part of the work. Liberation Chat, over to you. ID here. I'm here with you.
Thank you so very much. Adege, thank you so much, comrade. And of course, to the Nigerian people that are tuned into this broadcast would say thank you so much for joining in. Big shout out to you, as many as those of you that love Sowore so much, that you so much admire his boldness, his courage, his character, his humility. You really you salute his gallantry in the face of oppression, and you really respect his resilience over the years. This is someone that has been doing the same thing for the past 30 years. And of course, today we have dedicated 10 hours live stream for him. And I can announce to you that we are now 8 hours into that 10 hours live stream. And of course, we have just 2 hours left. So big shout out to all of you, since around half to 12 would been up and running. And of course, we have crossed the 8-hour mark. And of course, we are going to 10 hours. Does he deserve it? Yes, he does. Omoyele Sowore deserve to be shown all of the attention, or we want to focus every attention on him today. Why? Because we have to really, be able to support and give the flowers to those of one of us that have really championed our cause every day, every night. Even today, we know say Baba go still receive 1 or 2 call in terms of human rights advocacy, and he no go say because today na him birthday, he go still pick up the call. We dey see him now. Shebi him talk am for when he came to the studio,
It's a
and it was
lifestyle.
this is the only addiction we him get na human rights advocacy. Of
And
course,
that
he
is the
might,
point.
and that is the point. You're right, and
How
that
can
is
you?
what.
Yeah, carry
Yeah,
on.
please
Carry on. Okay.
proceed. That
I
is.
said the point is this: you cannot be a person who is going through suffering and decide that you don't want to look at what is causing you suffering. We've said it before, right? This is your life is literally at stake in Nigeria, and Nigerians don't get this. That your life is literally at stake in the country. And the sad thing about Nigeria is that if
It seems
you
as though if Nigeria doesn't happen to Nigerians, they don't actually believe that
that it
Nigerians
can
are
happen,
happening to
yeah,
some people. Yeah.
they are not that cognitive, concurrence is not there. Like for them to assume to know that it can happen to me, Let's take a few steps back. Let's look back. Just 4 5 months ago, Anthony Joshua was on the highway. Anthony Joshua is one of the people that nobody in their lives will believe that Nigeria can happen to. This is a man who literally won, I think, 90 million US dollars just a few days before that incident. 90 million US
Absolutely.
dollars.
Yes.
Not talking about his career, his endorsements. That guy is a CEO. I think he's one of the major owners of DAZN, the streaming platform, sponsored by Under Armour, you know, rich. Nigeria, nobody go reason say that kind of person fee Nigeria fee happen to him. What happened to him? On the road, highway, that same road is where Dagreen died years ago. That same route happened to Dagreen.
And if you were asked that this road where you want pass, so if they tell him, if one prophet tell him say that kind of thing go happen
No
to
go
him, you
believe.
no go believe.
He no go believe.
Saying
He
go
was
lose
driving.
his most closest friends, the
Say he go
closest
even
of the
almost lose in
closest.
life. Anthony Joshua was this close to death now. This
It was
close.
very close.
This close. This close. Nigeria was
You
Nigeria.
know go believe him say that kind of thing fit happen.
I say I'm not sure. Say that guy right now, he must be going through therapy because he'll be having.
Yes. That shock will still be there. It will be
Yeah.
popping up in his mind once in a while.
This is Anthony Joshua. Nigeria happened to him. Lost his best friends. These are also Nigerians, by the way. Why the other guy is a Nigerian guy, right? He's lost them. 2 of them died. Everybody. That won't happen. Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie, and then in a Nigerian hospital, lost her child from negligence. Not up to how many days ago, a young lady died from snake poisoning, from snake bite, snake venom. The Nigerian institution did not have anti-venom. In a country where we say snake full everywhere, that is one of the things that we should just have handy, because we are in a warm climate. The snakes will be there.
It should be indeed one of the priority supplies that every hospital should have. Every clinic, every primary healthcare center should have it.
It should be like paracetamol.
Our habitat. This is an habitat for snakes.
It's
and
a warm
scorpions.
area. They will be there. It's natural. If you go to the colder countries, they have preservations for coyotes, the animals that they experience in their location, to make sure, okay, if anything happened, rabies shots, anti-rabies, everything there. We don't have anti-venom in Nigeria, and Nigerians laughed about it as though it was a joke. So Nigerians do not believe, think about these things, that if it has happened to some of the richest people around you, who you don't ordinarily believe that Nigeria can happen to them, what makes you so sure that Nigeria will not happen to you? And if any Nigerian is thinking, if they close their eyes and they think, ask yourself the question, has Nigeria ever happened to me before? You most likely, Nigeria has happened to you before. It might not be devastating yet. That is the thing. It is not just devastating enough to take your life yet. Why do you want to wait till it takes your life before you believe that you have to do something about it? And that's why you must be addicted to this thing called your liberation, your freedom. I've said it before. If you're on a plantation, let's assume you were a slave. They carried you as a slave trade, carry over the Atlantic River, take you, and you're on a plantation field. When you get there, do you not just decide I'm going to become the best cotton picker in the world? I will just love this plantation so much. No. When you're on the plantation, even when you are picking the cotton, you must be thinking, how do I escape? How do I become free? How do I liberate myself? How do I become a free man? How do I get justice for myself? That is what you do as a Nigerian person, as you go to work on your daily basis, as you go by your hustle, because those things will be there. That is, the system has created massive distractions so that we are not able to invest in our liberation. As you go to your daily job, you must be thinking, what can I do to aid my liberation? What can I do to play a part in the liberation? And it's not a one-man job. That is why we speak, because Nigerians must be a part of their own liberation. Nigerians must come together to fight for their own liberation. And this thing will not be happening in one place. It will be happening all around the countries. Different people. We want the well-meaning Nigerians, the forward, progressive, working class people to be a part of this organization. They are the ones who will put their energies forward, their skills forward, to pull the backward strata of the working class into the liberation. That is what they call structure. That is what they call structure, not money politics, not individual politics, not intimidation politics. No. Just hard work, real hard work by well-meaning Nigerians who are working class citizens of the country. And it is easy because we are already the working class. We are already the core of the force of production. If we as working class Nigerians decide today that we want to ground Nigeria's economy, easy. If we decide today that we want to put everything to a halt in the country until things are done, it's the easiest thing in the world. But we are not organized, so we can't even do that. And the people, like we said, who are supposed to be our stewards, you look at the NLC, the National Labor Congress or Union, whatever, nothing. All the times they say they want to go on strike is just because they are looking to get paid. When they give them their small stipend, strike has called off. The condition of Nigerian people have not changed in any way. I think we're listening that, in fact, lecturers, the ASU lecturers, the union of lecturers, they are taking more money than they should be taking from the lecturer's salary. The professor said it, that the union is collecting, a union that should protect your earnings, the union that should protect you as a worker. The union is taking more, way more out of your salary than they should. So these are the things we are against. These things that Nigerians have normalized. This lack of competency. This inability to not see Nigeria as a cake just to be eaten. We must begin to see Nigeria as our child that should be taken care of. We don't intend to invest into Nigeria. We intend to develop Nigeria. We intend to develop Nigeria. That is the primary goal. Development. Development of the people, development of the country itself, the land itself, development of the ecosystem, the climate. Nigeria weather is amazing. There's no reason why you should be experiencing some of these ridiculous climate disasters that we're experiencing. It's not as bad as other countries, but we shouldn't even be having it like this. If we're conscious, if we're looking at our society and saying, okay, you know what, we have respect for nature. How are we going to coexist with nature? Not how are we going to subjugate, exploit, destroy, capitalize. They go anywhere because they want to build house. They just destroy everything, pursue all the fish there, kill all the animals in the bush, everything, destroy. Always destroying. They want to go and bring out oil from the ground, all the water bodies in Niger Delta. You can't even find fresh fish anymore. Price of things will go up. Destroyed all the water bodies. By the time Nigeria is 80, Nigeria will be like somewhere that they have been fighting war. So those are the things we're against. And this job is work that will take some time. It's not something that will happen immediately. It's hard work. And that's why ideology comes into play. That's why ideology comes into play, because ideology keeps you grounded. It helps you understand why you must continue in this struggle perpetually until your liberation is certain. Ideology helps you become clearer. You are clear on what needs to be done. You're not just, looking to be part of political organization because you're looking for money. No. You are in the political organization. You are ideologically clear. You are principled. You are working with your comrades because you cannot do the job alone. Sowore alone cannot do the job. Liberation Chat alone cannot do the job. Adegi alone cannot do the job. It is a combination of all of us because we all have individual roles to play. And I cannot play your role the way you can play your role. And you cannot play my role the way I can play my role. All of us must take our role and we must play it to perfection. We must play it to perfection. The same way the people who are oppressing us are playing their own roles to perfection. Look at Wiki. Plays his roles to perfection. Look at this guy, El-Rufai, playing his role to perfection. Tinubu is playing his role to perfection. Sowore is playing his liberatory role to perfection. So you must continue. It is not a one-time thing because you will not be grounded in the first go. And the message sounds weird. The message is like, oh, but there are people who are... No. This is something that you must really buy into as a Nigerian for your own good, because believe me, there's no going back. There's no other road. The people who are killing you mean to kill you totally. You have just one choice. Fight for your freedom. That is it. If you're not a part of that, then whatever you think you're doing as a Nigerian citizen, as a worker, self-deception, it's not it's just self-deception. because Nigeria will continue to just rotten if you do not bring your own skills to the table and take up the responsibility as a Nigerian citizen to doing the main work you have to do. Yes, my comrade. Over to you.
Thank you so very much. All right, and of course, it's very, very it's a pleasure to have every one of us gathered here today, and of course, we are a people-driven news platform, engagement platform, interactive platform, political, um, stimulation, to basically fan the flame of consciousness in the minds of the people. That is one of the things that we do here. All right, we bring in resourceful speakers to really address the Nigerian people, set the record straight. No propaganda here, except truth, facts and facts always. And of course, it's been a pleasure to feature in our daily live stream today. No, no, just check We dey always run live stream every day, 6 p.m. Today on just happened to be a special edition where we actually feature the the enigma himself, the hurricane himself. You can call him so many
The Indaboski Bahose.
yes, the power that is fashioned against the oppressors in Nigeria.
The war, the battle,
the battle himself,
the fight, the lion,
the fight, the
liquid
lion.
metal.
That liquid metal that ain't go fast. You must have thought about this thing well before you come.
Liquid metal.
You know what liquid metal is? You can't hold liquid metal. Even some metals cannot stand liquid metals. They will melt. Just to tell you how molten melter is a huge force of nature, really.
Have you watched Terminator?
Yeah, I've seen Terminator. Yes,
that first Terminator guy will be like, where did they shoot? We go and go just pass through him. The one will be like liquid metal.
Yeah.
Then at the Indaboski liquid metal. That's
man.
The war.
That is serious.
You know, the one we do recently. You say in a time of, I need to talk the video. You say in a time of struggle and something, the future of the nation rests in the hands of a young man. He says his name is
that sounds
in quote Merlin.
That sounds like Merlin, man.
In quote Merlin for church. In quote I'm saying he rests in the shoulders of a young man. The Indaboski Bahose.
Many people anticipate the liquid metal, or perhaps Pastor Odumeje to basically drop throw his heart into the ring of the political scheme of things in Nigeria. Many Nigerians will be more than willing to have that kind of
someone like Odumeje, he has decided to be the battle and the war, so there's no problem. Since he's part of the battle, he must join us. He should be a part of the revolution as well. He should bring his skills to the table and be a part of the revolution. He should become more class conscious. It should become clear. And that is another thing. Nigerians are not class conscious, you see. We're not class conscious.
But some of us are in very much interested in what Odumeje have been doing that is actually even something remotely close to serving the people. But some would make argument that it's church and they always distribute rice, that they always feed the poor, which I have heard him do. That he doesn't really, he's a very pro people kind of person, that he actually have some arrangement for poor people in his church. Well, that sounds like something that we can. Thank you so much. I think we have to say no more. All right. Let's pass the mic to.
Don't disrespect revolutionary like Omoyele Sowore by bringing in that unserious bunch of fellow into the conversation. I know we are joking, but please don't disrespect.
But no, it's not as though we are comparing him here. But so, I'm just like,
and we are not in the business of giving charity. Omoyele Sowore will have done a great deal of such, right? Maybe that's what majority of people have also relegated revolution to be. But
Mm.
we are not in the business of charity. We are not in the business of giveaways. Even your biggest enemies occasionally do giveaways in the front of cameras.
Of course,
That
absolutely.
Obasanjo went to
All of these guys,
idiot,
they give,
idiot God
that they do
Obasanjo
charity well.
leaving the political office
Mm.
where you could have empower and create systems. Haven't left the political office, went to give other youth boys, young boys, went to empower them with, in his word, empowerment, with tricycle.
Mm.
You know, the madness, young minds with tricycle, and he called that empowerment. We are living in a world where idiots would just throw in some few thousands. In fact, the last one I saw was the idiot of a son called president. That the even the label of the bread is more than the bread in itself.
Mm.
The price of the label, the price of branding that bread is more than the bread in itself.
Mm.
But these motherfuckers will do this because they believe in charity. Unfortunately, Nigerians also now believe in charity
Mm.
because they are Christians. They will tell you, God forbid,
Mm.
my God will shield me. They are a bunch of beggars, and we haven't been relegated to begging and charity cause. We are not a charitable cause. Nigerians need to have some dignity. We need to learn from Omoyele Sowore. That level of dignity to look in the face of those who would have patronized you. Was barely 25 years old, richest man in Africa. And richest man in Africa would offer him a money that he refused, he rejected. Why? Dignity. That dignity is not taught in school. It is core of Africanness. It is not what religion preaches. Religion even preaches that you have become more vulnerable, you become more open, you become more prone to begging, that you become beggars. No, that's not what we are talking about. That's not the liberation we are talking about. And that is why the best of them are they run charitable cause. The last I know, Tinubu's wife has an NGO. These motherfuckers have an NGO here and there, ready to throw in money to say Baba, yeah, Baba, do Baba. That explains why the so-called, journalists have become beggars. I could see one who is a former beggar now having a show, declaring that she has a show. And in their show, there is never a truth coming out of there. Never. Why? You want to say truth to the people who they beg to get the show? No, now it's wrong now. So Omoyele Sowore, even though he does charity, he doesn't even present charity. Kiribo, every December is a charity cause. He doesn't even present that. He doesn't. That explains why some Nigerians will say, "Hey, he should be giving money now. He should also be giving money." We are not into patronage. We are not patronizers. Even when we give, your religious progenitor asks you to give in such a way that your left hand would not know that your right hand have done a cause. But this one, they are literally getting a cameraman to picture it. What's the reward? The reward is that, right? So we are not charity givers. We are not in this business to give people a cup of rice, some cup of rice and then beans. No, 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 no. That's not the liberation work. The liberation work is that we want to ensure that people come to the realization of what they could be having as dignified humans. What is it that we have that we should be having? What money do we have as a nation that should be in our pocket? What assets do we have that should be within our jurisdiction of control? We have land. Let nobody deceive us. We have land. Do we have access to land? No. If you have access to land, there won't be over 20 million homeless people in this country. We need access to land. If you have our access back to land, we won't have over 2,000 people dying of food starvation daily in this country. You might act ignorant, you might act naive, but that is the correct truth, that people die of food starvation in this country. So what do we need? We need not charity, not a bag of rice. That's for you and your political elite, misrulers. That's for you and them. What the people truly need is to gain back control of their assets, of their worth, of their true worth. And their true worth cannot be quantified by dollar or cash. It's truly quantifiable when they take control of the means of production. Do you have access to means of production? That explains why the so-called billionaires have to still be a beggar. Because even the billionaires within our space are beggars. Quote me on this. You know, one of them was trying to cast the system. The people didn't get it. He was trying to claim in the entertainment industry that a person had made a claim that he crossed a billion naira box office, and he was trying to cast it that wait oh, the setting in this game is that we are beggars oh. This person might not be able to make up to $10 million, 10 million naira, but people didn't get it. People didn't get it. They didn't get it. CP is a beggar. Yes, now in this country, you, we are beggars. That's a real fact. Is this something easy now? It's no longer easy. So we are not in the business. At least our dignity should worth more than begging. We should be dignified enough as human to have access to the means of production. And surely, we are not lazy brats. We are not lazy people. Contrary to the opinion of the useless Buhari that says that Nigerian youth are lazy bunch of youths. We are not originally. We are not. Even as they are trying to make us. When I check TikTok, you will know that kọ́lọ́run kàn fi àtijẹ wá síbi tó le ni tó ti nira. But even with the hustle on TikTok, you will know that Nigerians are not lazy. No, Nigerians are not lazy. Young minds are not lazy. Begging without dignity. Have you checked the likes of what is it called? Nedu, and the video that he did with Charles Okosha, how they almost naked themselves just to make some few likes and gains. Nigerians are not lazy to undignify themselves that much just for cash. We are not lazy. Have you seen our prayer routine? How we beg and beg the sky daddy? That's not laziness. No, it's just that we have been misdirected to channel our energy into wrong course, into wrong courses. And here is Omoyele Sowore saying that if we are ready, we can actually take back our dignity by pursuing the criminals away from us and holding back our dignity, because we should be able to earn and meet with our physiological needs without necessarily selling our dignity away. We should be tired to be begging. That idiot that is a spokesperson for the idiot as a minister in Abuja, at his old age with all those white hair, he is still begging. I don't want to mention his name. I remember his name, but I know it's inconsequential. He's still a beggar at that age. Kí ló fẹ́ fi lọ́mọ lọ́wọ́? What does he want to present as legacy for his children? Beggar. No, our lives should worth more than this, the begging life spree. We are begging. We beg for anything. We beg for air. We beg for life. We beg for water. We beg for CV. We beg for certificate. We beg for provision. We beg for visa. We beg for passport. We beg for stay. At what point are we supposed to have? I remember his name, Omologo. I didn't just want to call him. He's not of too much consequence. He's inconsequential. He's a vegan now, something that of his enslaver do not even have to beg for. The children of his enslaver was given the same opportunity, even without political office or without any shared responsibility to the cause, because he is actually doing a job. He's supposed to be doing a dignifying job. Of course, when you take up the role for an undignified personality like Minister of Abuja, you have undignified yourself. But Nigerians do not have the luxury of choosing their job. That should be annoying to us. Imagine if, and Sowore have said this before, that imagine if he had to he had to seek employment in this country. Ọlọ́run ojú oúnjẹ ọ̀tá wa. But my people will say, but ara ilé gan ọba gbóúnjẹ kaná kọ́. Let me translate that. That my people will say, may we not eat the food of our enemy. But people now will say that when your friends are not even cooking, they are not even boiling water, not to talk of having vision that one time like that, rice will enter or garri will enter. there's no even dream that something is cooking. So we just imagine that Sowore had to beg. No, I have to beg this idiot for work. No, we should get to the point our daily needs, our survival would not have to. Majority of Nigerians are compromised by just the need to meet with their physiological needs, nothing else. They are not even aiming to build mansions. The compromise that they have been put into is not even to desire the kind of life that the so-called T-Pain is living with our own collective money, living the largest life, buying the best of equipment, buying the best of yachts, buying the best of jets, traveling across the world, going on medication to the best of the best facilities to get medication, healthcare package is practically insured by Nigerian lives. A singular man being insured by the collective resources of everyone. But the things that put some of us into that level of compromise is not even some of these things. It's not. We do not even hope to get healthcare insurance. Even if you have an healthcare insurance in this country,
healthcare insurance.
you are there.
For who? For who?
Eh?
Who get healthcare insurance?
Get. Even if you have, you are still dead.
Yes.
You are dead man.
Because
You are dead man.
you cannot tell me Chimamanda did not have insurance.
Because it's not functioning. Exactly. And and what many people will call the best of the health institutions, which is the private sectors, the private parastatals, right? So we should be angry that we have to compromise our social state, our human state for just making ends meet. Can I still be heard?
Yeah, you can be heard
It's
clearly.
like my own internet has stopped.
I can hear
All
you.
right,
I
all
can
right.
hear you.
Thanks,
Commissioner.
Ade,
Can you hear me?
for that. Yeah, so
Okay.
all right, thank you for the feedback. Yeah, so we need to dignify ourselves, and that's the difference. The difference here is that we, Comrade Omoyele Sowore, is not practicing or preaching that we can be finding charity to survive, and that's strange to majority. The problem majority of us have within is not the vision is not right, it's us. We should be asking ourselves, how come we are so much in love with charity? How come charity bus stop have become the destination for us? How come? How come now to meet with our physiological needs alone has become the vision? When are we going to get to the point of the capacity to have safety? When are we going to get to the point of capacity to build love, to build relationships, not to compromise relationships? Some of the so-called most popular comedian fought because of 30,000 naira. 30,000 naira. I, I was even ashamed on behalf of them. Ojú gbá mi tì fún wọn when I was hearing that it was 30,000 naira that caused the issue. And these were the so-called biggest comedian, and they fought for almost over a decade just for 30,000 naira, meaning our lack of access to resources is already damaging our relationships. How many relationships have been damaged by due to long distance, that the fact that the man has to, or the woman has to, or one of the spouse have to, change location just to meet with survivor, putting our relationship at risk, putting our relation for meaningless purpose. What Omoyele Sowore is doing is for a cause, it's for the real meaning. But this one, you say you do not want to join the revolution, but you are still apart from your family, not for a meaningful cause. This is a cause that his children will be happy that they had a father who paid attention to over 250 million needs. They will be happy. Of course, they will be more. They would have loved it to have their father with them, but at the long run, they will be happy that such a person is able to be their father. But yours, you didn't join the revolutionary cause, you didn't join the nation building cause, but you are still not up with your family. You see, double jeopardy. In legal cause, double jeopardy, you can appeal for double jeopardy because you should not suffer a consequence of a sin twice. You should not. In fact, if you are punished twice for a sin, you can sue the government and they can pay you damages. But in this case, we are suffering from double jeopardy. So we are not to even talk of the point where we can now begin to self-actualize ourselves, where we can now be confident in the works that we have done and the things that we have built, where we can now build sustainability, and we have a concept of saying mo fi lọ́mọ lọ́wọ́. Which profession is it? Is it the job of Lere that he wants to put to his children? He want to commit such job to his children, houseboy job? No, now, even him too does not want the children to do it, but eventually they are going to do it at the end of the day anyway, because we have seen the script all over again until we change the system. And that's where Omoyele Sowore is saying that we can change the system. We can ultimately erase this system that has sidelined us. That has, I saw a video very annoying. It's on my X space, of how one idiot was spreading money to African people, and they were chasing after 200 naira, but I don't even care how much the currency. That's not how the idiot was laughing. The idiot was laughing, subjugating human lives, subjecting human lives to that point. Was laughing. No, that is not acceptable. And that's what Omoyele Sowore has said. So we are not in the business of charity. All those who want to give charity should go and keep it to charity bus stop. We are in the business of true liberation, where humans regain back their dignity, where work is an extension of human expression, but not necessarily of the fact that it's undignifying. No, work should be an extension of human expression. That was how our ancestors worked. That is why till date, the museum of the UK and the colonial masters is filled with the works of our ancestors. Ask them to give it to us, they will tell you that they are helping us manage it. Àwọn olè, thieves. But when was this work done? When did they do this work? When were they? When would they? When was they? You get the concept? Na the idea. When was the work done? It was done when work was an expression, was an extension of expression, of human expression. It is in human genetics to bring something to life. It is in our genetics. The cause of it is not to pay bills. This kind of life that we are living is not the life. And this is not utopia. Some of you are running. The reason why you want to run to some of the countries that you are believing you want to run to is because of this utopia. What do you call utopia? But when it comes to believing it for African people, where the resources really is, where we can actually fund this kind of lifestyle, because this lifestyle is what is making Monaco, the city of Monaco, in France, is making them have the largest lifespan across the globe. When we come to, but they do not have the resources to fund it. African lives have to fund it. They are on insurance with African lives. But where it comes to the matter, where it matters, where we can afford to fund it, you call it utopian. Omoyele Sowore is not one who believes in such idea. He believes that African liberation, and he has said it this night before, you know, almost every time you speak to him, he tells you that African liberation is possible. He has seen it. There's nothing that could stop it. It's going to come. An idea whose time has come is it, you know, and it's just that it's just for some of us to see it and key into it and liberate ourselves. If we are ready this night, by tomorrow morning, we could get it done. So it could be double celebration. You know, by tomorrow morning, it could be double celebration if we are ready. But the reason why it will elongate till, so some of us are not even waiting for next year election. If you are waiting for next year election, kudos to you, kudos to you. If we are ready this night, we can make it happen tomorrow morning. Yes. Yeah. If we are ready this night, I am in Nigeria. If we are ready this night, we can make it happen tomorrow morning. Comrade Omoyele Sowore will be happy to join us this night. If we are willing and ready this night, what do we have to do? Step out. That's all. We can match it this night and get it done this night. But the reason why we want to delay our liberation is because we now believe in charity. We believe that tomorrow shall be your time, your turn. And that lie is a lie. You know, it's deception of the lie. Do you know how we procreate in Africa? Do you know how many of us that is expected to still come to life in the another 20 years time? You know, the chances of it will be your turn is slim, is getting slimmer day by day. So that lie is no longer going to be, they have to create another sophisticated lie. That lie is already meeting with its doom. You know, something has to give way. Another lie has to be created soon. If not, you know, by the time it will soon get to a point that they will throw you a prayer you will not answer because you know that there's no point. Yeah. And it's getting to that point with our population, but the population is not even the problem because we can create, we have the right set of population, we can produce, we have the land, we can, you know, industrialize because we have the resources necessary. Just like Adege have mentioned, that we have the human capital, we have the intelligence if trained. Um, yes, if trained. Nigerians can be trained. We are trained to use technologies upon little or no introduction to us, to our environment. In fact, there are technologies that we are using today that they even do not want us there. But the Nigerians are there. Nigerians are on those platforms, you know, charting their course, maneuvering their way, with or without invitation. TikTok has not invited us to make money, but Nigerians are making money regardless anyway. So, meaning Nigerians can be trained. Yes, we can be trained. I would not subscribe to the fact that we are intelligent right now. I don't think it is in the species of any intelligent animals to ignore liberation and seek and seek tokenism, and seek charity. No, I don't think that is intelligent. No, 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 no. No, that liberation should be the paramount, should be the prioritized, you know, demand from any intelligent species or living organism. Case, we can make it happen, but we must not subject our lives to charity. We are not beggars. Omoyele Sowore has shown, that the universe can also help such minds that refuse to beg. We are not beggars. People will call it pride because they do not understand, because what have created them is that one of begging that makes begging normal. They make begging humility. No, begging is not humility. That's why they are the smallest chance when people now have resources. This is where you know that there's something wrong in begging. That's why you hear people, they say that it's not loyal. The reason what they are calling non loyal is that because he now has the same thing that you have, you still want him to be loyal to begging. No, begging is not normal to human nature. Respect is normal, but not begging. What we are showing today to Comrade Omoyele Sowore is respect, but not begging. Not a beggar, not living a life of a beggar. Because begging in itself is exploitative. Begging is exploitative. Ìjọ́ tọ́wọ́ ẹ bá tèkú dà, ó porúkọ bàbá ẹ̀, ó porúkọ òun gan fúnra ẹ̀. Meaning, the day your hand handle the same resources like the person you beg, that's the end. That's why Fumbara, at the slightest moment where he could, challenge his boss, he challenged his boss, didn't he? Even though it didn't pay off well for him, but he challenged. Is to show that begging, that kind of subservient life to another human, it's not natural, it's not human, it's not natural. It is superficial, and superficial does not have the strength to stand the test of time, and it's going to give way, no matter how soon or how long it lasted, right? So we are in the business of pure change, systemic change, and not integrationist idea or charitable cause. Back to you, Liberation Shout.
Thank you very much. Thank you for that wonderful submission. And of course, yeah, the liberation struggle is not the kind of struggle that is actually for giveaways. Giveaways and philanthropy is not what the liberation struggle is all about. It's deep. It's a very deep surgical operation that is done in a society where people's dignity are being ripped from their from their very human dignity is being ripped away from them. All right. And of course, in that situation, what you need is total liberation. All right. You don't need giveaways. You don't need handouts. You don't need freebies. What you need is a system that allows you to be a human being, to be able to maintain your dignity. All right. To be able to earn a living. All right. And of course, Adegi said something very profound. And I find it very interesting that the Nigerian politicians are the highest paid in the world. The Nigerian politicians are the highest paid in the world. Of course, anybody can fact check us on this. Fact check us. This kind of system, what can be done to it? Can we patch this kind of system? Just you self check them. Can any patch happen or any reform happen to this kind of system? All right, a system that ensures that the politicians have the best kind of remuneration, when even the lifesavers, the doctors that are basically saving people from the hands of death, All right, the lecturers that are impacting knowledge on the people, they are the least paid, even in some Africa, in even in Africa. Some African countries give their professors better remuneration than Nigeria, that calls himself giant of Africa. And that is quite interesting. And of course, it will now be made whether or not Nigerian people are willing to dismantle this system, or the Nigerian people want to rub the head of this, kind of system. Let's just find a way around it. Let us queue behind the establishment politicians. If you cannot beat them, you join them. All right. And of course, away from politics, even if Sowore is not on the ballot, you would most likely predict exactly what his position will be when it comes to reckless spending, when it comes to Nigerian politicians and the way they have cornered people's resources to themselves. The only good part to that is the fact that what if is now at the helm of affairs, well, he can call the shots. And that is what makes him even more wonderful. That is what makes it wonderful, because he wants to step things up from just being a complainant, of just trying to force the hands of the government to do some things. Of course, he was able to do some of those things. Even as far back as a year ago, when he forced the hand of the federal government to promote over 79,000. I think the last update was 79,000 police officers. All right, they were promoted just because of Showore's advocacy alongside comrades like Dambelo. Because Sowore is not the only one doing this. He just happens to be a leader in this struggle. He happens to be a vanguard. All right, that people can bank on that. Yes, when we don't see Sowore dey for front. Forget our mind don't dey ground. Say this thing, government don't feed do mago for am. He no go gree for government. All right, everybody knows. Everybody knows. All right, this is not there's no even controversy about that one. All right, and of course, when we had him on the show, he said something. He said he embraces being criticized so much that even if you criticize him, if he sees it, he will most likely follow you, so that you can even produce more criticism. If one doesn't make sense, another one go make sense. Where in feel learn from. That is a leader. All right, a leader who doesn't really believe in fanfare, paparazzi. All right, paparazzi. All right. So it is what it is in Nigeria, and of course, we have to do better as a people. We must do better as a people. We must actually be very much committed to our own struggle. We must own the struggle, and we must be able to see. I have always said it. The future of the Nigerian people are in the hands of those of us that are online today. To as many as how many of us here now? All right. We have how many of us here now? We have about 1,160 of us on this. Now, the future of Nigeria belongs to all of us, because we are the ones that are exposed. We are the ones that are working class. We are the ones that have seen the world. We have internet on our fingertips. We can dig out information. All right, we can make inquiries and compare and contrast. We should, our horizon is broader than the man on the streets who can be swayed by just the barest minimum of just material things like rice. Many of us we dey here now, about over 1,000 of us we dey for this live stream now. Rice is not our problem. We are not rich. All right, we are not rich. Some of us are even poor, but nobody can offer us rice and we'll collect it. The future of Nigeria is in our hands. And of course, these are the things that we do on Liberation Chat every day. This is not just an emergency. We are not just emergency lovers of Nigeria or emergency lovers of Sowore, really. We usually do this every day. 6 p.m. we live stream. We talk about, there's so much for us to, so many things are happening in Nigeria. So many things are happening in Nigeria and we can barely keep up. We can barely what? Keep up. That is why we push out content. Apart from live streaming, we push out content, video content. We push out so many educative materials because the live the timeline is saturated with all sort of rubbish and propaganda. Propaganda is saturated everywhere. So the public space, the civic space needs a fresh air. The civic space needs a breath of fresh air so that we can actually have access and consume the kind of content that can edify and give us wholesome, you know, edification. We can be edified. We can be able to take action by the information that we have exposed ourselves to. All right, we can be edified by the advocacy of someone like Omoyele Sowore, who is always either pressuring the government to do the right thing or trying to tell the Nigerian people to own their liberation, to stop being docile in the face of oppression. So these are the things that we do here, all right, on Liberation Chat on Civic Space. If you are yet to follow us immediately. Why? Because we do this every day and we are on 3 different platforms as we are now. We are very much streaming across 3 different platforms. We are on Facebook, Civic Space NG on Facebook, Civic Space NG on Facebook. We are also on YouTube, Civic Space channel on YouTube. If you want to find us on YouTube, Civic Space, one word, no spaces, all in lowercase, all in small letters, Civic Space, one word. You will find us there, and please subscribe so that you can be notified whenever we are live streaming or perhaps we are putting out any conscious content. And we can tell you loud and clear that we are very tolerant of differing opinion at Civic Space. You can disagree with us. You can pick up the mic. Look at it now. Many speakers have used the link below to enter into the studio. This is how media should be. It should be free for the people to have engagement. It should not be a one-way traffic. It should not be too much bureaucracy, bottlenecks that anything they push out is the final. No, we need the people's media space, hence civic space. So be part of this project, and if you indeed if you are interested in this project, join us, follow us, subscribe to our channel, share our videos, like our contents, and of course, you would not be disappointed because all our followers, we know the kind of feedback that they are giving us. Before Omoyele Sowore joined this live stream, we were going over 500, all right, before he joined. So our audience see the quality of content we put out, all right, and of course, we are a fact-based, organization. We are not a propaganda machine, and we are not buyable. Nobody can bribe us to twat the truth, to say this one is red when in actual fact it is black. No, we are a people-driven news platform. It's a citizens reporting platform. There's nothing too serious aside from we want to demystify the legacy media, all of these conventional media. We want to demystify them and relegate them to oblivion, because these are people that are collecting envelopes from our politicians, and you see them speak very good English, very big grammar, but at the end of the day, they are sellouts. All right, they are what? They are sellouts. They do not represent, neither do they serve, the interest of the Nigerian people. All right, but we are here to serve you. Be part of our team. Follow our channel. This very same account that you are watching us from, kindly press the follow button. And of course, if you are a YouTube person, if you have account on YouTube, Civic Space, one word, in lowercase, you would locate us, and of course, you subscribe to our channel. We have been putting out so much content, dramatization in AI, and of course, many a lot of Nigerians in their tens of thousands have been very much, in love with all our AI content because they are indeed what will stimulate the thinking of an average, Nigerian. Now, one we go choose, lie, I been our truth. She not lie, me we choose, I been our truth. All right. In terms of the quality of those that we call leaders in this country, we must to scrutinize, we must to really put out the best of us to represent us as leaders. And of course, what do you call opposition? What do you call opposition? What constitutes opposition to you? Is it paddy paddy, all these establishment parasitic kleptomaniacs? I took my time to speak that big Oyinbo. You get reason, you get why. Establishment kleptomaniacs, whatever they have been doing so far is parasitic. Is either it is symbiotic or it is parasitic. But be the judge of it. All right? Be the judge. Look at their records. Does that really point to anything symbiotic? I benefit, you benefit, meaning that the people are benefiting from their government, from what comes out from their soil. People benefit from what comes out from their soil. It is very, very important. But in the case whereby the politicians are earning more money than the working class people, then you have a problem. When the politicians are earning more money than the working class people, that is no longer that is a Ponzi scheme. That is a Ponzi pyramid scheme. You know what pyramid scheme is? We say now only people where they top, now him they benefit. Or now where they ground, now zero be your case. Zero. You are the one working for the interest of the top. That is how it is, but that is not how it should be. Especially in a country as blessed as Nigeria. And of course, we have just crossed the 9-hour mark. We have been streaming for 9 hours, 1 minute. All right. So we have just 59 minutes to go. Thank you so much. Take care.
They will see, they never know anything. They will go so carry we go so carry it in the color tambourine. We'll carry tambourine, we'll carry tambourine, we'll carry pulpit, we'll set
That's
every
so.
social
That's
because Nigerians need to know how serious we are. They don't understand it. And the thing is,
absolutely, absolutely.
I think I find that when I reach out to people to discuss with them about the struggle, about the work that we are doing, many of these people think the work is a serious work. Quite all right. It's a serious job because it demands that you must be honest and you must bring your integrity to the table. Right? The liberation work is that serious. But all of us we're just regular Nigerians. We're just regular Nigerians. And that is what people don't understand, that this is a party of regular Nigerians who live their regular day lives. They go to work, come back home, and after coming back home from work, hustling, trying to benefit the system, because when you go to work, you're working, whatever job you're doing is benefiting one of these oppressors more than it's benefiting you, and you work all year for pay your taxes to a government that is stealing your taxes. You work all year, you have no health care, your children have terrible education, lights, mosquitoes are killing you, the environment is not, the best, and we just get back home and we think to ourselves that, what, we've spent 9 to 5, 8 hours working for this system. Let's dedicate 1 or 2 hours to our own liberation. That's what we call our African time. African time. That talk when say African time, people always say is when an African man is late. No, we are changing the narrative. African time is the time that you spend to do some work to develop your community. That is your African time. It can be you planning a sit with a meetup, a town hall with other landlords in your area, with other tenants in your area, with the shop makers in your area. All of you have an association where people just sit down and talk about your community and what is wrong and how you can make it better. That is your African time. Every Nigerian must have African time. These are the things that we learn as a result of being a part of the AAC organization. We learn these things to have our African time. We have an hour, 2 hours in a day, at least 1 hour that you donate to just Nigeria. You donate to just your locality. You donate to your state, to your local government, to your ward. How can we develop? How can we make it better? What do we need to do? What is happening around? Who do we hold responsible? What do we need? What are the resources? Who do we need to reach out to? African time. You practice those things. You learn how to interact with other people around you. You begin to see your neighbors as friends, as comrades that you can trust. Nigerians don't even trust themselves anymore. People don't know their neighbors' names. They don't want to associate or affiliate with their neighbors anymore. That's not how a society should be. The current system works trying to divide us. Even in our own locality, it puts us against each other. The aggression, the aggression is there. You can't even have a civil discussion with people in your locality without wanting to get into a fight with them. Mind you, all of you are oppressed, by the way. All of you are suffering Nigerians, by the way. That's the crazy part of the whole thing. The people who we fight with the most are people who are oppressed like us. All of us see. Let me put it to you like this. Let me make it clear, because I think people usually find it hard to understand what we mean by oppressed and oppressor. If you are a Nigerian in Nigeria, you are not part of this political class, you do not have any conglomerate business, you cannot just walk into a party that is thrown by any of these big men and just go and sit down there. You're part of the oppressed class. You are part of the oppressed class. And by definition, that means at least 80% of Nigerians are part of the oppressed class. Whether you are working in a bank or you are suffering, don't get it twisted, because you are just one sack letter away from returning back to poverty. All of you with the best jobs, the doctors that are talking, the bank managers that are talking, the engineers, you are one sack away from getting back into poverty, one sack letter away. Because once that job goes, your country does not have a safety net for you. In other countries in the world, you might not have a job. There are people who might not have a job for years. Healthcare is still affordable. They will still be able to get healthcare. That is guaranteed. These people will also be able to, they will still be able to get education for their children. That is guaranteed. Their children will still be able to eat. That is guaranteed. Even if they don't have a job, can you say that for yourself as a Nigerian, that if today the company you're working in issues you a sack letter, can you say that, you can beat your chest and say, yeah, my country will still take care of my children. I will still be the way of taking care of. No. So you're an oppressed person, right? You're an oppressed person. And that is why you must be a part of the organization, because by default, this organization is for you. By default, this is where you should be a part of. This is where you should expend your energy. And Nigerians, we all want Nigeria to change. We all want Nigeria to change. And we've been lied to by so many people who pretend to be on the side of the people, because we have not been thinking critically as Nigerians. Because what we have been made to believe, what we have been conditioned to believe, is that the person who treats us badly is the person that we should love. That is the conditioning that we have. But we must begin to move away from that kind of thinking. We must begin to elevate our consciousness. We must begin to work with ourselves. We must understand what it means to be a part of an organization, what it means to be a Nigerian. And that work is that those are the things that we do here on Civic Space Liberation Chat. To come here consistently conscientizing Nigerians. This act is the act of conscientization. We are waking up your conscience, because I can prove to you that the conscience of Nigerians have died. It's not been, we've not done 3 months in this year. We've done 2 months. And in that 2 months, we've had over 200 people abducted, killed in different parts of Nigeria. Silence. Everybody's going about it as though it's just a normal thing, you know, people have died again. Ah, yeah, so sad. Our conscience has died. That's why we have to get back into what we call conscientization. We have to start seeing ourselves as human beings again, not just Nigeria, the people that just die. Hey, some people die in Kogi. Ah, they just die. How many? 200? Hey, yeah. End of discussion. End of discussion. They demolish people's house in Oworoshoki. Really? How many houses? About 50 houses. Hey, yeah. Where are the people living now? Many of them are just on boats. They are just trying to survive. They are there. You know, there's no place for them to live in the cold. They have to sleep outside without shelter over their head at night. Hey, yeah. Nigerians go on. Next day, everybody's going to work. And next day, everybody moves about their day, about their lives as though, you know, it's business as usual. Business as usual, is it? And that is wrong. We must begin to understand that this is not just business as usual. Nigerians, 200 Nigerians cannot just go missing and the country is just quiet. While 200 Nigerians have gone missing, some people are busy trying to protest and I say protest, some people are busy trying to campaign for election. Some people are campaigning. And you know, campaign has not officially started. This to tell you that these people don't like you. Think about campaign officially has not started according to INEC dates. But your leaders have already started campaigning. People have died, though. People have been kidnapped. Communities have been destroyed. They are campaigning over re-election. They are not even focusing on the lives and the properties that have been destroyed, which is the most basic of all functionalities for the government, the protection of life and property. Bam. You can't protect life and property. You can't help the people develop what they already have. Then what is your use as a government? What is the usefulness as a government? What do you provide to the people? Majority of the people, I mean, if majority of the people in your community do not have access to pipe-borne water, don't have access to consistent electricity, they don't have access to good schools, good roads, healthcare, then what is the 8 years or the 4 years that you have done? What is it for? And these same people will do 8 years as governor, 8 years as senator. They still want to get ministerial position. Same group of people, not different, same people, same people. Most of our Nigerian politicians today have served as governors, senators, local government chairmen, ministers. They have held multiple positions, and you cannot point to one institution or one part of Nigeria and say, okay, this particular one, no, this is where they have succeeded. Can't point to one. Think about the things that make a community. What is the life expectancy of the Nigerian man? 50 something, 55. It's not 55 or 54. I think it's 54. So Sowore now don't survive. Sowore don't survive life expectancy now. Thank God for his life. So you see, if you are over 54 in Nigeria, extra time. Extra time. Because life expectancy in Nigeria, I think, is about 54. So that tells you how bad it is. So in terms of, this is how you know a country. If you really want to know a country that cares about its future, there are two things that they will invest in. Let's assume they don't invest in anything at all. They invest in two major things: education and healthcare. Education feeds the next generation. Healthcare protects the lives of the old generation and the upcoming generation. What is the level of what have they put into those sectors? What have they poured into those sectors? What is it? 54. Exactly. 54. And if you're a woman, 55, you're not far behind. So You need to ask yourself. That means anybody, if you're on this, out of all these 1,000 streamers now, if you are over 54, 55, you know, what did they call it? You have lived a good life. You have lived a good life. You have survived. Most Nigerians don't get to see this age. Most Nigerians don't get to see 50. You expect life expectancy. What do you mean? You are expected to live for as long as 54, 55 years. That's what it means. You expect the expectancy of your existence. You're expected to live in full health for 55 years. And you see, the crazy thing is that 55 years gone, I just say that many people know they make them. Many people don't even make it that far. Many people don't make it that far. So it's left to you at the end of the day. The ball is in your court. As the Bible says, choose this day, life or death. Every day as a Nigerian, when you wake up, you have the option to choose life or death. Choose. Do you want to continue to romanticize the system? Do you want to continue to love your oppressors? Are you hoping that you too will gain favor and they will call you so that you too can come? Because people that say they want to go in there and change it from the inside.
Yeah. So sorry, Dege.
Yeah.
Queen of AC, I have sent you a private message on your WhatsApp. Please, you may use that link. Of course, we have been putting the link, but it might be problematic to really type all of the words correctly. So, but I've sent you the link, Queen of AAC. Thank you so much. You can join us in the live stream. We still have 45 more minutes from the 10 hours live stream that we have promised to do today. So you can join us, really. Queen of AAC, I've sent words to you or the link to you through your WhatsApp. So please proceed, Adegi, then we'll pass it to the African Wala.
All right, yeah. Nevertheless, I will not take too much time so other speakers can speak. This is why we're in the hour mark. The hour mark, so we've done a good job. Yeah, so Nigerians, it takes a lot of mental reprogramming to get us out of where we are today. A lot of us we've gotten so used to some terrible things, some bad characters, bad behavior, nasty behavior of betrayal, of lying, of cheating, of no honor, no integrity. We've gotten used to those things. We need to start changing the fabric of our society, how we interact with ourselves. What we look forward to as our definition of good, great, what we call good job, or what we call great job. We need to redefine it. Because if you can look towards somebody like Tinubu with the state of the country today and say he has done a great job, then we have to ask you questions about what you mean by great and good. We need to question you further on what your definition of great and good is. If you have looked at any of these established politicians, these behemoths, these criminals, these thieves, liars, extortionists, phone tappers, abductors, kidnappers, all these people are just, if you've looked at them and anywhere they've performed that you can say, oh, this person did a good job. I'm sorry, I don't know. I can't point to one state in Nigeria that looks like a good job has been done there. And if all these people have worked in all these multiple offices, minister, His Excellency, chairman, senator, and Nigeria is still the way it is, it's clear that a bad job has been done, not a good job, a very terrible job. Because look at countries who we can call our mate. Look at Dubai. Look at Dubai. What do they have? The same oil that we have that they have. Look at the Arabian Peninsula. Look at Saudi Arabia. The king of Saudi at some point used to come to Ibadan to go and meet the doctor, to go and get his health treatment in Ibadan. In Ibadan. The king of Saudi Arabia. So we've our glorious days now seem to be in the past. And that is an aberration. That should not be. It is not sensible. Our glorious days should be in the front. We should be looking forward to our better days. We should not be reminiscing about the best times. That is the true mark of success. If you can talk about your state where you live today in Nigeria or your country, and you can say, I remember in, and that is what you consider to be best, then whoever has served there before is, did not do anything. The people who have worked there before have not done anything, they have all failed. And it is because they have failed that youths like us have stepped up to take the bull by the horn, to chase the evil out of our society, to rid our society of rot, to clean this cesspool of corruption. That is the work what we have chosen to do. And you're welcome to be a part of the job as well. Because, like I told you earlier, whether you like it or not, this is your abode. You are one of us. You're one of us. You're one of the working class Nigerians, the well meaning Nigerians. Be a part of the organization, play your part, and let's get the ball rolling for our liberation. Civic Space, over to you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so very much. You have already said so much, and the Nigerian people have listened very carefully as you really, did your best in explaining in very clear terms what they need to do. All right. And it's one of the things that is being done on civic space. Well, if you think complaining is what you love doing, well, we give you a voice to complain from now to, of course, well, we might decide to put some time caps to your complaining, maybe 10 minutes, 20 minutes for the sake of others. But if there's nobody that is here as speakers and what you want to do is to complain, civic space is your listening ear. I know how to listen very well. I can listen from everybody that knows me know I have that capacity to listen.
It's
So if
actually
you want
that's
to,
why
clear
that's
your
why they
head,
call you liberation chat, because you are always available for chat.
Abby, you go listen, if
Don't
you want to
worry,
clear your head, you want to speak out.
come
This
and
is the
talk.
place to be.
This
Really,
is the
come and
place.
talk. Just use the link to really come into the studio. You talk. If you cannot access that, if you typed all of those things correctly, I have experimented it. It works. If you type it correctly, it will bring you to the studio. And
And
of
of course,
course, yeah.
Bridget, I was going to say, see, um, this space, this space that we set up, it is important that we hear Nigerians talk, because people, it's as though Nigerians are okay with the situation of things. And if nobody is talking, people will assume that, everything is going nice. People will just assume that, okay, everything is going well, so that's why nobody's complaining. Maybe it's just me that is happening to. Maybe I'm the one that has bad luck. Maybe it's just my head that is not good. But when you talk, it just be like that period of COVID where they say people no want talk, say they get cough because they fear say make you no go be COVID. But once you if you get cough that period, you don't go feel cough. You go get cough, you go do like this.
Yeah.
Make them no talk, say you get cough. Make them no talk, say you get
To sneeze,
yes, no.
to sneeze inside tricycle that time, eh? You go dey hold sneeze. You go dey because everybody go just close their nose, say,
Wetin dey
you
happen for
want
here?
you
Yeah.
want carry corona give us for here, abeg.
People don't want to talk. Make you no be like say maybe I'm just the problem. No, we have done our research and we have realized that when I say the majority, it almost seems like I'm talking about the barest minimum. The vast majority of Nigerians are going through hell. They are going through hell, babala suffering. They are suffering big time. Everybody just the gather. Many people, if you open their shirt like this, now boom, they don't dry, they have dried up because they know they see food chop. Now 001, 002 people they do now. Wait me 001. 0 breakfast, 0 lunch, 1 dinner. 002 breakfast, 0 lunch, 1 dinner. People know they do 3 square meal for Nigeria because where? How? With which money? How much is fuel? By the time you have done petrol, you buy fuel, you fuel your gen or you fuel your car, you pay house rent, you pay for electricity, you buy data on your phone. You feed your children. How much do you have left? What is the expendable income that you have left? We're not even talking about eventualities that can come up. Maybe your child falls sick or something. What happens next? Where are you going to get the money? How much is a bag of rice? How much is cement? For those of you who are looking to build new houses, how much is cement? How did they even make the cement? Is this not a natural source gotten in your country? Should it not be cheap for you? No. So we must begin to ask ourselves these questions. These are critical questions we must ask ourselves. And places like these are the places where you can get serious answers. You can talk to other Nigerians going through the same problem, and people can come together. That's what we're talking about, the coalition of the working class Nigerian people who know what it means to work for a living, people who understand that this is what it costs. Can you imagine the Nigeria? You see, people, I always talk, I'm listening, people are saying, minimum wage is now 70,000 naira. Minimum wage is 70,000 naira. What is the price of things? Things in market have more than doubled in price. Practically everything in Nigeria has more than doubled in price. More than doubled in price. How much is bread? Egg over 6,000 naira. It's ridiculous that you even have to say egg is over 6,000 naira, 7,000 naira. Egg used to be how much at one point in time? Now, what's the price of egg? What's the price of bread? What's the price of 1 liter of fuel? You can't even buy a soft drink. What is the price of bottle of water? Bottled water. What is the price of bottled water in Nigeria? You can't even buy bottled water. How many bottled water do you want to buy? So the cost of things in Nigeria don't make sense. They increase your salary by ×2. Price of things have increased by ×2. Has there been any real change? No. In Nigeria, we have a minimum wage, but we don't have a maximum wage. The billionaires are allowed to make as much as possible. No maximum wage. No maximum wage. The cost of living in Nigeria, the drum of beans is 50 kgs, about 30. Okay, let's do a quick analysis. Right? 70,000 naira is the minimum wage. It's just shameful. 70,000 naira is the minimum wage. Drum of beans, 50 kg bag. It's between 30,000 and 38,000. Let's assume that the person is nice. He gives it to you for 30,000. Out of your 70,000, what is left? 40,000. Let's assume you now say you want to do palm oil, 20,000. What is 10,000? That means you only have money to go back home. That is all. Look at the price of rice. 45,000. Tomato, 20,000. Soya beans, 25,000. How much is minimum? Onion, bag of onion, 60,000. So, like, why are we pretending like everything is okay? Powdered pig milk, 3,000, 2,300. Why are we pretending like things are going nicely? Why are we trying to suffer ourselves when we know that things are not going well? We must begin to speak up, because by talking, people will hear. If somebody is choking you, if you no shout, people no go know, people no go fit do anything about that. So you must talk. And talking, when you talk, you complain. We complain, we start complaining. After we complain, we look for solution. That is what we do here. But feel free to complain. Nobody will tell you to shut up, because your pain is felt. We are working class people. All of us are feeling the pain. We know what we go through before we can feel. We know what we go through to maintain the standard of living we have every day. We work like hell, go through everything, do everything we need to do for how much? What do we gain at the end of the day? What is the cost benefit? What is the risk to reward ratio? You're going out Nigeria, you're going out every day. Street light can just fall around our street. We see all our street NEPA pole don't bend like this. We don't like this. Why are we they do like this? Sometimes you're walking the wire that is transmitting crazy amount of voltage is just on your head like this. It's just on top of your head like this. You could walk under wire. Anybody can die at any time. road no good, transport go for this thing go for. So it's crazy. I don't know if the African Wahala is in the house. Make I no hug the mic for too long. Make African Wahala take over.
Yeah, is the African Wahala still very much connected to us? I believe so. Yeah, I believe so. Yeah, please proceed. And of course, as we accommodate complaints, we are actually taking solutions. And of course, that is where I was driving my plane. That was where I wanted to land it. You know, we they give room for complaint. And of course, if you won't give us solution, we they listen to that one too. That one say if they game, if they game, give us solution. Provide, tell us what the alternative to this mess. How we are going to wriggle our way around it. The other time, one of our recent AI videos where was a Shore, basically, while Emilio Kon was doing his paparazzi with the army, we are picturing a comrade president picking up the marker in front of a movable marker board, and it was saying with just the use of IP addresses, with the use of timestamps and other analytics, with a tactical team, you can actually get people that are very much in captivity with the kidnappers. Now we can do it now, just by using technology with the tactical team that has a drone and all of those things. You ambush these guys and they will be forced to surrender. They either surrender or they lose their life. Even as we are closing in on them, you're already using microphone to tell them, say, you either surrender. We already know where you are. We have cornered it to a tight corner. Surrender and be taken in custody and go and face justice. Or you face us, or you go and meet whoever that makes you. Whoever that is it that actually produce you to be one of us as human being. You go and meet that person. All right.
I got
So
no,
now one you go now one you go choose. Because for you to have taken crime as the only solution to your problem, it means
no,
nothing is wrong somewhere.
justice must prevail, and that's the system we're talking about. Justice must prevail. You have to face the law. Whatever the law says, it's the law that has said it, and that's it. You have to
Absolutely.
build a system that does not recognize people's faith or culture or religion. A system that is agnostic. A system that doesn't know you, does not recognize anybody. It doesn't even recognize the creator of the own system. Everybody is, once you fall below once you have shortcomings, you do not abide by the rules of the system will interact with you in the best way moving forward. It's crazy, and these are the things we're talking about in terms of priorities. Priorities. You talk about situation where a opposition, so-called opposition, is saying that he tapped the phone of the National Security Agency boss.
Imagine.
Tapped the phone of the National Security Agency boss, and he said it on live TV. And when he said it, you see, this is how these people commit criminal offenses like a daily activity. You see, we listened to his calls, and he said it in passing. It was even that was not even the main thing for him.
He just said it
Normal.
casually.
And we tap his phone. He was going to the main gist. That was just passing. So you know that. Imagine if someone can just say, "Oh yeah, we stole 1 billion naira," but that's not where I'm going to. I'm actually going to where we went. That's how they do all these things. And when he said it, the newscaster said, "Are you admitting that you tapped his phone?" About say,
He said, "Na normal thing now. Say federal government say if they run am normal.
he
Say that
say,
one not a new thing. It's a normal thing."
he say, "Wetin you take me for?" It is say I think I'm one
Yeah.
of you. I say we dey tap. He said we tap all your phones. The government listens to people's call. He said we do it. He
Imagine.
now said the government even does it. They let you know, say your government commits crime. They tap people's phone without collecting court order every time. It's normal. They tap and you just say gone in passing. That's the first criminal offense he admitted to on live TV. He now admitted to knowing the officers who were part of the abduction of Dadiata, the news broadcaster who called him out, criticized his government. He said he knows the people that carried him, but nevertheless, that's not the main gist. Let's get to the main gist. What is the main gist? We are trying to win power. That is what they want. The main gist for them is how
The
can we
main
stay?
gist is not that a young man actually lost his life. A
His life,
young,
or
a
has
young,
been
bright,
missing.
brilliant mind
That's not the gist.
that
The
just
gist is not
lost
that
his
a
life.
young man has been missing for years. No. The gist is, I'll go and see them on Monday. They will give me my offer. They will play our normal game. They ask me, do I want to join? I say, I don't want to join. They charge me to court. I pay small money here. Everybody bribe judge, do this. Or a cesspool of corruption.
It's a mess, man.
And we just sit down
Yes.
here. Yeah. You saying something?
Yeah, I was about to just pass it to because if say you and I if we they discuss forever and ever. Let's pass it to the
You
African
guys can
Wala.
flow.
The African Wala, I don't say you don't do.
with you.
Please
No,
proceed, the African Wala. Thank you so much.
Do you want to join?
No, as in, yeah, I mean, you guys can keep flowing. Honestly, like I just unmuted because I wanted to add to something.
No, add. No, feel free.
Please
Jump
proceed,
in.
sir.
I've spoken so long. Talk, come on. Join.
No, I mean, just to add to everything, like you've been saying, like we have a million reasons to complain. We have, I don't know if you guys also know that Nigeria ranks, under one of these institutes that compile these numbers based on standard of living. Nigeria ranks at the bottom in the world. Nigeria and Bangladesh, like the countries with the worst living conditions in the world. Can you imagine that? So we have so many things that are bad, that are just horrible about our society. You look at you look at the highbrow areas in Lagos. They are a mess. Everywhere stinks. We just don't know how to. We've not been able to manage our.
Some people don't even know what it is for the choicest area, one of the choicest area in Lagos, to be littered with human droppings, just because the flash flood brought it. Ikoyi, one of the most choicest real estate. If you want to buy land for Ikoyi, is in the hundreds of millions of naira,
Liberation
and
chart.
you have feces littered everywhere. Can you imagine what it means? I went to Ikeja. We had this our program at Ikeja. I fall in love with freedom. I looked around. I said, this is GRA, government reserved area. That didn't look like this.
Liberation.
Of course, you see some beautiful buildings here and there, but the environment is a mess. I'm like, seriously, why are people paying tax? The whole essence of paying tax when the government cannot do the basics of even tidying up and of course, you'll not be wondering that people are not living long. Is it not? It's wrong rocket science that people are not living long. It's the environment. Now, even the houses where they build now, they do better window of 6 inches, 3 inches. There's no fresh air when they enter this inside house. And because I did in my house, now only one window I get, and that one window is passive. It's not even active. It's crazy, and you don't be wondering that we should. It's crazy. This is not rocket science.
How you want to live long?
How person want to live long? How you want? Is there there's no magic to living long. There's no magic. So please proceed. Yeah.
It's crazy. No, it's crazy.
The African one,
if we continue this the way that we are going, we are still going to remain in this mess. If we continue this our same behavior as a group and we refuse to change, we are going to get worse and worse. It's only going to get worse. I'm telling you, even 20 years ago, countries like Ghana, they could not even stand close to us in any way, shape, or form. But today,
10 years
everybody
ago, 10 years ago that they are selling egg. 10 years ago that they are selling egg 16 naira for one piece. If they told Nigeria that there will be a time when they'll be selling egg for 300 naira, no people they will punch you for I say lie is not possible, but it's our reality now. So whatever it is that people like you are saying that is that will going to form our reality in the next 10 years, it is the truth. But Nigerians don't go believe until the thing happen, and that is where we have issues. Nigerians have the way of trying to downplay what seems to be the reality staring at them in the face until
They
it
know they
happens.
believe am.
Until it
They know they
happens.
And you know
believe am.
why? You know,
It's
say
crazy.
one of the reasons why, like Seun Ayelara always says, is religion. Because of that religion, they just have that faith. They just have that faith that don't worry, it go better. And they just refuse
This is an
to
indictment
right.
really on the religious, people, or on the religion. It's an indictment. How can you say you are praying and you are fasting for over a decade? The country is sinking economically into the abyss. What does that mean? And of course, this should be a moment of reflection for all our so-called daddy GOs and their farm boys and girls and women and men. I think it's not anybody calling now or try to have any issue with anybody's religion. But the thing is, it seems as though this is a big factor that we just try to avoid because of the sensibilities of people that are involved. We don't want to talk about
People prefer to
religion. Don't want to really, offend people. But I want to ask African Wala, is it wrong
Hmm.
for us to offend one another in our bid to actually gain liberation? What is wrong in telling ourselves the truth that will most likely lead to, this strange feeling that, you are calling out my religion, you are calling out my faith? What is wrong in it? If that is actually the truth that all of us have to listen to, that will actually facilitate our liberation, why not talk about? Why do you want to, try to be, mild about it, or trying to paint it in a sanitized way that will make it more our pastors are becoming richer and our people are becoming poorer. That is a big problem. And our people think that talking about this thing will offend them. And it now becomes a problem that, okay, something that is for your own good, you are still angry about what is for your good. This is not, it is actually beyond what is natural,
confusion.
really. It's not
Confusion.
human nature, because we respond to stimuli. But in the case whereby we are not just responding to stimuli, we are just basically fighting those that are basically fighting against all of the things that are going to really affect our well-being. All right, people like Shoreda will fight for your freedom. They come for him. All right, for telling them to fight for their liberation. They've come for him. They denigrate him. Even on his birthday, they still throw jabs at him. They don't even want to respect that. They say, today, may will no tackle this guy today. May will no tackle her today. They were still ruthless enough to still tackle him on his birthday. So what is really wrong, really, the African Wala, if we can offend some segment or perhaps some strata of our society? Because and some people will make argument that the religious guys constitute the majority of our people. So strategically, we have to be very, very careful in terms of really saying all of this thing in the raw form, because they constitute the majority. And of course, we have to have a way of going around it without really offending them. Is there any way we can go around this, really, African Wala?
You see, sometimes the message of revolution is is bitter because it's the truth that needs to. It's very uncomfortable and it's bitter, and the process of revolution itself too is not smooth. It's difficult because this is us trying to change a lot of things about our society, and that includes our mentality, our psychology, the way we behave. We've developed certain behaviors over time that we need to do away with. We need to do away with a feudal system. We are still in a feudal system, and it's within that feudality that we allow ourselves to be subjugated, to be reduced. Then you have to beg someone for you to get what is rightfully yours. What is rightfully yours, you have to beg someone. That's the kind of society that we have. And even wealthy ones, the people that are the richest in our society, that you see them traveling around the world, that people from different world regions are looking at like, oh, these Nigerians are very smart. Oh, they are very rich. Some of those people, they have that culture where you are required to indignify yourself. You have to indignify yourself just for you to get what you deserve. And that's not right. We have so many things that we have to change. And what I'm saying now to majority of our people, unfortunately, they will say, this is not just they speak English. Unfortunately, that's what they will say. But if I could translate it to them in a way that is easier for them to understand, it's simple. Stop indignifying yourself. Try as much as possible. It's going to take time. It's going to take a process to unlearn that culture because we've all developed it as a culture. But you now have to consciously begin to train yourself. If you find yourself indignifying yourself or allowing someone else to undignify themselves in an interaction with you, try and stop it. Stop it. Don't promote such a culture because that culture is why we a lot of us have to hold our tongues instead of complaining when we are being cheated. You have to hold your tongue with your religious leaders, your pastor. You know that this pastor is sleeping with these choir members. You know, but because you have to indignify yourself, then you have to keep quiet. You just can't say it out loud, or you know that. And unfortunately, Nigeria takes away our powers. It's like Nigeria makes us so powerless as people. For example, you're a student in a maybe in a college or a university, maybe polytechnic, and this lecturer, your professor, is someone that everybody knows is a cheat. This guy sleeps with girls, all the students, he sleeps with them so that they can pass. This guy makes fake handouts, makes money, collects money, bribe from students. We all know that this is a bad guy, professor, but we also know that he's connected. He has links to some top guys, so people are afraid of the consequences of. And then you find yourself in a trap with this guy. And then in trying to resolve your situation, you now have to bring maybe your mother or your father, and then your mother or your father have to start prostrating in front of this guy. Oh, please, please forgive my son. That's just an undignifying society where, in order for you can't even get justice because the people you're supposed to get justice from, they are too connected, and you feel powerless. And then you that you're being cheated, you have to undignify yourself in front of someone that is corrupt just so that you can move ahead in life. And that's the kind of society that we have. I just gave one tiny example that many people go through. This same thing happens in different aspects of society, in different workplaces, private sector, even in commercial, in the market. You're interacting with people, customer to um, trader or wholesaler to customer. Sometimes the interaction, someone has to start begging, and we now mask it behind, oh, it's part of our culture, it's our, this is our. No, 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 no. There are some things that we need to do away with, and a revolution is going to be uncomfortable because you would have to do away with some things that you're used to. And if having uncomfortable conversations about your religion is going to make you triggered, don't worry. By the time we have that conversation 5, 10 times, you will naturally get used to it and you'll be less triggered the more we talk about it. So in the beginning stage, it might be too uncomfortable for you to speak about the things that you hold dearest to you. Oh, you hold these traditional rulers at such a high esteem. In fact, when these obas are dying, we have to bury 7 people with this oba so that we can maintain our culture and tradition. If these are the things that you hold dear to your heart, a time is going to come when people are going to tell you that no longer wants that kind of society. And that's what a revolution is. And we right now we are saying we no longer want a society where we have to be treated lower class, like less than human. We ourselves, we've now internalized that mentality. We see ourselves like we are less than human. In doing anything, we just behave like we are Lagos Marathon. I think it was hosted by Access Bank yesterday, and then they were sharing some medals, and they started fighting over, it looked so bad. But we've now developed a culture of where everybody has a mentality that everything is scarce and everybody has to be highly competitive, and we've become undignified, we've become less than human, and that's what we are trying to change. We don't want that kind of society any longer. And the process to make that work, it has to be through a political process. And if you want to pitch your political weight as an individual behind the same people that have been in power that led us to this mess that we are in, good luck. Go and do it again. The consequences is you are still going to come back and cry. Period. And you can see they are already disgracing themselves. The so-called opposition. The only opposition in this country is AAC, not all these other guys that claim that they are opposition. It's only the AAC. And that's why the AAC stands on the left side everybody else stands on the right side. That's how it is. They are pretending and infighting among themselves. Today, you see APC members arresting former APC members, or they'll use EFCC to carry this guy that was an APC member just 6 months ago. Now, because they are having their internal beef, it's none of our business. Let them fight and destroy themselves, no problem. We, on this side, we want a coalition with the people, and the people need to learn how. Part of the mental revolution that you need to implement is you need to stop worshiping these people, because the moment you can stop worshiping them, then you see them for exactly what they are, and you'll stop lining up behind them, and you'll come and rescue yourself. You join us. We are trying to rescue ourselves. We don't want these people, that the people that contributed to the destruction of our society, they can't be a part of those that will resolve it. We don't want them. So in order for us not to want them, we are trying to gather ourselves in large numbers, and we'll see what we can do with it. And that's my contribution. Thank you so much.
Thank you so very much, the African Wala, and thank you so much to as many as those that are tuned into this very live stream. And of course, we are talking about and we have been celebrating the person of Omoyele Sowore for the past 9 hours, 50 minutes. It's just 10 more minutes to the our goal to actually live stream for 10 hours, highlighting his feat, the feat that he has been able to pull, and how he has been a huge inspiration to the Nigerian people. And I'd just like to go through some things. And of course, I would pass the mic because Sowore, I've said it that he doesn't want any gift. No, the only gift that he can get that he would appreciate is when the Nigerian people are conscious. The consciousness of the Nigerian people, the fact that the Nigerian people are able to, and as many as those that are joining this our live stream. That is why he came in personally, and he even shared the link on his timeline that people should join him. That the only gifts that they can give him is to take a listen, to what the guests have to say on this platform. That is the only gift that he wants, and he's basically keeping close monitoring on this broadcast. And of course, I would pass the mic in shortly to Adege, who is a member of the African Action Congress, one of the organizations that Sowore has helped establish, is a political institution. Adege is one of the chieftain of the African Action Congress, and of course, we want to really take, want to draw from the wealth of plans and strategies of the African Action Congress, and of course, we want to know how we can be a member, because many of our audience would like to be members. And of course, that is the best gift you can give to Sowore. If you want to really take a step of faith to really participate in the struggle of the Nigerian emancipation, that is the only thing that pleases his heart. That is what he said. He is very much interested in the liberation of the Nigerian, from the hands of the people and the politicians that have laid siege on the Nigerian space, both politically and economically. So yeah, we are going to pass the mic, but I just want to go through so a write-up that is here that was sent to me, and I'll read through it. Then we'll pass the mic to Adege, one of the chieftain of the African Action Congress, a political institution that Sowore is the national leader, for him to really breeze through all the plans and how to become a member of the African Action Congress. Many well-meaning Nigerians have already realized one basic fact, that we can't continue like this. But the time has come to take the message of revolution to the grassroots level, from state to local government, to wards, to polling units. We believe Sowore 2027 is the only agenda on the ballot that can advance the struggle for the total liberation of the people. Do you want to join the independent, volunteer-powered campaign to take back our country in the 2027 election and beyond? If you are tired of shouting and ready to walk, you have to really take a listen to what Adege will have to say next. And I pass the mic to Adege as he takes us through briefly, as we have just 7 minutes to the top of the hour of 10 hours I want to use to stream. He will take us through it just briefly. What is African Action Congress? What is their plan? All right. And of course, who are their leaders? All right. What is their structure? All right. Do they have a structure? All right. What are their plans? What makes them different from the rest of the parties in Nigeria? And of course, why do we have to worry about politics? Why now they talk about politics we are celebrating birthday? We are talking about politics. Why is it very much important? I pass the mic to you, Adege. Please proceed.
Thank you so much, my comrade. When you were talking about passing the mic to me, I just remembered when we released our manifesto to the public, to the general public, our party manifesto, when we made it public. I remember seeing a comment, because I think our manifesto is about 47 or 70 something pages. It's a bit, of a read. And people were like, why is the manifesto so long? Things like that. They thought. I'm saying, look, is that you want something to be done right or you don't want it to be done right? There's full transparency here. The reason for the full transparency is so you can see what we want to do and hold us accountable. And that is it. It's as plain as that. That's why we put out more information than is necessary, because we don't believe in gatekeeping. We believe in transparency. We believe in the people understanding what we want to do. See, the people seeing for sure this is the job that the AAC intends to perform if given the mandate. So for those, our manifesto is online for those who would like to have it. It's not a large read. You don't have to consume it in one day. We don't expect you to consume it in one day, because it's something that you should read through, regurgitate, understand, and question, because our manifesto is ever evolving. It's not a matter of, just come, we just have one manifesto that we use in 2019, no. We, based on material conditions, based on current happenings, we'll always improve our manifesto to address the situation of things in Nigeria, because change is consistent and change is rapid in the society, and we have to keep up with that change. So that's what for the manifesto on the one side, but I'll get deep into it to explain. First of all, to be a member of AAC. AAC, what is AAC? The African Action Congress. It's a party pioneered by Sowore and other working class Nigerians. It's a working class party. It is for the working class people, for the people of Nigeria who work, and anyone else who is a Nigerian citizen. This is not a party of big men. This is a party for you and I. It's a party where your voice can be heard. It's a party where you can come and, based on meritocracy, on what you have done, on how productive you are as a party member, we mandate you to take up the responsibility of your community. And it's very easy to join. This party is so easy to join. In fact, it's the easiest party to join in Africa. In Africa, the AAC is the easiest party to join. You're just one click away from being a member. To become a member of the party, all you have to go to aacparty.com. Once you go to aacparty.com, just click on become a member, answer a few questions, fill in your locality, fill in your ward, fill in your local government, fill in your state, everything. The moment you do that, the system will prompt you and redirect you straight to your town hall, to your WhatsApp, a virtual town hall. That is where you'll be able to meet with your local government leader, your ward leader. You'll be able to meet with your state coordinator. You'll be able to meet with your public relations officer. You'll be able to reach all of them in there. That is how sophisticated the system is. Now, the way the system works as well, because like I told you, we're all about transparency and, doing the work, really. We are so meticulous that if you become a member today, the date you became a member is marked. You have your membership profile. You begin your ideological education. If you decide today that you want to contribute 10 naira to the party, you can contribute it to that website, and it will show that this is how much you have contributed to the party. If you put another 20,000, it will show 20,000 and 10 naira. It will show everything you have contributed. Will show. If you go for meetings, you can mark it on the website that you have been for a meeting. This is what you contributed. If you want to post pictures, you can post it there. We are so technologically driven because we understand what the future needs. We understand that it is not about this analog digital ways of doing things. We just like what we're talking about, transmission of electronic results. Those are things that our party have discussed about a long time ago. In fact,